This charming man, with his sly, narrow eyes and bright, mischievous smile, is none other than our protagonist, Julian Kriphart. Just one look at that cunning grin, and even a fool could tell that he's not someone to be taken lightly. And they'd be absolutely right. Julian is a true villain, a ruthless hound of the royal family. The executioner of the world's hero. And a master swordsman. He is the most devious of them all, ruling over others through fear. But there's one thing no one knows. Julian is no longer the same person he once was. A battlefield bathed in crimson. The story begins at the edge of a war-torn battlefield, where the sky glows deep red under the setting sun. In the midst of this blood-soaked land, two figures stand motionless. One kneels before the other, dragging his blood-stained sword across the ground. A swordsman speaks. So even you, the so-called hero, have fallen to this pitiful state. Julian's voice is laced with mockery as he smirks at the broken man before him. If only you had considered your own safety instead of playing the noble fool in your grand estate. You might have avoided this fate. Fallen star, Hayden Reich. A cruel smile spreads across Julian's face as he watches his former mentor. Hayden, kneeling in defeat, his face smeared with blood. The wounded hero stares up at him, his expression filled with disbelief and sorrow. Julian, how could you do this to me? His desperate question hangs in the air, met only with a weary shake of Julian's head. See, when I stood by your side, treating you as a hero, you should have treated me better. Julian replies coldly, but Hayden refuses to accept reality. His voice trembles as he pleads. Can you really kill me, your own master, so mercilessly? For a brief moment, Julian falls silent. Then, as if finding the entire situation laughable, he chuckles. Why would that be difficult? With those final words, he raises his sword high above his head. The sharp glint of steel reflects in his narrowed eyes, which now open wide, revealing irises dyed a blood-red hue. Then, without hesitation, the blade comes down, sealing the fate of the fallen hero. At that very moment, as the image of Julian's sword descending played out, a scream echoed through a dimly lit room. A young man with dark hair clutched his head in frustration, his voice filled with despair. No, it can't end like this. There's no way I can accept Hayden dying such a meaningless death. That shouldn't have happened. He gritted his teeth, his mind consumed by thoughts of the fallen hero. Hayden Reich, the hero of the Northern Front. A man who led others through even the bleakest of battles. A genius at hunting demons. And a legend who carried himself with unwavering nobility. Most importantly, he was supposed to be the main character of this game. Yet, how could the protagonist meet such a cruel fate? And at the hands of his own disciple, the villainous traitor. Julian? The mere thought of it made Sihu's blood boil. His frustration erupted as he slammed his fist against the desk, his voice dripping with bitterness. Damn you, Fromwell Software. I invested so much into this sequel. And this is how you betray me? How could you do this after all the time and money I've poured into your game? Still seething, Sihu's gaze flickered to the screen displaying his in-game stats. Player: Lee Sihu. Rank: Number 1. Total spent: 38 million won. Kill the Demon King, starting now. Account registered 5 years ago. Total playtime in 5 years: 100.000 hours. His eyes then drifted toward the comment section, where discussions were already raging among other players. Looks like Julian is the real protagonist this season. How the hell did a narrow-eyed bastard like him get to be the main character? But aren't sharp-eyed characters kinda cool? You never know what they're thinking. It adds to the mystery. A ruthless villain is actually pretty damn attractive, if you ask me. Sihu exhaled sharply, his fingers twitching with irritation. The game he had loved for so long had just taken the most absurd turn imaginable. And the worst part? He wasn't sure if he could do anything about it. Based on the comments, it seemed like most people were actually excited about Julian becoming the main character in the new season. The only one who was completely outraged about it was Sihu. He muttered to himself, I'm seriously speechless. Cool, my ass. He's nothing but a traitor. Thinking about it, his hands moved swiftly across the keyboard as he typed out a rebuttal in the comment section. I don't get why a squinty-eyed bastard like him became the main character. I'm canceling my pre-order. Without a second of hesitation, Sihu pressed the cancel pre-order button for the upcoming expansion. Inside, he told himself, we had some good times together. But let's never meet again. Goodbye, you damn game. What a scam and a pile of garbage. He yelled in frustration while lying on his bed. A bit of moisture welled up in the corner of his eyes as he thought about the old days. But there's no other game with graphics this beautiful and a world this vast. It's the only thing that soothed my exhausted heart after getting crushed by reality when I started my first job. It was my little escape. And now, you're all I have left. His eyes landed on the potted orchid in front of him. Whenever I was frustrated, taking care of you always made me feel better. Now I get why so many old folks love growing orchids. He sighed, then gently sprayed some water onto the delicate leaves. Don't turn out like that stupid game. Grow up nice and strong. Okay, he whispered tenderly. Just then, his computer suddenly chimed with a notification, pulling his attention away. On the screen, a message popped up. Hello, this is the development team behind Kill the Demon King. Starting now, the software company FromWell. You're Lee Sahu, a player who has been with us for the past 5 years. Correct? The unexpected message from the game developers left Sahu momentarily stunned. Wait, a message from FromWell? Is this some kind of automated response? He muttered under his breath. Quickly, he typed back, yes, that's me. A moment later, another message from FromWell appeared. We noticed that you cancelled your pre-order for the Kill the Demon King, starting now, DLC. We assume you are dissatisfied with the direction of the story. Reading this, Sahu was completely dumbfounded, a bit annoyed. He grumbled to himself, what the hell is this? Are they trying to avoid giving me a refund or something? What did they just say? Then, all of a sudden, another message from FromWell popped up. Please click the link below. Following the prompt, Sahu, out of sheer curiosity, clicked the link. The moment he did, a blinding light burst out from his computer screen, nearly frying his eyes. But that wasn't even the craziest part. Out of nowhere, a powerful suction force emerged from the screen, pulling his head toward it. Sahu, however, reacted incredibly fast. Instinctively, he grabbed onto the edges of his monitor, holding on for dear life as he screamed, I need to shut this thing off right now. His hands, trembling in panic, fumbled their way toward the power button, pressing it frantically. But no matter how many times he pressed it, the computer refused to shut down. His face went pale with fear. Damn it, it's not working. And just like that, after a few seconds of struggling, Sahu was completely sucked into the screen. The moment he disappeared, the monitor went pitch black. Inside his swirling thoughts, Sahu started feeling weightless, as if he had lost all sense of gravity. Am I falling? But where the hell am I falling to? Is this some kind of wasteland? He muttered. Just as the sight of solid ground came into view, a deafening rumble echoed in the air, jolting Sahu awake. He quickly scrambled to his feet and scanned his surroundings. What he saw made his heart skip a beat. Wait a second, where the hell am I? Isn't this the place where Hayden and Julian had their final battle? Before he could even process how he ended up here, a massive scorpion-like creature charged straight at him from the distance, clearly eager to take a bite out of him. The instant it got close, it swung one of its enormous pincers right at Sahu. As he took in the sight of the creature, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. This is the phantom scorpion from Kill the Demon King, starting now. And as if to confirm his suspicion, a system screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Character traits: exceptional swordsmanship, extraordinary instincts. You have the ability to detect the weaknesses of demons. The sudden notification popping up left Sahu completely dazed. He screamed internally before instinctively turning tail and running from the giant scorpion's attack. A game status window? With every crushing strike from the monster, the ground shattered into countless pieces, reinforcing a terrifying realization: if I take a hit from that, I'll be obliterated. But no matter how fast Sahu ran, there was no way he could outrun the massive creature. Just as he feared, its gigantic claw swung at him again. Sahu had no choice but to squeeze his eyes shut, grit his teeth, and brace himself. Damn it, am I really about to die? The massive pincer closed in, making contact with Sahu's clenched fist. But then, something unexpected happened. The scorpion's claw started trembling uncontrollably, unable to push forward even an inch. Sahu, confused, cracked his eyes open. What the hell? That didn't hurt? From the scorpion's perspective, realizing its right claw was blocked, it immediately swung its left claw for another strike. The sudden attack startled Sahu, forcing him to duck just in time to avoid it. The relentless assault was starting to seriously piss him off. His fists clenched tightly, his body tensed, and then, without thinking, he lunged forward, delivering a brutal punch straight to the scorpion's face. The force of the blow sent the massive creature stumbling back a few steps, clearly shaken. Meanwhile, Sahu stood frozen, staring at his own hand in disbelief. It actually worked? What the hell just happened? Has my body always felt this light? At this realization, a thought began forming in Sahu's mind. Wait a second, am I inside a character now? He still didn't fully grasp what was happening. But luckily, the character he had taken control of was none other than Hayden Wright, the very character he had spent thousands of hours playing. Understanding this, Sahu came to a halt and turned to face the giant scorpion. Drawing the sword from his waist, he unleashed a brilliant surge of energy, then swung the blade forward, sending a crescent-shaped energy slash tearing through the air. In an instant, the massive beast was cleaved clean in half. The sheer force of the attack was so overwhelming that it left a deep scar on the ground beneath it. Sahu, feeling immensely satisfied with the strike, wiped the sweat from his brow and smirked to himself. Did I just kill it? As expected from Hayden's reputation. With this, I can change the story and prevent Hayden from being killed by Julian. Right on cue, as if rewarding him for defeating the monster, a system notification appeared before him. Swordsmanship platform. You have learned the basic attack skill, Mooncleave. Sahu blinked in confusion. Wait, Mooncleave? But that's not one of Hayden's skills. A chilling suspicion crept into his mind. He hurriedly yanked down the hood of his cloak, raised his sword in front of him, and used the blade's reflective surface as a makeshift mirror. The moment he saw his own reflection, his breath caught in his throat. To hammer the realization home, the system provided yet another notification. Character appearance, silver hair, narrow eyes, expressionless face, an exceptional swordsman, flawless in mana control, possessing extraordinary instincts, Julian Kriphart Plassen. Sahu could do nothing but clutch his head and scream in despair. Julian? No. The system mercilessly continued feeding him information. Julian Kriphart Plassen. Character traits, narrow eyes. Formal speech, emotionless face, two-faced. Attributes, extraordinary instincts. The color of negation, exceptional swordsman, vessel of the Demon King. Flawless mana control. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a grand castle, inside a lavishly decorated room, where Julian was adjusting his attire. As he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a bitter thought crept into his mind. A hypocrite, a treacherous backstabber. That's Julian Kriphart Plassen, perfectly fitting for a fox-eyed character. Damn, I look downright villainous. Who would have thought I'd end up as him? He muttered to himself while raising both hands to pull at the corners of his eyes, attempting to widen them. However, no matter how hard he tried, they simply wouldn't open any larger than their usual narrow slits. Still, his eye shape wasn't his main concern. The real question was, why the hell did I get transported into this damn game? I still can't believe it. Am I really stuck living as Julian? It's already been a week since I found myself in his body. I've tried everything to return to reality, but all my efforts have been completely useless. Thinking about this, Julian let out a long, exhausted sigh. Then, as if resigning himself to reality, he shifted his focus to the floating system screen before him. Character: Julian Kriphart Plassen. Possesses a unique trait, formal speech. All spoken dialogue is expressed with refined and respectful language. This irked Julian. Even when talking to myself, I have to be this damn formal? How annoying. But despite everything, he couldn't deny one thing. I do look pretty damn good. Now I understand why this guy is so popular. His proportions are insane. 8 head tall ratio? No, it might even be 9. Julian admired his own reflection with a mix of frustration and amusement. At the same time, just outside in the hallway, a nervous young man was trembling as he approached Julian's private chambers. With each step, beads of sweat trickled down his face. I'm going to die. I don't want to go. I don't want to meet him at all. It feels like I'm marching straight into hell. The more he thought about it, the shakier he became, but in the end, he sucked in a deep breath, gathered every ounce of courage he had left, and pushed open the door. Stepping inside, at that moment, a servant announced, "Lord Julian, Nyharand has arrived." Julian's sharp gaze immediately flickered with wariness upon hearing that name. Harand, a direct descendant of the Kriphart family? What's he doing here? As this thought crossed his mind, Julian instinctively scrutinized Harand with an intense, piercing stare. That alone was enough to make Harand nearly piss himself. His entire body trembled as he stammered, Lord Julian, are you feeling well?" Julian, on the other hand, remained indifferent, replying coolly, "Ah, thanks to your concern, I am perfectly fine." Hearing this, Harand crossed his arms and forced a nervous chuckle. Well, that's a relief. Who would have thought the invincible Julian would suddenly collapse? Maybe I was just worrying too much. Haha. On the surface, Julian's expression and enigmatic smirk remained unchanged, just as unreadable as ever. But inside, his mind was in complete turmoil. What does he want? This isn't just some random visitor. This is Harand himself, coming all the way here to check on me. What does he usually do in situations like this? Meanwhile, standing across from him, Harand's own thoughts were racing. Julian, you disgusting bastard, even with me standing right here, you're acting all calm and collected? There's no way this is normal. Maybe I should shake him up a little. With that thought in mind, Harand suddenly smirked and spoke in a casual tone. Oh, Julian, by the way, I heard a little rumor. Apparently, you've lost your memory? To Julian, this statement hit like a bolt of lightning out of nowhere. But within seconds, he quickly pieced everything together. Lost my memory? So that's why people have been whispering every time they see me acting strangely. Well, I do seem pretty suspicious, don't I? He stroked his chin in contemplation, a gesture that certainly did not go unnoticed by Harand. Oh, did I hit the bullseye? Harand mused to himself. Amused, seeing Julian's reaction, Harand waved his hand dismissively with a chuckle. Ahaha, it's just a rumor. No need to worry about it. In response to Harand's words, Julian's voice suddenly shifted, becoming more dangerous than ever. Harand, he said, his tone laced with a quiet menace. Don't tell me, you actually believe in that rumor too? As he spoke, his usually narrow eyes opened slightly, revealing a sliver of crimson and intense, almost suffocating pressure emanating from his gaze. At that moment, every fiber of Harand's being screamed at him to get the hell away from this man immediately. I would never, Harand stammered, his voice faltering as cold sweat poured down his face. Inside, he cursed himself. Why the hell did I say something like that just now? Damn it, he's completely unfazed. That smirk, that gaze, I can't read him at all. Maybe he already knows I'm here under orders from the Noble Elders Council. Steeling himself, Harand took a deep breath and forced a more composed tone. Ahem, there's no need to take rumors spread by the maids so seriously. He waved a hand dismissively. Anyway, the reason I came here today is because, well, even though I know you were injured, the Noble Elders Council has issued a message for you, and I was sent to deliver it. Upon hearing those words, Julian immediately recognized the weight behind them. The Noble Elders Council? He recalled the organization, a council formed by the noble families, obsessed with bloodline purity. Those old bastards who place absolute importance on lineage. There's no way they'd sit idly by while a member from a branch family schemes to take power. Julian belongs to a branch family, but he's always seen himself as a loyal hound of the royal family. Because of his extraordinary swordsmanship and mastery of magic, the council has always viewed him as a thorn in their side, one they'd remove the first chance they get. A message from them. Julian's mind raced, but he quickly composed himself. I'd better tread carefully. Keeping his expression unreadable, he nodded and asked, and what exactly is this message? Up ahead, Harand wasted no time delivering the message. The council has assigned you to participate in the entrance examination for Binyan, as an instructor. Upon hearing those words, Julian immediately recognized what that meant. Binyan, a clandestine group operating under direct orders from the royal palace, often acting as the royal guard's hidden enforcers. They were an elite force, composed of warriors with extraordinary combat abilities, and Julian himself was one of their members. So, the very people who want me gone are the ones choosing me for this role? Suspicious. Julian stroked his chin, deep in thought. Should I really go along with their little request? Meanwhile, Harand, watching him closely, was also caught up in his own dilemma. Normally, Julian would recognize this as a trap set by the Elders' Council and avoid it entirely. So how the hell am I supposed to convince him? That was the question plaguing Harand's mind. However, before he could formulate a strategy, Julian's next move blindsided him entirely. After a few seconds of silent calculation, Julian suddenly smiled and replied cheerfully, "All right, I'll go as an examiner." Harand's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, but what about your injuries?" he stammered, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. In response, Julian casually reached up, yanked off the bandage wrapped around his forehead, and said with a smirk, "Oh, what do you know? It just so happens to be healed. Heron's mind screeched to a halt. Even a fool could tell that Julian's so-called coincidence was utter nonsense. The speed with which he agreed to the request was beyond suspicious. Leaving Heron at a complete loss, he walked straight into the trap. Just like that? That's it? I don't even know what to think anymore. Whatever. Let's just butter him up and leave before he pulls something on me. With that in mind, Heron quickly forced a grin and gestured vaguely. Great. Then, prepare yourself and head out when you're ready. And with that, he turned on his heel, eager to make his exit. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Hey, hold on a second. Julian's sharp tone sent a shiver down Heron's spine. He's not letting me leave? Heron turned around in a hurry, trying to say something, anything, to defuse the situation. However, before he could even open his mouth, Julian casually tossed a potted orchid at him with a cheerful grin. There, watch out. Oops, don't worry. I was just giving you a flower. It'll help relieve your stress. Heron stared blankly at the plant now in his hands. He stood frozen for a moment before slowly walking out of the room in a daze. It wasn't until the door clicked shut behind him that his legs finally gave out. With a thud, he slumped onto the floor, his breath coming in sharp gasps. Dear gods, how could I forget his nickname, the Smiling Executioner? Back inside, Julian, had he known what was going through Heron's mind, would have probably doubled over laughing. But really, he couldn't blame the guy. His past actions had left an impression too deep to be erased. With a sigh, Julian scanned the room and shook his head. Well, that's one less pot to deal with. At some point, just from absent-mindedly speaking his thoughts aloud, his room had somehow transformed into a miniature orchid field. What am I even supposed to do with all these? No time to worry about that now. Heron was waiting, and Julian needed to get ready to leave. If I were the real Julian, there's no way I'd step outside without my sword, right? And what the hell am I supposed to wear? Reaching for a nearby sword, Julian made his way toward the wardrobe and yanked it open, only to be met with an explosion of garishly colored clothing. What the actual hell is this? His eyes twitched at the sheer extravagance on display. Was he out of his mind? This style is way too flashy. Damn it, I hate this, but I have to play the part properly. With a resigned sigh, he grabbed a white cloak and threw it over his shoulders. Then, without wasting another second, he strode out of the room. Heron, I'm ready. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to the interview round. So, where's the exam being held? Shortly after, both Julian and Heron climbed into a carriage and set off toward the exam site. As they rode along, Heron spoke up. As I mentioned before, the entrance exam for MANHWA will be conducted at Veal Academy's training grounds. Across from him, Julian furrowed his brows in thought. Veal Academy? It's not a major location in the game, but I do remember it. After a brief moment, he asked, what kind of place is it? Heron blinked in surprise. Haven't you already been there? You did graduate from Veal Academy. After all, Julian's mind went blank for a second. Whoa, I did not see that coming. Quickly regaining his composure, he let out an understanding hum. Ah, it has been a long time. I'm sure it's changed since I was last there. Heron seemed satisfied with this answer, his doubts quickly fading. Meanwhile, Julian folded his arms, deep in thought. An academy? Huh? Hopefully, no one remembers Julian's time there. There's a lot I'd rather forget. 2. Before long, the carriage slowed to a stop, and the driver's voice called out from the front. Lord Julian, Lord Heron, we've arrived at Veal Academy. Before them stood an enormous, ancient-looking architectural complex. Julian's eyes darted around as he took in the view. Damn, it's even bigger in real life. I've only ever seen it in the game before. Behind him, Heron tilted his head in confusion. Huh? What did you just say? Julian snapped out of his thoughts and quickly waved him off. Nothing at all. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he mused to himself. No matter how stunning the game's graphics were, they'll never compare to reality. But while Julian was busy marveling at his surroundings, Heron was shooting him wary glances. What the hell is that sly expression for? What kind of scheme is this lunatic plotting now? Switching back to Julian's perspective, he subtly glanced around and noticed Heron sweating profusely from nerves. A small twinge of concern flickered in Julian's mind. But still, isn't he way too scared? I actually feel kinda bad about this. Thinking this, Julian decided to give the guy a way out. Hey, man, you're free to go now. I really appreciate you escorting me all the way here. But to Julian's surprise, Heron quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, since I've already come this far. I'd like to see what the entrance exam is like myself. Julian immediately picked up on Heron's obvious fear. This guy was absolutely terrified of him but was still forcing himself to stay. That alone made Julian suspicious. Huh? I thought for sure he'd be itching to get out of here. And this unsettling aura I'm sensing from him, what is that? Is it mana? No. It's not some kind of magical energy or power he's unleashing. Is it an emotion? Could it be fear? The more Julian thought about it, the more convinced he became that his guess was right. So, he decided to check the character traits of Julian, and sure enough, he discovered something interesting. Trait: negative color, unique. You can perceive negative emotions directed at you. You can identify emotions based on the aura's color. Reading this, Julian's doubts vanished. So that's it. Now that he thought about it, Julian had always been exceptionally good at reading other people's emotions, especially when it came to exploiting them. He had a particular talent for using fear to win battles without even lifting a finger. If an opponent was angry, he could manipulate that rage, pushing them into reckless mistakes. It all made sense now. It had to be because of this trait. With this realization, Julian turned his gaze back to Heron, analyzing him carefully. The reason Heron won't leave is because he's scared? So he's sticking around to keep an eye on me? Did the Elder Council order him to do this? Looks like they really do see me as a threat now. Well, it's not surprising. Julian's reputation is awful. I bet they want to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid any trouble. And now that there are rumors about him losing his memories, this is the perfect time for the Elder Council to make their move against me. Of course, I can't just sit back and let that happen. I need to act. I need to survive, and find a way back to the real world. With that, the protagonist quietly began devising his next move. Before Julian could think any further, a student suddenly came rushing in from behind and accidentally slammed right into his back. The impact caused the student to stumble a few steps backward. I'm so sorry, the student blurted out instinctively. But the moment he caught sight of Julian's dangerously unreadable expression, his eyes widened in sheer terror. His entire body stiffened before he completely lost his balance, falling straight to the ground. Then, in pure panic, he screamed, Lord Julian! His outburst immediately drew the attention of the surrounding students. As soon as they spotted Julian standing there, an eerie wave of dread swept through the crowd. That's fox-eyed Julian? Why is the royal family's mad dog here? That guy's done for. He actually dared to run into him? The hushed whispers quickly spread like wildfire. Even though Julian hadn't done a single thing yet, every single student there was already convinced, without a shadow of a doubt, that the poor boy on the ground was doomed. And it wasn't just the students. Even Heron had the exact same thought. Panicked, he rushed forward and pleaded, My lord, please, calm down, he's just a kid. To the protagonist, hearing those words made his face scrunch up in frustration. Damn it, I haven't even done anything yet. This is so messed up. I hate this. I hate Julian too. He screamed internally. All of their fear, it's overwhelming me. How am I even supposed to get mad at this point? Julian, couldn't you have just treated people a little better? While everyone else was still holding their breath, anxiously waiting for what would happen next, a lone figure suddenly stepped forward. I'm not good at handling crowds, but I need to calm everyone down. With that thought, a girl's voice rang out. Welcome, Lord Julian. She spoke clearly, her gaze meeting his head on. Her stunning features and piercing ruby-colored eyes left a strong impression on Julian. He instantly recognized who she was. Eileen Donatine, one of the first major characters to appear in Exterminate the Demon King, starting now. A student at Veil Academy, affiliated with the Adrathan Empire's Mage Tower. She's a genius magician, capable of wielding metal among the 5 elemental attributes. And she reached the 5th tier spellcaster rank at just 24. She gave Hayden tons of valuable advice during the academy arc. But why is she greeting Julian like this? Do they know each other? Regardless, her presence had significantly diffused the tension in the air. Julian let out a quiet breath of relief. However, just as he did, something unusual caught his attention. A strange aura was radiating from Eileen. Julian's expression darkened as his body tensed. Wait, I can see her negative aura. This is bad. That's fear? No. Wait, anger? No, that's not it. It's hatred? But why? Why does she hate me? What the hell did Julian do to her? Goddammit, Julian, what the hell were you up to? His mind raced. Eileen was a high-ranking mage. If he acted too suspiciously, She could cause all sorts of problems. He needed to de-escalate this, and fast. At that moment, Julian's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly before he sneered. The half-breed of the Donatine family. Who gave you the right to speak to me? The words rang out, instantly turning Eileen's face ice-cold. The atmosphere dropped several degrees. All around them, the other students stood frozen in place, mouths agape in shock. Meanwhile, internally, Julian was wailing in despair. Oh, wow, that shut her up completely. Great, just great, and I can already guess what's going on because I played the game. This isn't calming things down at all. It's making them worse, but I have to keep up the villain act. With that thought, Julian swiftly drew his sword, his voice turning razor-sharp as he taunted. So, being a half-breed has made you deaf, too? Tell me, do you know what kind of sound a person makes when they die? Seeing Julian's actions, the surrounding students instinctively stumbled backward in fear. His villainous smile only widened. Scared, aren't you? Now, finally, I can get her to calm down, Julian thought to himself. But contrary to his expectations, Eileen responded in a way he hadn't anticipated. A violent surge of energy erupted from her entire body. Lightning crackled wildly around her, sending arcs of electricity scattering in all directions. You just drew your sword? She snapped. I don't care if you're Julian of the closed eye. Even you shouldn't be behaving like this in front of a student and a professor. This is an act of violence. A blatant violation of academy law. I won't turn a blind eye. Prepare yourself. I'm not an easy opponent. As her voice rang out, the energy radiating from her grew even more intense. Julian's instincts screamed at him. His body tensed. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, internally screaming, Wait, wait, wait. I was just going to scare her a little and then back off like a proper villain. But Eileen had no way of knowing what was running through his mind. At that moment, she lunged forward. Lightning gathered in both of her palms before she fired a powerful blast straight at Julian at breakneck speed. Thankfully, his body reacted instinctively. His sword was already raised across his chest by the time the lightning struck, causing the attack to deflect to the side with a deafening crack. The ground trembled, and a large crater formed where the lightning had landed. Julian swallowed hard. Holy crap, she's actually fighting seriously? Sweat beaded on his forehead. Across from him, Professor Eileen narrowed her eyes. Seeing Julian glancing around in the middle of their fight irritated her. You dare look away? Not wanting any distractions, she turned to the remaining students and ordered, Everyone, evacuate the area immediately. The moment they heard that, not a single student dared to stay behind to watch the two powerhouses clash. Their faces turned pale with terror as they scattered in a frenzy. Even Heron didn't dare linger for long. He bolted along with the rest of the fleeing crowd. As he ran, he kept glancing over his shoulder, cursing under his breath. What the hell is even happening? I should have left the moment Julian told me to. Back at the battlefield, while Eileen was still giving orders to the students, Julian seized the opportunity. Haha, you really shouldn't be looking away, especially not in the middle of a fight. His taunting voice rang out as he lunged forward, swinging his sword at breakneck speed. Forced to react instantly, Eileen channeled her magic to conjure a barrier. But it barely lasted a few seconds before shattering into countless fragments. Julian's face ended up mere inches from hers. The sudden proximity made Eileen's cheeks flush red with embarrassment. Flustered, she let out an exasperated cry before unleashing another surge of electricity. Julian, seeing this, blurred in and out of sight, swiftly dodging her attacks before leaping back to create some distance. He wasn't about to underestimate the power behind that strike. Damn, that would have killed me if it landed. She's putting her emotions into this fight, he muttered to himself. From Eileen's perspective, after that intense attack, she was already panting heavily. Regret flickered through her mind. Damn it, I didn't mean to make that a lethal blow. But he dodged all of it, just as I expected from Julian. And at some point, I had to admit, he really played his role perfectly. That thought sent her drifting into a memory from the past, a time when she had still been a student at Veal Academy. Back then, Julian had been a student as well. His talent, charisma, and sharp wit had drawn attention from everyone, forcing her into an uncomfortable spotlight, especially among the female students. Senior Julian, is he really from the academy? He's even more dazzling than the upperclassmen we have now. Hearing those words, first-year Eileen had once gazed at Julian with a dreamy expression. Her face flushed. That's right, Senior Julian is just too cool. Not only is he well connected with other students, but his swordsmanship makes him shine like a star. Back then, when I looked at him, I truly believed that coming from a branch family wouldn't hold me back. That's right, Julian, no, that bastard was someone I once looked up to. I genuinely believed he could change society's prejudice against people like me. Born from branch families, at that time, when I still couldn't tell the difference between admiration and love, I confessed to him and got rejected. Recalling this, shame and fury surged through her veins. With a loud cry, Eileen channeled a sphere of crackling lightning between her palms. Once it was fully charged, she unleashed it forward. A devastating pillar of electricity shot straight at Julian. Unfortunately for her, Julian's reflexes were simply too fast. With just a slight tilt of his body, he effortlessly dodged the attack. Seeing this, Eileen trembled with frustration, her entire body shaking. Damn it, I was this close to winning. Why? Is it that hard to just take one hit? Wouldn't it kill him to let me land one good shot? From Julian's perspective, he muttered to himself, why is her face getting so red? Is she that angry? I think it's about time I wrap this up. With that thought, his body moved like a gust of wind. In an instant, he reappeared behind Eileen. Before she could react, he lightly tapped the hilt of his sword against the back of her neck and teased, why don't we stop playing around now? Eileen's face instantly flushed crimson. She spun around and shouted, what do you think you're doing? Are you mocking me? Why didn't you use that moonlight azure blade you drew earlier? You could have killed me if you really wanted to. I felt the magic surging from you. So why? In response, Julian smirked and asked, you really want to know, Professor Eileen? For a moment, anticipation flickered in Eileen's eyes. Could it be? After all this time, is he finally acknowledging my feelings? With her heart pounding, she nodded eagerly. Yes. Julian simply shrugged, then pointed at Herend, who had been lingering in the background. Because this is Herend's first time here. He had no idea where the testing grounds were, and everyone else was too scared to tell me. Now that you do understand, would you mind leading me there? That'd be great, thanks. Hearing this, Eileen's face froze in sheer disbelief. Seriously? What kind of ridiculous reason is that? She muttered to herself, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, from Julian's perspective, as they moved along, his mind drifted back to the moonlight azure blade that Eileen had mentioned earlier. Moonlight azure blade, huh? She must be talking about Julian's sword. Normally, when someone envelops their blade with aura, it manifests as a radiant glow surrounding the weapon. But Julian's sword was different. His entire blade would shine brilliantly, like it was holding the very essence of the moonlight within. Julian had used that sword to slay countless demons, and after witnessing its power, people had named it the Moonlight Azure Blade as a mark of both reverence and fear. That sword is practically Julian's trademark. It's the very source of his strength. So then, how the hell am I supposed to use it? The fact that Eileen was beginning to catch up to his level was a major problem. This was bad, really bad. He needed to make absolutely sure that she didn't figure out the truth. As this thought crossed his mind, Julian's eyes gleamed faintly with a red light, causing the two people behind him to flinch in alarm. What the hell is this devious bastard plotting now? Noticing their uneasy expressions, Julian smirked and turned back to ask, huh? Something wrong? No, nothing at all. This way, follow me, they stammered in response. And just like that, before long, with Eileen leading the way, the three of them arrived at a vast examination field. The moment they stepped inside, Julian flashed a bright, confident smile and addressed the gathered students. Ah, finally, you all are doing great. Sorry I'm a little late, Professor Eileen got a bit sidetracked on the way over. Then, placing a hand over his chest, he introduced himself with a charismatic grin. My name is Julian Kriphart Plassen, and I'll be overseeing your entrance exam today. I'm guessing most of you have already heard of me, haven't you? Switching over to Herend's perspective, while Julian was in the middle of introducing himself, Herend's gaze darted across the gathered students, as if searching for someone. Where is he? There he is, the second son of the Torso family. I knew he'd be here. Now, speaking of the Torso family, they had been close allies of the Kriphart family for generations. As usual, being accepted into Beholder's Eye was an immense honor. It was an organization directly affiliated with the royal family. However, that prestige came at a cost. The competition to get in was absolutely ruthless. The entrance exam was a battle between the instructor and the candidates. If, during this process, Julian were to utterly humiliate the second son of the Torso family. The elders would see it as a perfect opportunity to bring him down. This would be where his reputation crumbled. With that thought in mind, Herend subtly observed Julian's expression. But setting that aside, Julian soon wrapped up his introduction and got straight to the point. "All right, it looks like all of you are eager to learn from me." "Huh? Yes, sir," the students responded in unison, their voices ringing loud and clear. Hearing this, Julian let out a bright, amused laugh. "Ha, I've seen plenty of worthless cowards who crumbled at the sight of an enemy. People with naive, easily deceived eyes. Fools who drew their swords so half-heartedly it felt like a joke." His expression hardened, his voice laced with cold authority. "Beholder's eye is not a place for people like that. This is a merciless empire. And as your senior, I will share with you my personal experience of what that means." With that, he drew the sword from his waist. The sharp gleam of the blade reflected in his intense gaze, sending a shiver down the spines of the gathered students. "The condition to pass this exam is to kill me." The moment those words left his lips, fear spread across the faces of the students like wildfire. Switching back to Julian's perspective, he had already calculated his every move before uttering those bold words. All of it stemmed from Herend's last-minute reminder. "Shit, I just realized. The entrance exam is a one-on-one duel." Back then, Herend had warned him, "Even though this is just an entrance exam, don't you dare hold back against them." Recalling that, Julian felt like pulling his hair out. They expect me to duel these students? I barely managed to survive my fight with Eileen by running away. If I actually have to participate in an official match, I'll be exposed in no time. The students will probably react like this. Huh? He's that weak? He's not even using the moonlight blade? Were all those rumors baseless? Or has he really lost his memory? Yeah, that's exactly how it'll go. Worse yet, if I start acting too suspiciously, someone might attack me out of sheer spite. Realizing this, Julian smirked as a plan formed in his mind. If that's the case, the best move is to provoke them from the start and seize the upper hand. With that, Julian threw his head back and shouted, "What's wrong, everyone? The exam doesn't end until I die. Or until there are no challengers left. Right?" His voice echoed through the arena as he flashed a confident, almost devilish grin. On the other side, the students exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with hesitation. No one dared to step forward. A suffocating silence fell over the group. Then, a trembling hand suddenly shot up from within the crowd. A student, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, stammered, I forfeit." His voice was like a trigger. One by one, the other students quickly raised their hands, shaking their heads. "Same here. I am out too. Me too." The wave of forfeits spread like wildfire. Even the second son of the Torso family, who had initially been brimming with arrogance, clenched his fists in frustration but ultimately raised his hand in surrender. And just like that, with nothing but a single well-placed provocation and the overwhelming pressure he exuded, Julian had effortlessly coerced the entire group of students into giving up before the battle had even begun. Herend and Professor Eileen stood frozen in shock, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Seeing his plan succeed, Julian burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, well then, the exam is officially over, since there are no challengers left. With that, he sheathed his sword and swiftly turned on his heel to leave. Internally, he was celebrating so hard that he could have cried tears of joy. I actually pulled it off. Man, Julian's aggressive nature really comes in handy in moments like these. As he thought about this, his gaze flickered toward Eileen, who was still standing behind him. So, what now, Eileen? Has your fear of me completely overshadowed your hatred? That was what Julian assumed. However, when he finally took a good look at her, he was utterly baffled. Her face was flushed red, not with fear, but with something else entirely. What the hell? I don't sense any fear from her. Did my negative color trait fail to activate? That thing is supposed to work on its own. So why isn't it kicking in now? If that's the case, I might be in trouble. Panicking slightly, Julian clenched his fist and gave himself a light punch on the head, as if trying to manually reboot his trait. Meanwhile, Eileen was lost in a whirlwind of her own thoughts, tinged with a rosy hue. What he just did, it reminds me of how that foul-mouthed senior of mine used to intimidate his opponents to avoid unnecessary fights. To clarify, Julian's negative color trait only allowed him to perceive negative emotions. If someone wasn't experiencing fear, anger, or hatred, He simply couldn't see anything from them. That was why Eileen's current state confused him. There were no negative colors surrounding her at all. Time passed quickly. Scene transition. Inside a dimly lit room. Herond suddenly shouted, "Julian, Julian, that was amazing." Julian narrowed his eyes at him, staring intensely before slapping a firm hand on his shoulder. Herond froze on the spot, his face turning pale as he stammered, What? What's wrong?" Julian had done this to test whether Herond was afraid of him. The moment he saw the usual negative colors radiating from the guy, he finally felt reassured. Good, my negative color trait still works on him. At least. Relaxing a bit, Julian gave him a reassuring nod. Nothing's wrong. In fact, you're the one who did all the hard work. At that moment, another young man rushed toward them, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Good evening, sir. What you did earlier was absolutely incredible." Hearing this, Julian turned to him and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and you are?" Before Julian could even finish his sentence, the young man eagerly introduced himself. "Yes, my name is Razalot, and I'm in charge of the Academy's administrative work. It's a great honor to meet you, sir. So the rumors about your memory loss were false. After all, you completed the entrance exam without even fighting a single challenger. And not only that, I heard that the second son of the Torso family was among the 100 examinees. Yet you didn't show the slightest mercy. As expected of you." Hearing this, Herond nearly had a heart attack. He immediately jumped in to shut Razalot up. "How dare you? Are you trying to outright declare that the second son of the Torso family failed the exam?" He looked ready to bite, practically foaming at the mouth. Seeing Herond's aggressive reaction, Razalot quickly raised his hands in defense. "Sir, that wasn't my intention at all." Herond, who acted meek and submissive in front of Julian, suddenly turned into a beast when dealing with someone like Razalot. "You dare act so arrogant when you're still in training? Do you even understand the relationship between the Criphart and Torso families?" His teeth ground together in frustration. But before he could bark out any more insults, Julian stepped in. "Hey, Herond, I think you're misunderstanding something. Or maybe it's the Torso family that's misunderstanding something." Both Herond and Razalot froze at his words. Completely taken aback, Julian continued, his voice steady and firm. "Banayan doesn't accept nobles, since the organization is directly under the royal family. Only commoners or fallen nobles are allowed to join." A heavy silence filled the room. The two men stared at Julian, dumbfounded, as if this was the first time they had ever heard such information. After a few seconds of processing, Herond snapped back to his senses and pointed a finger straight at Julian. "But aren't you a noble too?" Julian leaned in dangerously close, his voice lowering into a growl. "I am a branch descendant of the Criphart family, a bastard." "That's why." His piercing gaze sent a chill down Herond's spine. The second son of the Torso family entered this exam despite knowing he wouldn't make it past the second round. Were they trying to harden him through real combat experience? Or, is there some hidden scheme behind his participation? As he spoke, Julian lightly tapped his forehead with his index finger. His tone was calm, yet it carried an unmistakable undertone, making the hair on the back of Herond's neck stand on end. A shiver ran down his spine as he fought to keep himself from trembling. Internally, he cursed Julian in frustration. Damn it, could he have figured it out? Does he know this entire exam was a trap set up by the Elder Council? And that I'm involved with them? Julian, on the other hand, paid no mind to Herond's panicked thoughts. With a cheerful expression, he continued speaking. "But of course, there's no way that's the case. This is probably just a misunderstanding. Otherwise, that would be a real shame if something unfortunate were to happen." As he said this, he shot Herond a glance, his crimson eyes gleaming with a dangerous glint. Time passed swiftly. The scene shifted to Julian's mansion. As soon as he stepped inside, the voices of the maids filled the air. "You've finally returned. Welcome home, young master. Would you like to have dinner?" Julian responded without hesitation. "No, that won't be necessary. Also, make sure no one enters my study." With that, he swiftly made his way to his private quarters. Shutting the door firmly behind him, he unfastened the sword at his waist, tossing it aside before collapsing onto a chair with a weary sigh. Phew, judging from Herond's reaction, it seems the Elder Council really did set a trap for this entrance exam. I was lucky no one saw through me today. But how much longer can my luck hold out? His gaze shifted toward his sword as a new wave of concern washed over him. The fact that I can't use the Moonlight Sword, it's unsettling. If I could wield it, If I had an overwhelming power that no one could question, then none of this would be a problem. If that's the case, maybe I should try to unlock the Moonlight Sword's power." As he muttered to himself, Julian began channeling the mana within his body. A brilliant blue aura slowly enveloped him, casting an ethereal glow throughout the room. However, the radiant aura surrounding the sword dissipated within seconds, vanishing into thin air. Julian frowned. "Just as I thought, it won't activate on its own." His innate trait, exceptional swordsmanship, allowed him to wield any blade without obstruction. The moment his hand gripped the sword, the paths, the precise trajectories the weapon was meant to take, became clear to him. Yet, even with this overwhelming mastery, the sword's power remained dormant. Glancing at his system screen, he reviewed the description of his trait once more. Trait: exceptional swordsmanship. Rank: innate. Description: you have been familiar with swords since birth. You were born to walk the path of a swordsman. As long as it takes the form of a sword, you can wield it, regardless of type. Julian shook his head and muttered to himself. But this still isn't enough. Within the Empire, countless swordsmen could rival Julian. Dozens, perhaps even hundreds of named figures alone were already at his level. The difference, however, was undeniable. What separated Julian from them wasn't just skill, it was aura and mana. That overwhelming gap in power was the reason the original Julian had survived despite his extreme mindset. But could he, the current Julian, truly accomplish the same? If mana backflows, my internal organs could be destroyed. Controlling mana is incredibly dangerous. A sliver of hesitation crept into his mind. But just as quickly, he crushed it. No, sooner or later, I'll have to prove myself. If the concept of mana in this world is the same as it was in the game, then I, someone who has played this game hundreds of times, already know the method. He took a deep breath, reaffirming his plan. I need to guide the mana flow from my heart to the mana meridians, the organs responsible for storing mana within the body. Out of the 38 mana meridians, 6 are the most vital. Among them, the one in the head is the core of mana, directly connected to the heart. If I can activate that region, then I might succeed. Thinking this through, Julian clenched his teeth and focused his mind to its highest limit, directing the flow of mana within his body. And sure enough, with the exceptional talent of this body, he succeeded on his very first try. A dense surge of mana enveloped him, making his eyes widen with exhilaration. The aura is resonating. Now, I need to shift the mana to a different position. The resistance was stronger than expected, but Julian knew he could push through. With that thought, he poured more energy into the process. Soon, his sword was wrapped in a luminous glow, radiating a brilliance akin to the moonlight. Julian's breath caught in his throat. It worked. But just as he was about to celebrate, the system issued a cold notification. Confirmation: Moonlight Sword is incomplete. Julian blinked, then let out a dry chuckle. Ha ha ha, of course it is. It manifested, but it's still weak. What is this, a crescent moon? Still, it was progress. At the very least, the moon had risen on its first night. Time passed quickly. On a training ground, 3 wooden training dummies stood before him. Julian shifted into a drawing stance, lowering his posture slightly. In the blink of an eye, whoosh! Like a streak of lightning, he surged forward, his blade slicing clean through the dummies. Splinters flew in every direction. Julian smoothly sheathed his sword and let out a steady breath. Phew, at the very least, I've reached the level of a knight. Now, I just need to perfect the Moonlight Sword. But something was off. The game knowledge in his mind was starting to interfere. I need someone who knows me. No. Someone who knows Julian. Someone Julian would seek for guidance. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, yet no specific person came to mind. Then suddenly, "Ah, Lord Julian, you have a visitor." A maid's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Julian raised a brow. Huh? A guest? Julian has friends? Still, he couldn't deny the small flicker of excitement inside him. Perfect timing. And so, with anticipation in his heart, our protagonist quickly strode forward to meet his guest. Unfortunately, his expectations were doomed to crumble. The visitor turned out to be none other than that young man from before, Razalot. The moment Julian appeared, Razalot beamed with excitement and greeted him cheerfully. "Lord Julian, good day." Julian, on the other hand, froze on the spot. He stood there, speechless for a few seconds, before finally letting out a deep, weary sigh. "Razalot?" Hearing his name, Razalot practically lit up. "Wow, You actually remember my name? But it's not because of what I did yesterday, right? There was a hint of anxiety in his voice, his expression turning a little stiff. Meanwhile, Julian let out a quiet sigh in his mind. How could I possibly forget someone who talks this much in front of Julian? I can't even tell if he's just obnoxious or straight up clueless. Suppressing the urge to rub his temples, Julian asked dryly, "It's not that. What do you want?" Razalot, suddenly recalling his reason for coming, straightened up and hurriedly explained. I received orders from the commander to confirm the results of the entrance examination at Veal Academy yesterday. My lord. Julian stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked with mild curiosity. Didn't you already see the results for yourself yesterday? Hearing this, Razalot scratched the back of his head awkwardly and explained. Well, receiving the results from the examiners and then reporting them back is just part of the procedure. His voice was full of reluctance, as if he himself found the whole thing pointless. Julian sighed inwardly, shaking his head in disappointment. What a useless procedure. The blind eye is seriously inefficient when it comes to this. Despite his complaints, Julian simply turned around and stated, "Just report this. There's no one left in the entrance exam results." Understood? Yes, my lord. I'll report it just like that to the commander. Razalot replied swiftly before preparing to leave. But just as he was about to step away, Julian suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment. Razalot froze. Julian's eyes gleamed mischievously as he smirked in a way that sent an ominous chill down Razlow's spine. You said you're going to report back to the commander, right? Julian asked with an unsettling grin. Yes, Razalot hesitated. Julian patted his shoulder firmly. Then I'll just do it myself. Razalot paled instantly. Why, you're going to report it yourself? Lord Julian? Julian nodded, his smirk widening. That's right. Come with me to the carriage. I'll give you a ride. Unlike Julian, who was in an exceptionally good mood, Razlow's entire soul nearly left his body. Internally, he was screaming, Julian, did I make some kind of mistake? This has to be about yesterday, right? It definitely is, isn't it? Razlow's weak and hesitant voice made Julian sigh as he shook his head. No, it's not like that. Saying so, he internally scolded himself. I was just trying to be considerate. I thought you might feel uncomfortable returning alone. Julian, you really should have lived a more decent life. But since things have already come to this. Julian's eyes darkened as he contemplated his next move. Should I seek him out for advice? The commander of the Blind Eye definitely knows Julian well. And if I handle this right, I can ensure the Criphart family won't be able to pull any schemes when the Blind Eye is involved. All with just a single word. With this thought in mind, Julian set his plan in motion. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a grand, luxurious golden building. Inside the commander's office, a staff member rushed in, his face pale with fear. Commander, we have a problem. Hearing the panicked voice, the man behind the desk frowned in annoyance. What's with all the noise? This better be something serious. Before he could even finish speaking, the panicked employee blurted out. He's here in person. The commander's expression darkened. Who? The staff member swallowed hard before answering. Julian Criphart. He came to see you himself. The moment those words left his mouth, the commander's hand froze mid-motion. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes narrowing in suspicion. He came in person? That Julian? His voice carried an unmistakable edge of doubt, as if he couldn't quite believe the information he had just received. Scene transition. Outside the royal palace of Adraton, the moment our main character, Julian, arrived, he couldn't help but be stunned by the grandeur and splendor of the massive castle. Wow, I can't believe I'm finally seeing this place with my own eyes. The main setting of the game is the continent of Rosenda, ruled by 3 powerful nations. Among them, the strongest by far is the Adraton Empire, Julian's current location. After the Demon King Babatos was sealed away, the shattered and ruined territories were swiftly consolidated under the Empire's firm monarchy, transforming the land into a dominant superpower. And the most obvious symbol of that strength? This magnificent royal palace. Wow, it's honestly overwhelming, my heart's racing. Julian was quietly moved by the thought. Though thanks to his character's naturally calm demeanor, he still wore that ever-gentle smile, giving off an approachable vibe to anyone around. Well, anyone except the friend walking beside him. Poor Lazarus wasn't getting friendly vibes at all. In fact, just seeing Julian's faint smirk was enough to send chills down his spine. Why is he smiling like that? It's terrifying. Normally, Julian wouldn't even appear in person, always sending servants in his place. But today, he was reporting directly to the commander of Closed Eyes, and dragging along a nobody like Lazarus. But why? Lazarus wondered anxiously. And he wasn't the only one asking that question. Julian's sudden appearance sparked murmurs and puzzled glances from everyone around. They whispered cautiously, their eyes filled with suspicion as they stared at him. What's going on? Julian showed up in person? Wasn't he injured? He looks totally fine. So, was that memory loss thing just a rumor? Julian paid no mind to the buzzing gossip, continuing to smile as always, while Lazarus grew more and more uneasy with every passing step. Why is he still smiling? I know this sounds ridiculous, but I'm seriously about to faint. Suddenly, Julian spoke. The royal palace is still as breathtaking as ever. Lazarus, startled, quickly turned to respond. Why, yes, absolutely. Julian continued. The commander should be near the second gate, Jiagui Gate. This is the first one, Zhangqian Gate. It's open to the public. Hearing that, Lazarus, the poor guy caught in a one-sided heart-to-heart, could only blink and mutter. Yeah, even he had no idea why Julian would suddenly say something like that. Huh? Why is he bringing this up now? Everyone knows about Closed Eyes. Is this some kind of test? The look of disdain on Julian's face made Lazarus wonder if a low-level informant like himself was being tested again. If I mess this up and guide him the wrong way, I might end up on the failure list. That thought alone had him panicking inside. But contrary to everything he was imagining, Julian wasn't scrutinizing him at all. In fact, he was just casually enjoying the view all around. His eyes swept across the surroundings with genuine interest as he silently thought. This place is way bigger than it was in the game. I can't even tell where the Closed Eyes building is from here. Noticing the pale, borderline panicked look on Lazarus' face, Julian kindly turned to him and asked, "What's going on with you? You feeling okay?" Lazarus, eyes shimmering like he was about to cry, quickly shook his head and replied, No, I'm totally fine. Good health is the #1 priority for any member of Closed Eyes." That answer made Julian raise an eyebrow with mild curiosity. Still, he didn't press further. Putting the exchange behind them, the two quickened their pace until they finally arrived at the entrance of the massive palace. "We're here," Julian said with a nod. Hearing that, Lazarus rubbed his hands together like some kind of gatekeeper and awkwardly asked, "So, does that mean I passed?" "Passed what?" Julian narrowed his eyes as he replied, clearly confused. That one simple question made the poor intern let out a huge sigh of relief. Haha, so this wasn't a test after all. But before he could even finish that thought, Julian's expression suddenly darkened. His tone dropped as he said firmly, "Of course not. Why would I need to test you?" Lazarus? From Lazarus' point of view, the moment hit like a tidal wave. He was so overwhelmed with emotion. He nearly burst into tears. Wait, does this mean I've officially become a member of Closed Eyes? Overcome with joy, Lazarus immediately bowed and said, "Thank you." Then, without waiting for a reply, he cheerfully added, "Well then, I'll take my leave," and walked off while whistling. Completely elated, Julian just stood there, watching him go, with absolutely no idea what to make of the guy. Sigh, what a strange guy. I mean, it's not like I have the right to say that while I'm pretending to. But, still, weird. Before Julian could dwell on it any longer, a cold-faced staff member approached and announced, "Sir Julian, Commander Ordwin says you may enter." Julian gave a small nod, adjusted his outfit slightly, and thought to himself, "All right, time to meet my superior." Images of the man began to form in his mind, Commander Ordwin Balladeer, the sole heir of the prestigious Balladeer descendant family. His strength and leadership were more than enough to earn him his position as the commander of Closed Eyes, a unit that served no one but the royal family, and could only be united under his command. I wonder what kind of presence he has in person. I'm actually getting a little nervous. As that thought crossed his mind, a single bead of sweat rolled down Julian's cheek. The staff member led him to Ordwin's office and then stopped just outside the heavy doors. Julian stepped forward and called out, "Commander, I'm coming in." From inside the room, a youthful voice called out, "Come in, Julian, come in. It's been a while. I heard you were injured. Are you all right?" The voice belonged to a petite girl with deep circles under her eyes, none other than Commander Ordwin Balladeer of Closed Eyes. On Julian's end, the moment he saw her, his smile froze in place. She looked nothing like what he'd imagined. So this is Ordwin Balladeer. Commander of Closed Eyes? No room for emotions in this unit. Sounds great. But, she's so tiny. I remember the description said she was small. But this? This is on another level. A woman? No, not quite. But she honestly looks more like a little girl than anything else. The more he thought about it, the more baffled he became. It was as if she could read his mind. Ordwin pointed straight at him and barked. All right, get over here. You were about to say I'm still just as tiny as ever. Weren't you? Julian immediately waved his hands in denial. No, of course not. But inside, he was seriously impressed. Reading Julian's thoughts? No wonder she's the commander. With that, Ordwin turned her attention back to her paperwork. As she signed off on documents, she asked, So, how's your injury? Give me a full report. The question made Julian unconsciously tighten his hands together. How am I supposed to phrase this? She's not someone I can take lightly. I've got to be careful. If I mess this up, she might get suspicious. Even someone like me has to show respect to the commander. Closed Eyes is known as the royal family's watchdogs, blindly loyal. Without question, taking a breath, Julian raised one hand to his chest and bowed slightly. Thank you for your concern. The wound was serious, but not enough to shake my loyalty to the royal family. At those words, for some reason, Commander Ordwin stopped working. She looked up and fixed her gaze on him, studying him intently. Then, she walked right up to Julian, eyes sharp. That's odd. Do you always talk like that? Something about it feels off. Julian. As she spoke, the petite commander gently pressed the hilt of her sword under his chin. From Julian's point of view, he immediately noticed a red glow surrounding Commander Ordwin. A red aura of rejection? She's suspicious of me? Julian, what the hell kind of relationship did you have with your superior all this time? But there was no time to hesitate. Staying true to his role as the villain, Julian made his move, bold and without a second thought. He reached out and gripped the hilt of Ordwin's sword, leaning in close to the petite commander. He asked, Is there a problem? Ordwin's face twisted in irritation. You dare grab my sword? She snapped. You barely ever show your face around Closed Eyes headquarters. And when you do show up, all you do is silently look around and disappear. And now, all of a sudden, you're acting all eager? What's gotten into you, Julian? Her voice dripped with sarcasm, and Julian broke into a cold sweat. Even if I'm playing Julian, I thought at the very least this guy would know how to keep things professional here. Looks like I underestimated you. Julian, trying to explain, he said, I took time off due to my injuries. Remember? I came here to report that. Oh really? Ordwin shot back, tone heavy with doubt. Is that truly the reason? Yes. Is there something wrong with that? Julian replied, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Inside, he reminded himself, stick to the part. I'm Julian. Damn it. Keep a poker face and press forward. With that in mind, he slammed his hand down on the desk, throwing the pressure right back at her. So now you're trying to control whether or not I show up at HQ too. Across from him, Ordwin let out a mental groan. He's barely been back for 5 minutes and he's already talking back to his superior? She narrowed her eyes. I heard the injury may have affected your mind, but from what I'm seeing, you're doing just fine. A vein visibly popped on Julian's forehead, but he kept his smile intact. She's technically not wrong, but hearing her say it still pisses me off. For someone to throw that in Julian's face, yeah. This woman isn't some pushover. Unaware of the insults flying through his head, Ordwin calmly skimmed through a stack of reports on her desk and asked, Fine then, let's hear your report. From the recruitment exam, did anyone stand out? Julian replied with a cheerful smile. No one. Surprisingly, Ordwin didn't seem fazed. Yeah, I figured. You're the Sword St. Hayden's apprentice. After all, typical goody two-shoes types probably didn't meet your standards. But I wasn't asking if anyone impressed you. I meant, did anyone have enough skill to temporarily fill in for the broken link? Julian continued to shake his head. Still no one. That was the final straw for the petite commander. Ordwin could no longer contain her frustration. She turned to him and snapped. What? So we're not recruiting anyone? Ha ha ha. Julian kept smiling. That's right. Ordwin glared at him, clearly annoyed. And why is that? Julian simply smiled without answering, which only fueled her irritation. Slamming her hand on the desk, she shouted, Why the hell did you do that? Are you out of your mind? I knew something was off with you. Closed Eyes is short-staffed. We need every person we can get. Julian countered calmly. But we can't just accept random trash just because we're understaffed. Can we? None of the candidates were a good fit for Closed Eyes. His reasoning sounded solid enough. But the lowly-sized commander still couldn't suppress her rage. She yelled again, then let them screw up a bit. Maybe one of them turns out useful. But Julian didn't budge. That would just be a waste of time. They weren't even qualified for an apprenticeship. On the outside, Julian kept his composure, but inside, he was thinking, honestly, I was just dodging the mock battles. Back to Ordwin's perspective, knowing full well Julian's twisted personality, she just waved him away like she was swatting at a fly. There's no reasoning with you. Get out of my sight. Now, Julian had approached her with an actual purpose. So naturally, he wasn't going to leave just yet. He quickly added, haha, before I go, I have a proposal. Ordwin groaned. What now? Her irritated tone startled Julian. She's terrifying, but I've got to play the part. I am Julian, after all. Stealing himself. He pulled a prepared envelope from inside his jacket, placed it on the desk, and said, while overseeing the exam, I noticed some flaws in the recruitment process. I compiled them in this report. Curious despite herself, Ordwin picked up the document and skimmed through it. Frowning. Flaws? Julian nodded. Yes, I felt that the candidates showed a clear lack of vigilance, especially considering this is closed eyes. Ordwin raised an eyebrow. Surprised. Is that so? You'd think they'd do some basic research about the organization they're applying to. As long as they're not total garbage. I usually don't care. She casually glanced over the contents of Julian's report, eyes narrowing at one specific line. Closed eyes bears no responsibility for any accidents during the recruitment process. Reading that, Ordwin couldn't hold back a laugh. Haha, this makes it sound like you planned to kill someone during the exam. Is that what I'm supposed to take away from this? Julian? When asked this question, Julian, of course, wasn't foolish enough to reveal his true intentions. He simply smiled, as he always did. However, this only served to confirm Ordwin's suspicions. She lightly tapped her finger on the desk and pondered. That attitude says it all. This is strange. Julian, the one who's second in command in Closed Eyes, has never interfered with internal policies like this before. After a few seconds of contemplation, she lifted her gaze and asked, is this the reason no one was recruited during the recent examination? Are you worried that something might happen to the candidates, and then you'd be held responsible? Upon hearing this, Julian shrugged and admitted, yes, and besides, selecting talented individuals through a flawed recruitment process won't do us any good. We're a royal-affiliated organization. After all, we can't afford to let anyone tarnish the noble name we bear. Before Julian could continue his speech, Ordwin quickly raised her hand, signaling for him to stop. All right, I get it. Whenever you bring up the royal family, you sure do talk a lot. For now, I'll submit this proposal to the council, but I can't promise it'll pass. Julian nodded in agreement. Thank you, Commander Ordwin. I'll take my leave now. He turned to leave the room, but just as he was about to take a step, Ordwin suddenly remembered something and called out to him. Hold on, a strange letter from the Royal Secretariat was delivered to your office. You should check it out. The sudden reminder caused Julian to pause for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and turned back to reply. I understand. And so, after Julian left the office, Ordwin's expression darkened, her mood shifting. She thought to herself, so Closed Eyes takes no responsibility for any incidents. Huh? Meaning even if someone dies during the exam, they'll get away with it because of the royal family's protection. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that the recruitment process itself remains the same. From the start, the only people allowed to join Closed Eyes were the fallen aristocrats and the commoners who stayed neutral in politics. They lack power, so it's not easy for them to just ignore their discontent. That's why there hasn't been any issue so far. Julian must understand this too. So the real purpose behind this reform proposal is... She paused, realizing what Julian's true intentions were. He must have figured out that the Elder Council and the Torso family were playing tricks during the examination. And now he's confronting them head-on. I know what you've done. And if you try it again, I won't let it slide. That's the message he's trying to send. Bold move. Julian, are you really planning to throw a punch at the Elder Council like this? Having fully grasped Julian's true intentions, Ordwin called out to one of her subordinates. Is anyone out there? Upon hearing this, a young man quickly ran in and asked, Did you call for me, Deputy Commander? In response, the small-statured woman handed him Julian's letter and instructed, Take this to the Parliament Council. The subordinate hurriedly grabbed the letter and rushed off, leaving behind Ordwin, who stood there with a thoughtful expression. As the situation shifted, she muttered to herself, Julian was gravely injured once. And now he's completely different. Julian has always been loyal to the orders of the royal family. Which is why he was called the royal family's dog, an emotionless beast who's never had any dissatisfaction with his superiors. But now, he's starting to break those chains and find his own identity. This is tiring. I'll need to keep a closer eye on him from now on. The scene shifts to Julian, who now stands before a large door. Lost in thought. I've come this far. To Julian's office within the Closed Eyes headquarters. Normally, Closed Eyes doesn't arrange private offices, because there's no need to keep anyone on standby. If an organization like this sets up a private room for someone, I can't help but wonder just how reckless I must be. With that thought in mind, driven by his unending curiosity, Julian reached out and pushed the door open, stepping inside. However, what awaited him was completely different from what Julian had expected. In one corner of the room were various brightly colored clothes. In another corner, there were statues that looked as if they were ghostly figures screaming in agony. Julian was left speechless, staring in disbelief. He muttered to himself, what are these bizarre decorations? Expensive items, completely unrelated to work. This place is worse than Julian's own home. Is he really this insane? They all look so expensive and ridiculous. I really can't understand this villain with the hawk eyes. He's got terrible taste. I can't believe I'm actually him. What on earth did I step into? If he wasn't planning on keeping them, why did he buy them in the first place? I guess even Julian has shopping issues. Just as Julian was lost in thought, a knock on the door brought him back to reality. He quickly responded, come in. The person who entered was none other than his apprentice, Lazarus. As soon as he walked in, Lazarus cheerfully greeted him. Greetings, sir. I've come to deliver a letter from the royal family. Here it is. With that, he respectfully handed over the letter. Julian, surprised to see Lazarus again, couldn't help but think it was a bit of a coincidence. You again, Lazarus? I feel like I've seen you all day today. Julian guessed that this must be the letter the commander had mentioned earlier. Unaware of this, Lazarus, having completed his task, was eager to leave. Well then, I'll take my leave now. However, just as Lazarus was about to leave, Julian called out, wait a moment, you came at the perfect time. Please take these statues over to the carriage I brought. They shouldn't be too heavy. Upon hearing the request, Lazarus' face turned pale. He asked, you mean all of these? Exactly. Julian smiled. Upon receiving confirmation from his superior, Lazarus' face lit up with excitement. He thought to himself, I can't believe he's entrusted me with this. Maybe I won't be a mere intern for much longer. With this thought in mind, Lazarus eagerly exclaimed, got it, I'll move them right away. His overly enthusiastic attitude made Julian curious. He's pulling that weird face again. Back to Lazarus' perspective, just as he was lifting a wooden box to carry it to the carriage, his foot accidentally kicked one of the statues lying on the floor, causing him to lose his balance and stumble forward. Witnessing this, Julian let out an awkward chuckle. You really need to be more careful, Lazarus. Anyway, I was planning to throw these away. So, before Julian could finish his sentence, Lazarus, who was now crying, pulled out a sword and held it to his own neck, saying, I'm so sorry, sir. I can't believe I've embarrassed myself like this in front of you. From Julian's perspective, seeing Lazarus so terrified, he thought to himself, he must be really scared. I'll try to lighten the mood a bit with a joke. With that in mind, Julian gently stepped forward, placed a hand on Lazarus' shoulder, and whispered, it's not like that, Lazarus. Cleaning up would be harder if you died here. Now, go ahead and continue with your work. Julian's tone was soft, but to Lazarus, it made him so terrified that he couldn't even cry anymore. In the end, Lazarus could only silently return to his task of tidying up. Meanwhile, Julian focused on the letter that had just been delivered to him. So it's because I'm in Julian's body that I scared him. I kind of expected that. Well, I'll read the letter while I wait. It's sealed with the royal family's insignia. Just like in the game. The letter is addressed to Julian, a member of the Criphart family and an office worker for Closed Eyes. Luckily, I can read the royal family's handwriting. That's pretty cool. What they're saying is simple. If I'm recovering, I should return to work. It feels like they just want me to participate in a public event and are trying to wash their hands of it. I'm not complaining, though. I think gaining experience in this area will be important since I haven't found any clues about the Moonlight Sword yet. The task is to restore the resonating stones. The resonating stones. In the world of the game, start killing the Demon King. There are monsters called demons. After Demon King Barbados's death, the remnants of his being can manifest as parasites or other physical forms. They're known as demons in this world, and they began attacking humans. The items used to contain them are called resonating stones. They are great legacies of mages. I wonder how they can create stones using magic since I'm not a mage. But perhaps this task means I'll have to protect a mage who's restoring the stone. I can't really refuse this, even though there's a risk of fighting demons. If I succeed in this duty, the current doubts and rumors about Julian will lessen. I don't even know who the mage I'm supposed to protect is. To handle a resonating stone, it requires a mage with skill. That's a good person. Julian silently wished in his heart. The scene shifts to Professor Eileen, who was walking along, grumbling to herself. Why do I still have to keep writing these things after becoming a professor? Is it all about constantly proving myself? I guess that's the life of a mage. But the royal family really sets the bar high. Just as she said this, a girl with green hair called out to her, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Eileen turned around and responded, "Diana, long time no see. Are you still the same as always?" Diana smiled brightly and replied, "Eileen, you're probably the youngest professor here." It's so hard to catch up with you these days." The compliment from her friend made Eileen's face blush slightly. She scratched her head awkwardly before responding, "Haha. You don't have to flatter me like that." Before the young professor could say anything more, Diana quickly proposed, "Do you have time now? There's a tea party. Do you want to come with me?" Upon hearing the invitation, for some reason, Eileen's face turned pale. She quickly declined. "Sorry, I'd love to, but I have a lot of things scheduled." Looking at the pile of documents in Eileen's hands, Diana quickly understood the situation. I get it now. You're still as hardworking as ever. It reminds me of when we were students. Nothing has changed." As she said this, Diana suddenly squinted and pointed toward something, saying, "Isn't that Julian's carriage over there?" From Eileen's perspective, after she saw the emblem on the carriage, she quickly confirmed the owner. "Wait a minute. You're right. That emblem is only used for collateral from the Kriphart family. It's definitely Julian's carriage." Upon hearing this, Diana commented with a slightly uncomfortable expression, "I heard he was at death's door. Yet he's back now? Truly persistent, isn't he?" "That's right." Eileen nodded in agreement, her expression showing discomfort. However, for some reason, Diana suddenly looked at her and teasingly asked, "Oh, what's this, Eileen? Don't tell me you still have feelings for him?" This question immediately caused Eileen's face to turn bright red. She quickly waved her hand and responded, "I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing her friend's flushed face, Diana burst into laughter. "Haha. My little Eileen is so adorable. Back in the day, when you heard the rumor that confessions under the cherry tree on the hill behind the institute would never be turned down, you had Julian come all the way out there." The more Eileen listened to her friend, the redder her face became, almost like a ripe tomato. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Eileen intervened. "Hey, why don't we go to the tea party?" I thought you were really busy?" Diana teased. "Haha, fine. It's just that I have a little free time." The professor tried to defend herself. However, Diana seemed unwilling to let it go and persisted, "You don't have to be embarrassed about it. Who wouldn't have liked Senior Julian back then, even though you were the biggest fan of him?" "Thanks a lot," Eileen replied with a smile. But her hand, gripping her friend's shoulder, said otherwise. Eileen then silently thought to herself, "She's right. Back then, Julian was completely different. Now he's changed after returning from the north and joining the Closed Eyes team. He's different." Not knowing her friend's inner thoughts, Diana suggested, "Why don't you go and say hi to him?" To this, Eileen gritted her teeth and answered, "I used to like him, but that doesn't mean I still do now. Besides, I haven't seen him in a long time." Hearing this, Diana became curious and asked, "Why not?" Eileen then pulled out a letter and explained, "I won't be returning to the palace for a while." Upon seeing the letter, Diana's face showed surprise, and she exclaimed, "Oh my, is that a letter from the royal family?" In response, Eileen nodded firmly and said, "Yes, they've given me a mission to restore the resonance stone." Time passed quickly, and by now, the escort team assigned to accompany the mage on their mission had begun to move out. Among them, 2 young soldiers chatted as they marched. With this many knights tagging along, the person we're escorting must be someone really important, right? One of them said. Hearing that, his companion grinned and replied, "Definitely. Even the Blue Lion Knights are coming along with Closed Eyes." Word is, Sir Julian from Closed Eyes is personally joining the mission. The first soldier was stunned by the news and blurted out, "What?" But before he could say more, his friend waved him off and shook his head. "You've heard that rumor about Julian losing his memory after an injury, haven't you? Probably just jealous nonsense from people who can't stand his success." That explanation seemed to calm the other soldier down. He nodded and said, "Yeah, that sounded off to me too. I mean, this is the kind of guy who could take a blade to the gut and not bleed. What kind of injury could possibly bring someone like that down?" Shifting to Julian's perspective, he could hear the whispers about him and silently praised himself. Taking this mission was the right call. Public opinion is back on my side. At that moment, two men approached Julian and addressed him. "Sir Julian, thank you for coming. I'm Fern, a member of the Blue Lion Knights," said the brown-haired one. The gray-haired man beside him introduced himself as Heinrich. Julian gave them a polite nod in return. "You guys in the Blue Lion unit must be working hard too. Make sure the mages get to their destination safely. Who knows what could happen out there?" As he smiled while speaking, his grin sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Inside, however, he was anything but calm. What if a giant demon shows up? I'm scared as hell. Unaware of the fear hiding behind Julian's calm exterior, Fern hesitantly made a suggestion. "Sir Julian, would you like to ride in the carriage to Julian? Leave the escorting to us in the Blue Lion unit. You should relax." He sounded sincere, but there was no fooling Julian's sharp instincts. He immediately picked up on Fern's true intent. "Let's see, it sounds thoughtful on the surface, but something tells me he's not just trying to be nice. The Blue Lion Knights are a formal unit of the Empire, right? Unlike Closed Eyes, most of their knights are nobles by blood. They probably don't want someone from a branch family like me outshining the highborns. Let's see, in the novels, people who transmigrate always end up living these grand, glorious lives. And yet here I am, stuck as the villain, caught in this damn mess. What the hell?" Julian grumbled inwardly. Riding in a carriage is a lot more comfortable than being on escort duty. So, without bothering to torture himself any further, he quickly made a decision. "All right then, sounds good to me." Up ahead, the two knights visibly brightened when they heard Julian's agreement. One of them quickly responded, "Understood, I'll let Lady Eileen know when she arrives." At that, Julian froze for a second, his face going blank as he asked, "Wait, who's arriving?" And as if to answer that very question, a cheerful voice called out from behind, "Hello, lovely weather today, isn't it? I'm Eileen de Donation, and I'll be overseeing the tuning of the resonance stones." But before she could finish her sentence, Eileen caught sight of Julian, and her whole body jolted in shock. Meanwhile, Julian wasn't exactly thrilled about the situation either. Still, he forced himself to muster a polite smile and turned to Fern. "Hey Fern, about that carriage thing, forget it." His sudden change of plans took both knights by surprise. And inside the carriage, Eileen's complexion had gone pale. She silently questioned to herself, "Why is Julian here? Wasn't he trying to avoid me?" To Julian, Eileen was a wild card. He couldn't read her thoughts, and that uncertainty made him deeply uncomfortable. He scratched his head in frustration, his mind racing. That seemingly small gesture, however, was enough to send a chill down the spines of Fern and Heinrich. What the hell? Why the sudden change of heart? Is he trying to throw his weight around now? Damn it, Julian, has he figured out our plan, to wait until he was gone so we could keep tabs on the mission ourselves? Of course he did. He's the type to survive the chaos of the royal court without needing a faction. But still, he's just from a branch family. Arrogant bastard. Just because he has a sliver of royal recognition, he thinks he can look down on us nobles. Fine then, we'll see how long that lasts. Fern gritted his teeth, fuming internally. Meanwhile, Julian was still struggling with a headache. No one had warned him that the mage he was supposed to escort was Eileen herself. With things turning out like this, I need to get this mission over with as fast and clean as possible. Quick, efficient, and never see Eileen again, he reminded himself sternly. With that in mind, the group picked up their pace and eventually arrived at the city of Julian. Glancing subtly at his surroundings, Julian couldn't help but grumble inwardly. So this is where the resonance stone is? It's so small. I came all the way from the capital, and no one even bothered to greet us. Just then, a handsome young man who had noticed their arrival came over with a welcoming smile. "Ah, you're from the capital, right? Welcome. Thanks for making the long journey out here. I'll take you to the resonance stone right away." Without wasting any time, he began leading Julian toward a towering clock tower. On the other side, Mage Eileen was busy coordinating the soldiers. The crate with the resonance stones goes that way. And the mana conduit crate over there. I'll handle that one, I'm especially sensitive to mana. As she gave out instructions, the guide from earlier rushed over to her. Mage, would you like to inspect the area that needs repairs? Eileen nodded and followed him. Before long, they reached the inside of the clock tower, where a massive resonance stone stood. Its colors were dull and lifeless, and several cracks marred its base. The sight made Eileen furrow her brows deeply. Oh dear, this is worse than I thought. A simple repair won't be enough, we'll need to replace part of it, she said, rolling up her sleeves with confidence. During the replacement, the barrier will disappear temporarily. But don't worry, it won't take long. The guide nodded and placed his full trust in her. We believe in you, Mage. Eileen gently reached out and laid her hand on the surface of the resonance stone, closing her eyes to get a better sense of its condition. Everything's almost ready. Now I just need to inform Julian that the barrier will go down during the swap. I really don't want to face him. But this is work. Eileen, you're a professor, act like one. With a face full of reluctance, Eileen finally made her way toward Julian and called out from behind him. Hey, Sir Julian, I need to speak with you. But before she could even finish her sentence, Julian's body bolted forward like a gust of wind. Startled, Eileen instinctively rushed after him, shouting, Wait, listen to me, this is important. As she ran, her mind was spinning with questions. What the heck is going on? He's clearly trying to avoid me, right? I'm not just imagining this, there's no way. Why, though? Could it be? Does he somehow know I have feelings for him? No, that's ridiculous. This is an official mission. I need to make that clear. Fueled by a mix of urgency and frustration, she reached out, grabbed Julian's cloak, and yanked him back. Hey, why do you keep avoiding me? Julian turned around with the calmest look on his face and replied nonchalantly. Avoiding you? Since when? You're just the one constantly trailing after me. Eileen. The blunt response struck Eileen like a slap in the face. Her cheeks turned red with a mix of embarrassment and anger. What is wrong with this guy? He says that with such a straight face it almost sounds reasonable. Face burning as red as a ripe tomato. She barked. That's not even the issue here. Julian just tapped his temple and replied coolly. Then what is it, Miss Clingy? That did it. Eileen practically bristled like an angry kitten. Clingy? I've had enough of this, she shouted, visibly seething. But just as she was about to give Julian a piece of her mind, a thunderous explosion ripped through the air, followed by a terrified scream. It's a demon. Both Julian and Eileen instantly turned toward the sound, their expressions hardening. They rushed to the scene and found several monstrous creatures, giant rat-like beasts, wreaking havoc in all directions. The sight made their blood run cold. I told you, Eileen shouted. The barrier's temporarily disabled, so demons can get through. But no, you just had to keep dodging me. Before Julian could even respond, a body flew across his field of vision and slammed into the wall behind him with a sickening thud. It was Heinrich, the knight, now unconscious and barely clinging to life. Julian's heart pounded as he slowly turned to face the source of the destruction. There it was, a towering demon, skeletal from head to toe, radiating malice, a second-tier demon. Looking at the creature's grotesque appearance, Julian quickly racked his memory. It's not a hornless demon, nor a single horned one. This thing has 2 horns, a second-tier demon. Damn it, a complete wildcard. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. Meanwhile, Eileen rushed over, eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell is going on? Julian raised a hand to stop her. Stay back, it's too dangerous. Just then, the demon let out a guttural growl that rumbled through the air like thunder. The sound made Eileen flinch involuntarily as a chill ran down her spine. Her mind spiraled in panic. A 2-horned demon? Why is something this strong here? What am I supposed to do? I don't have any combat-ready spells right now. And the resonant stone still isn't activated. But the demon gave them no time to strategize. With another bone-rattling roar, it commanded its underlings to attack. In an instant, one of the lesser demons lunged toward Eileen, claw raised high. Her eyes widened in shock. There was no time to dodge. But Julian didn't hesitate. With reflexes as sharp as his blade, he stepped in and cleaved the creature in one swift motion, sending it straight to hell. Without missing a beat, he turned to Eileen and barked. Get a grip. You're seriously freaking out over that? Come on, That's embarrassing. Then his voice softened slightly, though it still carried a teasing edge. I'll handle this side. You, just do your job. Alright? Fix the resonant stone. My job is to protect you. Or have you already forgotten what you're supposed to be doing? The jab made Eileen flush with shame. Her cheeks turned crimson, but the sting of his words snapped her out of it. She clenched her fists, nodded firmly, and said, I'll need about 7 minutes to finish the repairs. Sir Julian, don't get yourself hurt, alright? I don't have any healing magic. With that, she sprinted off, leaving Julian alone to face the two-horned monstrosity. Don't get hurt, huh? Easy for her to say. Julian muttered to himself. Truth is, I'm scared out of my damn mind. This is the first real fight I've ever had, and it's against a second-tier demon. He swallowed hard, watching the towering beast stomp forward. Too many people are watching. I can't run. If I turn tail now, rumors will spread. They'll start asking questions. If I'm going to be Julian, then I had to be Julian. There's no choice. As the creature roared again, Julian tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. His lips pressed into a grim line. Deep down, he wanted nothing more than to turn and run. But instead, he stepped forward. But luckily, before Julian could even make his move, a booming voice cut through the tension. Hold it right there. We, the Blue Lion Knights, will handle this demon, shouted the Knight Fern as he charged onto the battlefield. Flanked by his squad, without waiting for Julian's reply, Fern led the assault, swinging his blade and slashing wildly at the demon's massive legs. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the ground in crimson arcs. After the flurry of attacks, Fern wiped the sweat from his brow and looked smugly satisfied. With tight coordination, even a two-horned demon like this can be taken down easily. Nothing to fear from this beast, right? Not like Sir Julian over there, he added with a mocking glance. Julian didn't respond with words. Instead, a slow, sinister smile curled across his lips, the kind that belonged to someone who knew exactly what they were capable of. That's right, right now, I am Julian, he reminded himself. In a life or death situation like this, the real Julian would smile and embrace the chaos. As that thought solidified in his mind, a surge of blue mana erupted around his body, wrapping him in a glowing aura of pure power. At the same time, the system rang out. Innate talent, born swordsman, activated. In an instant, Julian soared into the air like a bullet. Sword raised. Then, like a reaper with a blade forged from pure mana, he unleashed a barrage of slashes. Blades of energy tore through the air, slicing deep into the demon's massive arm. Wounds gaped open across its flesh, and blood poured like rain onto the battlefield below. Fern's face turned pale as he watched the display of raw, overwhelming power. Just one strike, did that much damage? Sir Julian, that's unreal. Back from Julian's perspective, seeing the damage he'd done made his grin widen. Good, that's more like it. Riding the high of momentum, he jumped again and launched another flurry of sword strikes, this time cleaving clean through one of the demon's horns. The severed horn fell with a thunderous crash. But just as Julian was reveling in the thrill of battle, a dark, chilling pressure suddenly enveloped the air. His instincts screamed at him, but he was half a second too late. The demon let out a furious roar and swung its arm violently, smacking Julian's body like a rag doll. The impact sent him flying. His body crashed into the ground with a sickening thud, and blood gushed from his mouth. The pain was immediate, sharp, and suffocating, but even worse was the realization that this battle was far from over. Julian clutched his chest, his breath ragged and strained. It hurts. It hurts so much I can't even breathe. Is this what it feels like? Even a worm will squirm when it's stepped on. If that's the case, then. But before he could finish the thought, the two-horned demon on the opposite side gave him no time to recover. With a thunderous roar, it raised its massive fist and slammed it down again and again, hammering the ground like a relentless storm. The earth shattered under the blows, and a massive crater began to form where Julian had landed. Watching from all sides, the knights surrounding the battlefield gasped in panic. Unbelievable, even Sir Julian got hit? How can that be? But while they worried, Fern was practically giddy inside. See? No human can take down a two-horned demon. Now it's my time to shine. I'll be the one giving the orders from here on out. That's what he thought, until the dust finally began to settle. A voice rang out from somewhere near the front lines. Look, over there. That blue light, that's the moonlight blade. Out of the dissipating smoke, Julian emerged, slowly, steadily, and completely unscathed. Not a scratch marked his body. In his hand, his sword gleamed with a vibrant, ethereal blue aura that lit up the battlefield like a beacon in the dark. The moment stunned everyone into silence. The impossible had happened. Julian was still standing, and he looked more dangerous than ever. From Julian's perspective, even though the moonlight blade in his hand was still incomplete, barely a quarter of its original strength, it was more than enough to shift the tide in his favor. Just knowing that gave him a surge of confidence, and a crazed grin crept across his face. Without hesitation, he charged forward, ready to teach the two-horned demon a brutal lesson. The moment the demon caught sight of that manic expression, it let out a guttural, animalistic roar, offended, provoked. It swung its massive arm in fury. But Julian had already sidestepped the attack with sharp precision. Clumsy movement, but razor-sharp strikes. But I see it now, Julian thought, eyes glinting with clarity. I'm Julian, after all. Time to use that skill. With a flash of intent, he activated insight, and immediately, every one of the demon's attacks slowed down in his vision, exposed and predictable. Grinning, Julian slipped through the onslaught of blows like a dancer beneath a storm of fists. It was as if he were untouchable. The soldiers watching from a distance could barely believe their eyes. Oh my God, he dodged everything. Even Fern, who had only moments ago doubted him, stared in disbelief. Is that really Julian? Meanwhile, Eileen worked furiously on the resonance stone. Almost there, the barrier will be restored soon, she muttered, determination blazing in her eyes. Then, almost as if on cue, magical stones began to appear in midair, orbiting the demon from all sides. Their sudden presence made the creature flinch, its motions hesitating just for a split second. But that moment was all Julian needed. He shot forward like a lightning bolt, his blade glowing blue as he unleashed a strike too fast for the eye to follow. The battlefield fell silent, and then, with a sound like tearing metal, the massive body of the two-horned demon split cleanly in two, collapsing to the ground in a gory heap. Gasps rippled through the soldiers as they watched in stunned silence. Even Julian stood frozen for a moment, staring at his blade in disbelief. So it actually worked, he thought to himself. Around him, the remaining soldiers were pale with shock, unable to meet his eyes. The sheer dominance he'd displayed left them speechless and terrified. But Julian, unbothered, only gave a small, amused smile. Of course they're afraid, he mused to himself. In this kind of atmosphere, I really do look like a villain. Overwhelming power always comes with fear. That's just how it is. But just then, a soldier suddenly rushed over to Julian, grabbing his hand tightly with tearful relief in his voice. Sir Julian, thank you. We thought we were all going to die. You really are something else. The nearby soldiers quickly joined in, cheering and praising him with genuine admiration. Even Fern, reluctant as he was, had no choice but to step forward and offer his own compliment. Well done, Sir Julian. Julian gave a composed smile and nodded politely. Ah, Sir Fern, would you mind reporting on the situation for me? I'm not exactly used to handling these formalities. As he spoke, he gave Fern a friendly pat on the shoulder before turning to acknowledge the rest of the soldiers. That simple gesture shifted Fern's opinion entirely. His eyes widened with a new kind of respect. He really is different, compared to all those other nobles. He's in a league of his own. To defeat a two-horned demon and still act like it was nothing. He's not even human. Truly incredible. Later, away from the noise and the celebration, Julian finally made his way to a large, quiet lake deep within the forest. There, with no one watching, he dropped the mask he'd been wearing, collapsing to the ground and gasping for air like a man who had been holding his breath through the entire ordeal. God, I was this close to dying, he muttered, chest heaving. That mix of hatred, fear, and despair when you're facing a demon head-on. Fighting for real is way more terrifying than I imagined. In that moment, when the blade cut through its body, his voice trailed off into the stillness of the forest. Do people really survive things like that so often that it becomes normal? Even now, I still feel a lingering fear, maybe because I've been playing the role of Julian too perfectly. When your body changes, does your mind start to follow along too? Just how deep does Julian's power really go? Julian sat by the lake, lost in thought, his voice quiet in the cool forest air. This time, the ability that awakened was a fusion of Li Sihu's knowledge and Julian's experience. Two forces combined into one. It created a skill that allows me to see through an enemy's weaknesses. With this, I might even be able to dispel the doubts others have about me. But the problem now is this incomplete moonlight sword? He glanced at the glowing blade in his lap. I still need to carve an energy channel into it to fully activate it. To use the moonlight sword, I have to pour in a massive amount of mana all at once. In both power and stability. It's still far from the completed version. Stability, yeah, that's what I need most right now. As he thought, Julian took out a cloth and gently wiped down the blade. Then, as his eyes caught his own reflection in the sword's gleaming surface, a spark lit up in his cunning mind. Wait a second, I think I just came up with something good. Meanwhile, in a different part of the realm, inside the dim chamber of the Elder Council, the air was thick with tension. Several cloaked figures sat around a long stone table, murmuring among themselves. The meeting was abruptly interrupted as Heron entered the room, his steps uneasy and his face pale. Across from him, the elder sitting at the head of the table, clearly the most authoritative among them, spoke in a flat tone. Sit, Heron. But Heron's legs trembled. He didn't move an inch. Seeing this, the presiding elder didn't bother coaxing him and got straight to the point. Fine, then tell us. Are you saying that Julian has discovered our plan? Heron, still trembling, hesitated before answering. Why, yes, it seems that way. His voice unsteady and unsure. The cold gaze of the presiding elder, Oren, sharpened as he growled. I knew your incompetence would bring trouble sooner or later. If it weren't for your bloodline from the Yun family, I would have dealt with you already. Heron immediately stood, bowing his head deeply. I apologize, Lord Oren. Ignoring Heron, another elder, cloaked in brown, turned to Oren and spoke. Recently, Closed Eyes has been acting strangely. They just submitted a proposal to the Royal Library stating that from now on, when Closed Eyes conducts their trials, the instructors will not be held accountable. In fact, even if there are casualties, they will be declared innocent under the Empire's authority. Upon hearing this, Oren's expression shifted slightly. Sweat began to drip down his face. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, another cloaked elder slammed his hand onto the table, clearly enraged. Isn't this the voice of that Julian? The others in the meeting room immediately echoed his sentiments, voices rising in frustration. Exactly, that royal bastard. Who does he think he's warning? Contrary to the heated murmurs, a calm voice suddenly cut through the tension. But, Lord Oren, perhaps this could be an opportunity? Oren looked towards the source of the voice with a confused expression. Opportunity? Lord Aiden, what do you mean by that? Aiden smiled slyly, his tone deliberate. Until now, Julian has always followed the Empire's orders. But now, he's starting to think and act on his own. This means he has become an unpredictable factor. That could actually be more useful than sending him to the Northern Front. We might be able to exploit him much more effectively. So for now, let's just observe him. As soon as Aiden finished speaking, an elder pointed at him, accusing, You mean to say we should let that bastard do whatever he wants? Aiden's smile remained unchanged, and with a calm demeanor, he responded, Exactly, let's wait a little longer. Julian sighed as he leaned back in the chair. Exhausted, his mind wandered through the events he'd just experienced. Oh, wow, the mission only lasted a few days. But I guess I used up so much mana that now I'm completely drained. Still, the room is decorated exactly to my taste, and it brings me a sense of peace. Orchids, even with this strange body of Julian's, they can still offer tranquility. As he thought this, Julian absent-mindedly rubbed his face against a leaf nearby. His gaze then shifted toward the grand piano on the table, and he whispered to himself, I gained more from this mission than I expected. Not only did I manage to erase the rumors that had been circulating for so long, but I also figured out a way to perfect the Moonlight Sword. It was this gem that gave me that idea. Reaching into the piano, Julian retrieved a red gemstone, which he had sneaked into his room from somewhere unknown. He examined it closely and thought, when I saw the resonance stone, I came up with a hypothesis. In the world of the current Demon King, everything can contain mana, especially the gems produced by the Empire. They have the highest mana conductivity and capacity. That's why the resonance stones are so well refined. Based on the principle of energy transfer to a resonance stone, I thought of using gems as intermediaries between my body and the sword. If there's a gemstone that's perfect for transmitting mana, of course, it must resonate well with my own mana. I need to find the one gem that's just right. As he mused over his plan, Julian crushed the gem in his hand, watching as it slowly dissipated into smoke. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled him. Oh no, I got so caught up in my thoughts that it's already dinner time? Realizing this, he called out, "Is that you, the butler? Come in." To his surprise, it was Lazarus who entered. Julian frowned slightly, feeling a sense of boredom from the frequency with which Lazarus appeared. "Lazarus? This guy again?" he muttered under his breath. Lazarus, unbothered by Julian's mood, immediately got to the point. "Lord Julian, the commander has requested that you report directly to the Royal Library regarding your mission." Julian raised an eyebrow at Lazarus' words. "Directly to the library?" he asked, a frown appearing on his face. Lazarus nodded, confirming the request. "Yes, sir." With a resigned sigh, Julian pushed himself up from the chair, his tired body protesting the movement. However, he didn't forget to pat Lazarus on the shoulder and assign him a task. "In that case, please return these gems to the vault for me," he instructed. As Julian moved towards the door, a small, knowing smile tugged at his lips. "It looks like finishing the Moonlight Sword will have to wait. The Royal Library? Why are they so concerned about me that they've summoned me? My memory issues haven't been cleared up yet." Just as he was about to leave the room, Lazarus called out to him, "Lord Julian." Julian turned around, his curiosity piqued. "Is there something else?" Lazarus hesitated for a moment before offering his palm, which held the shattered fragments of the red gemstones. "What should we do with these broken pieces, sir?" Julian glanced at the pieces, barely sparing them a thought. "Just throw them away," he said, before swiftly making his exit. Lazarus stood there, dumbfounded, as he muttered, "Yes, sir. Oh, but these are precious materials." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the Royal Library. As Julian walked down the grand hallway, he couldn't help but glance around, impressed by the lavish surroundings. This place is nothing like the Closed Eyes headquarters, it's astonishingly extravagant. Soon, he arrived at the reception desk, where he approached the attendant and announced, "I am Julian of Closed Eyes. I am here to see Lord Seddon Orvian of the library." The attendant, as if already expecting him, nodded and gave a polite response. "Lord Seddon is currently in a meeting with a guest who arrived before you. Sir, please wait in the lounge." Julian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Someone's already here before me? Must be someone of higher rank than me within the Empire." His curiosity growing, Julian quickly pushed open the door to the lounge. "So this is the lounge? I never saw this place in the game. It's truly magnificent." Julian's gaze drifted toward a sword casually tossed on a chair in the corner of the room. His curiosity piqued. He walked over and picked up the weapon, inspecting it closely. "A sword? But why is it here? It doesn't belong in such a luxurious room like this," he muttered to himself. Despite its rough appearance, just the feel of the blade in his hands told Julian that its owner must possess incredible skill. The strength of the body it belonged to and the resilient spirit it reflected were unmistakable. He ran his fingers along the markings etched into the sword. "Don't tell me." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind him. "Stay away from that sword, traitor. It was a gift from my master." The voice was unmistakably familiar, sending a chill down Julian's spine. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Behind him stood a blonde-haired knight, her gaze full of disdain. She was a noblewoman from the prestigious Rondobel family, one of the Empire's renowned knight families. A distinguished disciple of Hayden Reich, she was among the most talented students in the Empire. In the game, she had been slain by Julian himself. Her name was Lynn Rondobel, Julian's senior in the same martial arts school. Julian's mind raced. She must be the key to escaping this world. The young swordswoman stood tall, eyes closed, her blade pointed straight toward the sky. Her name was Lynn Rondobel, a noble from the prestigious Rondobel family, a proud line of imperial knights. Lynn wasn't just a talented fighter, she was known for always staying close to Reich and the rest of his companions. She was also one of Hayden Reich's disciples. Her sharp eyes burned with resolve as she held her glowing sword before her. Lynn had both beauty and skill, the kind of talent that could one day surpass Julian himself. That, above all else, made her special. She was the golden-haired knight who always smiled brightly whenever Reich patted her head. It was no secret that she was completely loyal to her master Hayden Reich. And when she wore a wedding dress, she was absolutely breathtaking. That dress became famous among players, and often topped popularity polls in the community. Right now, Julian could only accept the cold, hostile aura she directed at him. Even though he was Julian now, not Hayden Reich, the swordswoman in front of him saw him as nothing more than an enemy. The system even popped up a warning, negative emotion detected, hatred. Lynn narrowed her eyes, her voice full of threat as she asked coldly, What do you plan to do with my father's sword? Julian raised both hands and gave an awkward smile, trying to ease the tension. I just wanted to take a look, that's all. Inside though, he was already laying out his plan. Maybe I can tease her a bit and extract some information. Trying to lower her guard. Julian casually added, I'm surprised someone like you would leave their sword lying around like that. Lin let out a soft chuckle. Ha, didn't you notice? That's because my master isn't some reckless fool who carries a weapon everywhere inside the Imperial Palace, unlike you. Got her, Julian thought. Just as I expected, she's diligent and upright to a fault. So, since you mentioned your master, Julian said, pausing for a moment before flashing a knowing smile, the guest who came before me must have been the sword Saint Haydenreich, right? Lin's icy blue eyes sharpened. She furrowed her brows and asked bluntly, and what does that have to do with you? Julian raised a hand to his mouth and laughed softly. I'm just curious. After all, he used to be my teacher too. Inwardly, Julian had already confirmed what he suspected. Lin definitely held negative emotions toward him. Let's see how deep that goes. Her grip tightened around her sword, hands trembling with rage. Then, without warning, red flames began to surge around her. Her expression darkened as she growled, What? Did you just say? How dare you say that name with your mouth? Negative emotion detected rage. Sweat ran down Julian's face as he forced a smile, silently cursing in his head. Yep, she's furious. Just like I thought. Maybe I went too far, sorry, Julian. Just then, the wooden door creaked open, and a voice called out from inside, Miss Lin, please report to the secretary's office. Lin immediately turned on her heel and walked off, leaving Julian behind with a scowl on her face. Well then, goodbye, Julian. She pointed a finger directly at him, her gaze icy. I hope we never meet again. But just as she finished speaking, the same voice called again. Oh, and they've summoned you as well, Sir Julian. Silence fell. All three froze. Julian reminded himself silently, stay cool. Just play it cool like Julian would. He gave a bright, charming smile and walked toward Lin, who was clearly flustered. Come on, Lin. Don't be so cold to me. After all, we share the same master, he said with a wink. Looks like I'll be seeing that master again soon, he thought. However, her attitude toward him hadn't changed one bit. Gritting her teeth, Lin shot Julian a sharp glare and spoke in a tense voice. But that's not going to happen again. With those words of warning, the swordswoman turned on her heel to leave. Don't you dare bring up my master ever again. Seeing this, Julian merely smiled quietly to himself, thinking, so I'm about to meet my favorite character, but now in the form of someone who betrayed them. I'm not sure whether to be excited or worried. His hand tightened around the piece of paper bearing the sword insignia. A man at a nearby desk neatly stacked some papers before flashing a polite smile at the pair. Miss Lin, Sir Julian, he greeted. Welcome to the Imperial Secretary's office. He was seated behind a lavish desk and leaned forward slightly with interest. Sir Julian, we've heard about your recent mission. Is it true that you defeated the two-horned demon all by yourself? Julian responded with a nonchalant chuckle. Hey, that was just a warm-up. Lin, growing visibly impatient, cut in abruptly. Where's my master? Her tone was sharp. Julian, also curious, kept his thoughts to himself. I've been wondering the same thing. I've been waiting for this. The man behind the desk straightened up, now more serious. Lord Haydenreich left shortly after assigning you a task, Miss Lin. She immediately frowned, eyes wide in surprise. What? She blurted out. The man calmly continued. Ah, and he also instructed that someone accompany you, Sir Julian. What? Us. Lin shouted, as if she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Why the hell do I have to go with this traitor? The man explained without missing a beat. He said the mission might be dangerous, and since Sir Julian happened to be here, he asked that I assign him to you. Hearing this, Julian gave an awkward smile as sweat dripped down his face. Beside him, Lin's expression darkened. Hayden, what the hell are you doing? The man then let out a laugh and gave a firm order. Investigate the slums. Julian thought to himself, there's nothing I can do about the guy who just left. Guess I'll keep playing the role of Julian. He leaned his chin on his hand, giving off a confident, contemplative air. The slums, huh? From the side, Lin glanced over at Julian, who still wore that smug expression. Why should we care about some filthy slums? She scoffed. According to the man's account, strange and terrifying creatures had been appearing in that area. Based on several reports, demons had shown up there. However, the people of the slums did not want the royal family to intervene directly. Despite Lin's clear discomfort, his voice rang out clearly. That's why you two are the right fit for this mission. You're both affiliated with the royal family but not part of it. You belong to the surface and the night academy. Under a gloomy gray sky, the slums appeared before them, run-down rooftops and damp cobblestone streets. It was a ruined district made up of people from nations the Empire had conquered by force. A place that took in those rejected by the Empire. Julian's eyes glowed bright red. And because they hate the royal family, he mused, they chose the surface, a supposedly neutral organization, to get involved. Smart. Outwardly, Julian kept a pleasant smile, but beneath that mask, his thoughts were already churning. Lin, still confused about the mission, stood beside him. If she outperforms me during this mission, he thought, she'll have a much easier time earning the title of Sword Saint. Partnering with her for this job won't benefit me at all. But I'm the royal family's hunting dog. I don't have the luxury of saying no. He stroked his chin, a sly smile forming on his lips. I see. I'll take the mission. 3/3. The moment Julian finished speaking, a loud shout rang out. What? Lin flung out her arm and yelled, I refuse. Deep down, Julian was also screaming in silent despair. God, I wish I could say no too. But his next words made her freeze. Miss Lin, your master personally requested that you accept this mission. He gave her a mocking smile, leaned in slightly, and asked with an air of veiled challenge. Are you planning to go against his wishes? That alone was enough to make Lin break into a cold sweat. That's, she stammered. A long, heavy silence followed before the swordswoman finally spoke, albeit reluctantly. I understand. Gritting her teeth, she thought bitterly. A knight bearing the title of Hayden's disciple. Julian, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes and quietly studied her. During the mission, she'll be watching my every move like a hawk. But the problem is I don't have the power to resist right now. His attention quickly shifted to the green gemstone hanging from Lin's neck. If I could just get my hands on a gem compatible with my mana. Suddenly, a sharp jolt of energy broke his train of thought. Alarmed, Julian pointed at the stone and blurted, wait a second. What kind of gem is that? Lin scowled and replied curtly, what? It's a moonstone. Before she could say more, the gem lit up and floated into the air. A glowing blue light enveloped both of them, leaving them completely stunned. Moments later, the light faded and everything returned to normal. Lin whipped around, eyes blazing. What the hell did you just do? She demanded. At the same time, she couldn't help but question it herself. Why did it suddenly light up? Julian, hands raised in mock innocence, chuckled nervously. Haha, it just looked really nice, that's all. Half squinting, he flashed a sly smile. Only for a moment, but it tried to resonate with my mana and absorb it. The answer's been close to me all along. I need that gem. Without wasting any time, Julian headed straight to a gem shop. The clerk, seeing him approach, greeted him politely. Sir Julian, long time no see. Is there anything you're looking for today? Julian flashed a brilliant smile. I'm looking for a gemstone compatible with my mana. Do you have any moonstones? The clerk scratched his head awkwardly, looking uneasy. Moonstone. He cleared his throat and started to explain seriously. Our shop doesn't carry moonstones. Honestly, I don't think any others do either. No one really asks for them, except maybe private collectors. They're extremely hard to mine, so we don't stock them. Julian's face tensed. Damn it. I need to complete the moonstone blade before the mission with Lin. His eyes flared red as he growled through gritted teeth. So what you're telling me is that I can't get one. The intensity of his voice made the clerk tremble with fear. Crap, I just spoke to Sir Julian like I would any regular customer. I need to protect my life here. Hastily, the man stammered, and no, that's not what I meant. We can find them, just not right now. Deep in his heart, Julian let out a silent sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness. Then he leaned in close and said, if that's the case, go find it. I need those badly. His voice trembled as he forced a shaky smile. I'll search the entire empire, Julian thought to himself. Oh man, Lin will definitely notice that her moonstone sword isn't complete. I need to get a moonstone just in case. And the day of the mission had finally arrived. He stepped outside, bitterness welling up inside him. If I can't find a moonstone, maybe I haven't threatened enough, he thought. Lin crossed her arms and spoke coldly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Your important business is at the jewelry store. Julian let out an awkward laugh and replied, ha ha ha, one day you'll see, Lin, the beauty of gemstones. The moment he finished, the swordswoman turned on her heel and walked away. Whatever, just follow me, she said. Julian quickly called out. Lin, wrong way. She frowned, clearly annoyed, and spun around. What? Julian grinned brightly and explained. The slum is a maze of illegal buildings and alleys. You can't just blindly follow maps and signs. After all, he was the bookworm, eager to show off his knowledge about a game. Lynn unfolded the map in her hand and replied firmly, I'd rather follow the signs than follow you. Julian gave an awkward smile, feeling helpless. She wasn't wrong, but, thinking of the strange creatures in the eastern slum, he had to admit it was like a death trap for newcomers. Even the developers acknowledged it was a tough map, truly difficult to navigate. Lynn's hand tightened around the map as she spoke warily. I won't fall for your traps. She gritted her teeth, glaring at Julian, and continued, I'm sure a traitor like you would try to trick me, disciple of the current sword saint. A brilliant golden light flared as Lynn spoke softly. But I'm different from you, Julian. The swordswoman radiated confidence, her eyes blazing with determination and her face set with unwavering resolve. She declared boldly, I will become the new sword saint. Julian gave another awkward smile, scratching his cheek helplessly. I think she's misunderstood something, he thought. With that, Lynn turned decisively and walked away, leaving him in a state of confusion. This mission won't be easy, he muttered to himself. Under the clear, breezy blue sky, Julian's voice rang out, tinged with worry. Are you sure you want to take this route, sir? Those warning signs aren't just for decoration. But the other person merely paused, deep in thought. The swordswoman, Lynn, furrowed her brow, studying the map before asking, First Officer Julian, have you ever been to this slum before? Silently, Julian thought to himself, Li Sihu has. But Julian hasn't. What should I say? He dodged with a question of his own. What do you think? Lynn shot him a quick, sharp glance, perceptive enough to notice his evasion. Avoiding the question, she pressed. So how exactly do you plan to find the way? Julian flashed a relaxed smile, pointing upward as he replied, by instinct, I guess. Lynn's eyes widened in disbelief. With a soft sigh, she pressed forward, following the map. Ugh, let's just split up and get this over with, she muttered. Julian hurried after her, calling out, Wait, but the Empire's orders say we have to work together. His next words shifted Lynn's expression to one of pure fury, her eyes blazing with anger. Or is Haydenreich more important than the Empire's orders? She snapped, grinding her teeth, her face tensing with visible veins. Don't you dare mention my master's name with that mouth of yours. Lynn turned to him, her gaze piercing and accusatory. If you have any shred of dignity left. Meanwhile, Julian kept up his friendly smile, as if nothing had happened, thinking, whew, that was an emotional slip. The swordswoman clenched her fists, trembling with rage. Her eyes darkened as a thought crossed her mind. I know Julian's a step above me. I've lost count of how many times people have compared me to him behind my back. Her silhouette grew lonely, weighed down by invisible pressures. If it were him, he'd have done it already. If it were him, it'd be a given. If it were him. But then her brows knitted tightly, her eyes flashing with resolve and determination. She steeled herself. I'm the top disciple of the Sword Saint. I'll prove my difference through this mission. Soon she froze in shock at the sight before her. Lynn stared in confusion at a wooden sign reading 011C. No way, she thought. Julian, standing behind her, chuckled playfully. What's wrong? He asked. She brushed it off. No, it's nothing. But inside, the swordswoman clutched her head in panic as signs spun through her mind. No, we're done for. Just like that traitor said. The paths are completely scrambled. Then they stopped at another familiar sign, 01A. This is, Lynn screamed internally. We're back where we started. Meanwhile, Julian stood back, casually covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. Back again, huh? For real? Suddenly, a stranger's voice called out, Hey, miss. A man flashed a warm, friendly smile and continued, You're going in circles. Looks like your first time here. Lynn narrowed her eyes, probing. Do you know the layout of this area? He replied instantly, Of course I do. I can guide you if you'd like. Then he extended his hand, grinning. But not for free. Buy me a drink, and we're good. How about it? Feeling a bit helpless but quick to agree, Lynn nodded. Fine. That's no problem. They introduced themselves. Name's Baden, he said. And you? I'm Lynn Rondobel, she replied. Baden's smile widened. But inside his mind raced. Oh, so she's from the Rondobel family. Perfect, I've hit the jackpot. Julian felt an odd vibe but still spoke up to introduce himself. Something's off. My name's Butt. Before he could finish, Baden cut him off. I don't care about the guy's name. Just follow me. Julian rubbed his chin, pondering the man. Baden. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Lost in thought, Julian clasped his hands behind his back, watching the man in front chatter animatedly. I can't place him, probably not important, he mused. The three of them then stepped into a tavern, and Baden burst through the door, shouting, Barkeep, a round for me and my two friends here. Lynn couldn't help but think, drinking before guiding us, huh? They sat at a table, and the tavern owner, wiping glasses, asked casually, Where you folks from? Lynn replied promptly, The royal capital. The barkeep held up 3 fingers. That'll be 30 nars each. Lynn exclaimed in shock, 30 nars. Baden, noticing her hesitation, leaned over. No money, huh? Prices in the slums are steep, missy. Lynn shook her head gently, then reached into her pouch, pulling out a glittering bag of gold. With disbelief she said, 30 nars is too cheap. Really, just 30 nars? Baden froze, eyes wide, then muttered under his breath, Wow, a noble girl, all right. This could be a golden opportunity. He quickly darted to the barkeep, whispering, Hey, give those 2 the special stuff, the strong kind. When these imperial dogs are drunk, we'll clean them out. The barkeep nodded. Got it. A hand subtly slipped something odd into the drinks. Soon, 3 glasses were brought out. Here, drink up the best in the slums, the barkeep said. Lynn, without a second thought, grabbed her glass, while Baden flashed a dangerous smile from behind. Well then. But suddenly a hand shot out, snatching the drink from Lynn's grasp. Julian held it high, still smiling, though his expression twisted as he asked, What did you do to the wine? Baden, caught off guard, pointed and shouted, What are you talking about? Julian thrust the glass toward him. Then drink it. The abrupt move made Baden flinch. What? Julian's blood-red eyes glinted as he smirked menacingly, whispering in a chilling tone, Or should I pour it down your throat? Lynn frowned and shouted, Stop it, Julian. At the sound of his name, the other 2 froze in shock. Julian? The barkeep leaned in, whispering to Baden with a grave look. Baden, you brought that imperial dog Julian here? What now? Sweat poured down Baden's face, but he steeled himself. No, it's fine. His eyes darted to the other patrons in the tavern. I've got my people here, he thought. Each one radiated danger, like wild beasts. Only the toughest slum monsters hung out here. Baden slipped a hand inside his coat, fumbling for something, then pulled out a dagger, flashing a wicked grin. And I'm no slouch either. A hand thrust forward, unleashing a surge of power with a brilliant green light. I gave you a chance to come clean, Julian said, his red eyes blazing in the dim light, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. You dare attack me? Out of nowhere, a man charged forward, sword raised, yelling as he lunged at Julian. Julian grabbed the man by the throat with his bare hand, lifting him off the ground. He caught a glimpse of another attacker charging from behind. With a swift turn, Julian hurled the man in his grip toward the other, sending them crashing. Standing there, he observed, a powerful energy radiating around him. The swordswoman Lynn frantically drew her blade, looking around in panic. What the hell is going on? She muttered. The others, witnessing Julian's terrifying strength, trembled in fear. Hemph, completely overpowered by one guy, they thought. His blood-red eyes glowed, and a chilling smile curled his lips as he pointed a blood-stained shard of the broken glass forward. I don't know what trick he pulled, but I won't let this slum get any messier, Julian declared. Baden, with the sharp glass shard pressed close to his throat, shook in terror before Julian's overwhelming power. Julian glanced at the other patrons, restless and uneasy, and smirked. Huh, so all the customers here are his lackeys. Baden's face dripped with sweat, his body quaking as he stared at the jagged shard hovering near his throat. Baden, why'd you stop me earlier? Tell your friends to stand down, Julian ordered. If they don't drop their hostility, he paused, his red eyes blazing, a deadly smile spreading across his face. Let them know they'll end up like this broken glass. Baden was utterly cowed by the terrifying pressure. Julian pressed on, his voice a menacing growl. Speak, Baden. With his life hanging by a thread, the others outside shouted in panic, Sir Baden. Desperate, Baden yelled, No. Didn't you hear, Sir Julian? Retreat now. The others grumbled but turned and left, seething with frustration. Julian set the bloodied glass shard on the table, sighing. Stubborn lot. If you'd just answered my questions, he continued, I'd have ensured you could surrender safely. Baden, stunned, stammered, surrender. Julian eased into a chair, his tone calm but commanding. Between death and surrender, I'd suggest the latter. He crossed one leg over the other, covering his mouth with a dangerous smile. Your choice, Baden. Finally, the man relented. I surrender. Baden looked up at Julian, whose blood-red eyes glinted with a mocking smirk. Behind him, the swordswoman's cold voice rang out as her sharp blade pressed against Baden's back. That's right. I suggest you surrender instead of dying. Baden, trembling, raised his hands in surrender under the weight of their threats. Baden, what's your choice? Julian asked. With a defeated bow of his head, Baden muttered, I surrender. I'll do it. The two then stepped out of the tavern. Julian walked ahead, saying he was suspicious from the moment he offered to guide us. Who'd have thought it'd lead to a slum crime ring? He held a piece of paper, a radiant smile on his face. I thought he was just a cheap thug, but this turned out pretty well. I got some useful info. Lynn trailed behind, head lowered in self-blame. It's my fault for not noticing sooner. Julian, still upbeat, agreed with her confession. Well, of course, Lady Lynn. Someone like you has probably never met people like that in your life. Lynn's head dipped lower, her lips pressed tight. Oh no, is she losing confidence? After a moment of silence she asked, How did you know? Julian turned to face her. How did I know Baden spiked the drinks? He smiled, countering, That's what you're curious about. The swordswoman pressed, Please, tell me. Julian looked at Lynn, her hands clasped, her expression earnest. He thought to himself, willing to learn, even from someone she despises, prioritizing growth over temporary shame. Classic Lynn Rondabelle. Seeing her tremble not from fear, but something else, he felt a bit reluctant to explain. It'd be better if she wasn't so hostile toward me. Julian extended his hand, a green glow of power enveloping it, and explained, I sensed hostility in the glass. Actually, I felt it before we even entered the tavern, thanks to my mana detection trait. Lynn, surprised, echoed, mana detection trait. A system-like notification seemed to flash in her mind, mana detection trait. Julian continued, life, objects, situations, everything naturally has mana, and it reacts strongly to other mana. He turned. Faint green mana sparks swirling around him. Before we entered I used mana. He recalled how Baden, while leading them to the tavern, had emitted a strange hostile mana. It's to detect aggressive mana. Lynn rubbed her chin, picturing it. Like a bat's radar waves, right? Julian gave a helpless laugh. Well, you could say that. He smiled, walking as a large amount of mana radiated from his body. It's a skill mages often use, but thanks to my overflowing mana, detection comes easy, he thought. Lynn tilted her head, frowning. I have another question. She recalled their earlier conversation. You didn't ask Baden about demons, but about living conditions in the slum. Julian smiled, admitting, that's right. Confused, Lynn pressed, We're not here to investigate demons, are we? Julian kept smiling as if nothing was wrong, which only deepened Lynn's confusion. Normally, that'd be the reason, he said, then turned the question back on her. What do you know about demonization? The swordswoman hesitated, then replied. The remnants of the demon king Barbados possess all non-human life. In her mind, she pictured a ferocious, long-horned demon, transforming its victims. Isn't that what demonization means? Julian responded gently, usually yes. But the slum's geography is unusual. The capital, near the slum, is surrounded by resonating stones no demon can enter. There's no forest nearby, so no animals, only humans. Lynn's face paled as the realization hit her body stiffening. Trembling, she said, So the only hosts left are humans. That's what you mean, right? Julian smiled, thinking. Exactly what happened in the game. He nodded softly. Yes, I believe humans here are being demonized. Lynn clutched her forehead, shaking her head in disbelief. I'm such an idiot for believing you, even for a moment. Julian raised 3 fingers confidently. 3 houses. He grinned. That's how many will pick up fever medicine from the apothecary this week. They say high fever is a sign of demonization, right? If I'm wrong, I'll do whatever you ask, Lady Lynn. Lynn, still uneasy, thought. What should I do? Should I trust this empty talk? As dusk settled, the sky blazed red, and a few blackbirds darted past, squawking in alarm. Lynn, now smiling brightly, sighed in relief. Just 1 house left. Julian, trailing behind, praised her. You look pleased. She glanced at him, waving her hand excitedly. What you said about humans being demonized if we haven't seen it, isn't that a good thing? Julian nodded in agreement. I think so too. They approached the final house. Julian thought, so this is the last one. I hope it's true. He knocked a few times, then paused. No one home. An old man with bloodshot eyes peeked out, asking warily, "Who's there?" Julian leaned in to observe. What the heck? Not demonized yet, but he smiled warmly. "How are you today, sir?" That shadiness in his aura, he's hiding something. Julian sniffed the air, thinking, and that smell, I've encountered it before in missions involving resonating stones. Rubbing his chin, he boldly guessed, it's the scent of demon blood. Lin spoke up, "Hello, we're from the royal court." The old man froze. "I'm Julian Krypartson of the One Eye," Julian added. The man's eyes widened in shock. One Eye Julian. His demeanor shifted abruptly, and he shouted, "Get out, get away from my house." As the door slammed, a hand shot out to hold it open. Julian pushed hard, the door flying wide, and the old man tumbled to the floor. Dusting off his hands, Julian looked down. "Thanks for your cooperation." Lin, anxious and urgent, pleaded, "Julian, at least explain what's going on." Julian ignored Lin's words and stepped forward, his tone dripping with mockery. "You're too kind, Lady Lin." The swordswoman, growing more confused, "What?" he asked. "What do you mean?" His red eyes glinted as a dark smile curled his lips. "One day, that kindness will wear you out." Without another word, Julian approached a door sealed tight with iron chains, ignoring Lin's protests. "We're here to investigate, not hunt. Do you really think the Empire would approve of this force?" He replied coldly, "The Empire only cares about results, Lady Lin." Her eyes widened in shock. "What?" That's Julian held up the piece of paper, eyeing a steaming bowl on the table. "Having dinner, sir. According to housing data, you live with your son. But there are 3 servings here. Food for 3 people, huh?" The old man pointed, stammering, I have guests." Julian stirred the soup with a spoon, then smirked. "This soup's awfully red. So you're not just here for fever medicine." He laughed, pointing at the dish. "You laced this soup with sedatives to drug your guests and turn them into a meal, didn't you?" Then he gestured to the locked door behind. "For the demon behind that door, right?" Lin's jaw dropped in shock, while the old man trembled, speechless. Suddenly he bolted toward the door, shouting, "Run, my son." Fumbling with a key, he desperately tried to unlock it. As the door swung open, a thick red mist poured out. "Hurry, run!" The old man cried, staring in horror at sharp claws raised high. My son," he stuttered, before a pained scream echoed through the house. The demon let out a terrifying roar, its red eyes glowing with eerie menace. Lin gritted her teeth, gripping her sword, ready to fight. A demon. It really possessed a human host? She charged, determined. "I need to take it down first." The demon's blood-red eyes narrowed, and with a swing of its claws, it effortlessly sent Lin flying. She skidded across the ground, debris scattering everywhere. Julian glanced at her trembling hands on the sword, thinking, that sword, could this be Lin Rondabelle before her awakening in the story? He recalled their talk after leaving the tavern. That's why she asked about mana. At this rate, Lady Lin's in danger. Julian gave a faint smile, stepping in front of her. Lin shouted, "I don't need help." He shed his cloak, gripping a sword that glowed with blue light, ready to fight. "No help needed. This is part of my mission." He turned to Lin, smiling. "And I can't let the Sword Saint's prized disciple get hurt." His red eyes flared, and he thought, better to avoid unnecessary rumors. "The problem is, the Moonlight Sword isn't complete. I don't want Lin getting suspicious for no reason." The demon, losing patience, roared and lunged. "I'll take it down on a whole different level," Julian vowed. A system activated, his gaze locking onto the target. A notification flashed, insight trait activated. Julian narrowed his eyes, scanning for the demon's weakness. Everything about it came into focus. In a flash, he unleashed a flurry of slashes at the beast. Julian spun around, glancing at the demon, thinking, I hit it. At this rate, before he could finish, the creature recovered swiftly. Lin joined the fight, clashing with it. Julian watched her struggle, cursing under his breath, damn it, already healed. He tensed, shouting, "Lady Lin, please create an opening. I'll strike again." Lin battled the demon's overwhelming strength, her face pale and strained. At this rate, suddenly she spotted the soup bowl on the table, an idea sparking. Grabbing it, she thought, "This'll work." With all her might, she smashed it into the demon's face. Caught off guard, the creature staggered, clutching its face, shaking its head to regain focus. Lin closed her eyes, channeling energy. Good, it's distracted. Her sword glowed brilliantly. Now, focus, make it count. But the demon's arm shot out, grabbing her. Surprised, Lin was lifted high, a powerful force making her cough up blood. Damn it, it tracked me by scent. I was too arrogant, she thought, her grip on the sword loosening. I couldn't even create an opening. The blade slipped, clattering to the ground. I don't have the face to meet my master in the afterlife. The demon opened its maw, revealing sharp, dripping fangs. Lady Lin. Julian shouted. She turned, eyes wide in shock. Julian, you're his red eyes blazed, surrounded by the system's green glow. You did well, he praised. The demon, sensing movement, looked around. A surge of electricity wrapped around its massive body. Julian smirked triumphantly, his eyes flashing green. In a flash, he drove his sword through the demon. Its grip on Lin loosened, then released entirely. She gritted her teeth, landing a fierce kick to its face. The force drove the demon deeper onto Julian's blade. He smiled faintly, finally felling the beast. Its body collapsed, blood pooling from the wound. Lin, breathless and stunned, said, I can't believe you pierced it without even using the moonlight sword. How? Julian, demon blood on his lips, grinned smugly. Well, let's say it wasn't even worth my moonlight sword, he said with disdain, though inside he panicked. That expression was normal, right? Mission complete, they stepped off the carriage. We've reached the palace, Julian said. They walked a tree-lined path in the royal grounds. Somehow we finished this safely, he thought. Rubbing his sore shoulder, he sighed. Lady Lin didn't get suspicious relieving. She stopped, making Julian pause. The mission reward is all yours, she said, head bowed, teeth clenched. I didn't contribute anything. Julian assessed her quietly. For someone as proud as Lady Lin, owing me is rare. He turned, saying, Don't say that, Lady Lin. Smiling cheerfully, he added, True, you were outmatched against that demon. Lin frowned, annoyed. For Julian, kind words alone weren't enough. She looked away, stating firmly, I don't like you. Julian stayed relaxed. You're pretty tense right now, huh? The swordswoman clasped her hands, standing tall and facing Julian with resolve. My master always told me that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. She recalled his swift, decisive defeat of the demon and judged, Your victory over that demon was impressive. But Lin hesitated, then continued, Seeing you wield your power recklessly, even against the innocent, her face turned serious. Now I understand why my master expelled you. You lack restraint. Julian gave a sly, knowing smile. He touched his chin, replying with a hint of arrogance, Restraint, huh? That's a weapon for cowards. Lin's fist clenched in anger as she shouted, Are you calling my master a coward? Julian stepped closer, an invisible pressure making her wary. Lin, I'm no noble highborn. I'm not some pure aristocrat bound by restraint. He turned away, leaving a cryptic warning. You need to realize people like that exist in this world. Lin, still puzzled, muttered. What does that mean? Julian waved, grinning triumphantly as he walked off. Say what you will, you did great. Thanks for giving up your share of the mission reward? Haha. Left behind, the swordswoman sighed in frustration. He's so hard to figure out. Lin then departed, still troubled. Restraint isn't just a noble's trait, it's for all knights. A carriage pulled up, and a man called out, Heading home? Lin looked up. Uncle Urjin. He warmly invited her, You look exhausted. Hop on, I'll take you back to the estate. Lin replied politely. Yes, sir. The carriage clattered along the road. Inside, Urjin gently asked about the mission. That must been tough. Did everything go smoothly? Lin smiled courteously, brushing it off. Yes, mostly. Thank you, Uncle Urjin. He continued, asking about her companion. That guy with you, Lin turned to explain. That was Julian, of the one eye. Urjin nodded thoughtfully. I thought so. An unfamiliar face. He recalled Julian's arrogant, defiant expression and shared. The elder council's on the brink of collapse because of him. Rumor has it he's pressuring them through the royal family. Lin, sitting quietly, nodded. I see. Urjin crossed his arms, assessing the man. Chech, pressuring the council nobles shouldn't act like that. His next words sparked a realization in Lin. Right, a branch family. The swordswoman recalled Julian's earlier words, piecing it together. So that's what he meant. Lin's eyes swirled with confusion as Urjin's warning echoed in her ears. Stay away from him, Lin. That horse is dangerous. Say what you will, you've earned your place as Hayden's disciple. Maybe he's not as talented as we thought. Lin spoke slowly. That's, she paused, then continued, not true, uncle. The swordswoman turned to her Jen, her gaze steady and resolute. Whatever he is, he's truly skilled. I have my doubts, but, her fist clenched tightly. Though reluctant, she finally admitted to herself, he's strong. The sky had darkened, leaving the grand estate glowing magnificently beneath it. A mysterious figure sat at a table, speaking. Julian, what exactly? Ordwin's face darkened, his deadly gaze fixed ahead as he demanded. What did you do, Julian? Julian forced an awkward laugh, asking, what do you mean, what did I do? Inside, panic surged. What? No way. Images flashed through his mind, someone demanding compensation from the tavern, slum residents complaining out of fear. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he peeked through narrowed eyes, thinking, I got too carried away and caused a mess. So many reasons to get me in trouble. Ordwin's brows furrowed, her gaze darkening. She sighed, holding up 2 papers, and said, a criminal named Baden, tracked by the one eye, turned himself in. Her eyes flashed with sparks as she glared at Julian. When asked why, he trembled and named you. The mission was just to confirm demon sightings. Julian sighed in relief internally. Whew, it's just Baden. He spread his hands, feigning innocence. Guess he realized his guilt too late. I don't know why he mentioned me. Ordwin, uninterested, handed him a paper, brushing it off. Sure, probably another of your stunts. Whatever. Check the mission payout and report back. Julian eagerly took it, thinking, mission payout. I'll get money, right? Broke as I am, how much is it? He recalled a servant handing him a note earlier, saying, Sir Julian, the jeweler contacted us. He'd replied, really? But when he looked at the note, he froze. We don't have enough nars for a batch of moonstones. He mocked himself inwardly. Of course, Julian doesn't know the meaning of saving. Stunned by the paper's contents, he wondered, can I cover the deficit? Let's see, huh? His eyes widened at the figure, 11,000 nars. Sweat poured as he calculated silently. Nars are about equal to dollars, right? So what, that's like 15,000 bucks. Covering his mouth, he thought, even with Lin's share, earning this in 2 missions is impressive. Ordwin shook her head slowly. Well, tough luck. This is less than usual. Injuries kept me out too long. Julian froze, stunned. What? This is considered low. Even for a game character, his sense of money is insane, Commander Ordwin. His gaze caught a line, wait, maintenance and registration fees deducted. Fine, I guess. I do like art. Exhausted, he stared at the paper, bewildered. What's this? Installments, more installments. What the heck? His eyes landed on the final line, net payout 900 nars. Shocked, he clenched his teeth, sweat dripping. That's all. I'm the crazy one with money. Frowning, he worried about the moonstones. This is bad. We need tons of nars for them, and I have no savings. Slowly he called, Commander Ordwin? She replied. What? He asked. Any more missions coming up? Surprised by his initiative, she raised a brow. First time you've been proactive. Short on cash. Ordwin sighed regretfully. Sorry, none right now. I'll let you know. That's why I told you not to buy luxuries beyond your means and you ignored me, didn't you? Julian looked away, reluctant, thinking, if I'd bought them myself, I wouldn't be this annoyed. He mumbled, yes. Ordwin propped her chin on her hand, smiling. Sell those luxuries to an art gallery, and you could buy a castle. Julian felt a sudden spark of realization. Without a word, he spun around and left, thinking, perfect. Ordwin, caught off guard, blurted, huh? Julian tilted his head, flashing a mischievous grin, and declared, I just need to sell everything. He walked away, leaving her in stunned silence. Ordwin's face twisted in confusion and bewilderment. He's really lost it, she muttered. 2 figures in brown cloaks passed through an intricately decorated door. A mysterious voice spoke. That monster defeated a demon without even using the moonlight sword. He's as dangerous as a wild horse. The speaker was Ergene, a noble elder of the council. The other, Aiden, also a noble elder, gave a sly smile. I see. A man bowed respectfully. Lord Aiden, I'm here to escort you. Aiden waved him off. No, I still have matters to discuss with my subordinate. The door slowly closed. A shadowy figure at a table spoke. So, the elder council doesn't favor Julian. Leaning back in the dark, he grinned mysteriously. Julian defeated a demon on a recent mission without the moonlight sword? The other man replied respectfully. Yes, sir. The confirmation unsettled him. He's truly a monster. The subordinate calmly asked, "Shall I carry out your previous order, sir?" The man pointed forward, his gaze predatory. "Do it. I'll recruit that monster and make him part of my strength." Meanwhile, at the Eid Cosmos Art Gallery, Julian wandered, eyeing the displays. "I thought I'd strike while the iron's hot and come here, but I'm not sure if this will sell," he thought. An appraiser, face pale, hurried to greet him. Welcome, Sir Julian." Julian smiled warmly, extending a hand. "Thanks for appraising this item." The appraiser Perso followed cautiously. "No trouble at all. It's an honor to serve the renowned One-Eye Julian." He spotted something covered by a cloth. "Is this the piece to appraise?" Perso nodded, pulling back the fabric. Yes, a stunning painting was revealed. Perso's eyes lit up, and he marveled, examining it through a monocle. Based on this unique technique, it seems like a work by Carusius Vincent. Julian leaned in, curious. Or at least his style. Perso concluded, "This is a fake." Julian's eyes widened, speechless. He ruffled his hair, cursing inwardly. "Julian, have you no eye for art?" He recalled seeing the painting. "Should I have bought something else? It hung at the villa's entrance, so I thought it was a masterpiece." Clearing his throat, he thought, "Parroting a fake like this. Your reputation's sunk, Julian. Just accept it." Perso's face darkened as he spoke. "I've never seen a fake crafted so finely." Turning, he said eagerly, "I want to buy it." Julian smiled, puzzled. "Even though it's a fake?" Perso grinned brightly. "It's in great condition." "Can I buy it for 1,000 nars? Julian rubbed the back of his neck, deep in thought. "He's probably just pitying me. Still, 1,000 nars won't cover all the moonstones." Perso gestured to the displayed paintings and said, "I'll go prepare the contract. Feel free to browse the other works while you wait." Julian replied, "All right." Suddenly, another voice caught his attention. "Is selling it at that price really okay?" Eileen appeared, her beauty radiant, and spoke softly. "That painting is definitely the original, right?" "That painting is definitely an original, isn't it?" Professor Eileen's tone brimmed with confidence, catching our main character off guard enough to ask again, "Miss Eileen, why are you here? And what do you mean by original?" Eileen, ever ready to educate, quickly clarified, "My cousin has a few works displayed here, but let's put that aside." Then she shifted her gaze slightly, eyes landing on the trembling blonde man standing ahead. No painter in the empire can handle oil paints this masterfully. And the signature in this corner that's unmistakably Carusius's. At those words, murmurs began to ripple through the surrounding crowd. The blonde man, already trembling, looked like he was about to collapse. "I can't believe it, I missed the signature." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice cut through the tension. Julian's. Even a fool could now tell he had been swindled by the shady merchant beside him. Julian turned, his eyes sharp as blades as he glared straight at the man. "So you lied to me, didn't you, Parso?" Parso buckled under the pressure of Julian's murderous stare, stumbling backward, body shaking uncontrollably. I'm so sorry." But it seemed the Grim Reaper wasn't ready to claim Parso just yet. At that critical moment, Eileen's hand shot out and grabbed Julian's wrist to stop him. "Julian, stop. Appraisals can be wrong and people make mistakes." Her words snapped Julian back to his senses. He silently chastised himself. "Chech, I lost control. If I hadn't hesitated, I probably would have drawn my sword already. With this many witnesses, I can't afford to let things spiral out of control." Julian then raised his voice. All right. If I blow this out of proportion, I'll end up looking like the villain here." Eileen immediately snapped back, "Worse than the villain, actually." Julian turned his gaze back to Parso, his face twisted in a chilling expression. "So, if it's the real thing, that means the price changes, doesn't it?" The moment Parso heard Julian's voice, his whole body started trembling violently. He stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Then he dropped to his knees, bowing over and over in desperation. "I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me." Still shaking, Parso tried to explain through his terror. "If this is truly an original, then my gallery couldn't possibly afford it. Even if I sold everything the gallery owns, it still wouldn't be enough." Before the last word left his mouth, Julian burst into a mocking laugh. He grabbed Parso's shoulders and pushed him down even further. Then, with a biting tone, Julian said, "In life, incompetence can drag you down hard. Still, I'm stuck here. What am I supposed to do with this painting now?" With tears welling in his eyes, Parso finally caved. "I'll help you," he said in a choked voice. Julian raised an eyebrow, skeptical. You'll help me?" Eileen exhaled sharply and responded simply. "Yes," she continued. "I know someone who would buy any painting by Carusius without question. Just one person." That piqued Julian's curiosity. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. But before he could follow that line of thinking too far, Eileen interrupted. "But," she said, raising two fingers. "Two conditions." She explained the first: "You don't punish the appraiser." Julian responded without hesitation, "Fine." Then he smirked to himself. "Wasn't planning to, anyway." Eileen moved on to the second condition. "And there's something I need your help with. Something only you can do." Julian agreed without missing a beat. "All right. I don't have any active missions right now anyway." Without another word, the two of them shook hands, sealing the deal. Eileen's tone suddenly turned serious. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not helping you out of kindness," she clarified. "You helped me once. Back in the Jolin district. I'm not the kind of person who leaves debts unpaid." Julian nodded. "So now it's my turn to return the favor." He then asked her directly, "So, what exactly do you need me to do?" The scene shifts to a pitch-black hallway inside a castle late at night. A lone guard walks his patrol route. He's clearly timid, glancing over his shoulder every few steps. As he walks down the corridor, something strange suddenly catches his eye. He turned around, only to be met with the horrifying sight of hundreds of glowing red eyes staring straight at him. Hearing this, Julian suddenly spoke up. "A night guard getting attacked by a ghost, huh?" Eileen quickly explained. "The ghost story is probably just a rumor the students made up." At the old wing of Byrle Academy, Eileen whispered to Julian. The board didn't take it seriously at first. She went on to describe the strange incidents that had been happening in the building, unexplained noises echoing through the halls around midnight, and an increasing number of guards getting injured by unknown attackers. Julian tilted his head, visibly puzzled. "If it's not a ghost, then what is it?" Eileen leaned in closer and lowered her voice. "I think it's a demon." Julian was stunned. "A demon? Inside the academy?" Eileen nodded. "Yes. The academy is usually well protected against demons, but I think one of them slipped in through a weakened resonant stone barrier. Lately, everything's been feeling unstable, and fewer people are willing to take up night guard duties. I figured I'd take care of it myself." She lowered her voice even more. "But it's not easy, and I've been struggling with it." Just then, a voice interrupted. "So in the end you're still relying on someone else, huh?" Hardy greeted Julian with a smug grin. "A pleasure to meet you, Sir Yorian. I'm Hardy Godfrey, professor at Byrle Academy." Eileen's mood shifted instantly. "Did you not see me standing here? Would it kill you to say hello?" Hardy shot back. "We're not exactly close, are we? And you've gone and called someone else to handle this. Isn't that beneath you?" Eileen responded sternly. "We're doing this to keep the students safe. Sir Yorian is highly skilled in demon extermination." Hardy scoffed. "If you want to shed that branch family label so badly, maybe try harder." Eileen fired back. "You're the one who needs to try harder, Professor Hardy. You nearly failed your last thesis, remember? Instead of wasting time here, shouldn't you be working on another paper?" Infuriated, Hardy snapped. "What did you say, you damn branch family mongrel? You really don't know your place." Eileen immediately caught the insult in his words and glared. "What did you just say?" Before she could say more, Julian stepped forward and silently drew his sword. Eileen was startled. Julian drew his sword. Is he angry because he insulted the branch family, or because of me? Wait, without a word, Julian raised his sword high, preparing to strike. Eileen instinctively shut her eyes tight in fear. Hardy, too, was frozen in panic until a chunk of brick dropped and smacked him on the head. Suddenly, chunks of the wall above them began to fall apart, as if it were about to collapse entirely. From the crumbling wall, a swarm of demons began crawling out. Hardy screamed in terror. Demons. They were hiding in the wall. Julian didn't flinch. He kept his sword ready, watching the demons emerge with a cold, calculated expression. He quickly sliced down several of the lesser demons in a single motion. But then, Hardy screamed again. "Help me! There's one on my back!" He flailed as a chubby, round demon appeared behind him, making him stare in horror. More demons began slithering toward him, slowly and menacingly. Julian raised his voice with scorn. "Demons show no mercy whether you're from the main family or the branch." He pointed his sword at Hardy and said, "If you want to live, you'd better start begging someone from the branch family to save your life." Julian curled his lips into a cold, cryptic smile. "Demons are ruthless creatures," he said, voice low and menacing. "It doesn't matter if you're of noble blood or not." His crimson eyes gleamed with danger, a chilling aura enveloping him like a shadow. Want to live? Then try kneeling and begging a lesser bloodline to save you. He slashed his sword down sharply in front of the boy, his voice now stern and cutting. You're being dramatic. Nearby, a girl's sharp pink eyes burned with fury and fierce determination. She pointed upward and shouted, "Look." Julian stood calm and composed, hand resting regally on the hilt of his sword. A mass of dark, shadowy creatures with glowing red eyes was beginning to form, creatures piling onto each other, fusing into a single twisted shape. Malice pulsed from them in waves. The mass floated ominously in the air, its warped silhouette casting a long, distorted shadow across the floor. Eileen and the curly-haired boy stared up at it, visibly shaken. The tiny black creatures merged into a monstrous, towering rat. Compared to it, the three of them looked like mere insects. As the curly-haired boy panicked and bolted, Julian calmly lifted his sword and murmured to himself, "So this is its true form." There was mockery in his voice as he added, "How pitiful. The way the weak cling together and struggle." A deranged smile crept across his face, his crimson eyes gleaming wildly. The bloodlust radiating off him was palpable. Disgusting. The giant rat's 6 crimson eyes blazed with blind rage. It shrieked and bared its enormous buck teeth. With a furious swing of its massive arm, it lunged at the royal hound Julian. But he swiftly dodged back. A flash of green steel sliced through the air, slashing close to the snarling beast's face. As the rat launched another attack, Julian leapt effortlessly, then brought his sword down directly on its grotesque head. The rat howled in pain. Watching it recoil, the royal hound thought silently, "It's retreating. Even the core body is starting to collapse." Julian assessed the situation with precision. Then he charged straight in, meeting the beast face to face. With practiced grace, he swung his blade in a powerful arc. Eileen and the curly-haired boy, both behind him, were shielded by a shimmering honeycomb barrier he had cast. With one final blow, Julian's sword cleaved through the creature. The monstrous rat disintegrated into a cascade of dark fragments, falling to the ground like black snow. The royal hound sheathed his sword with quiet satisfaction. Behind him, the dust had yet to settle. Julian raised his hand and cast a spell, his glowing blue sword unleashing a powerful strike at the enemy ahead. At the same time, he dispelled the protective barrier surrounding the professor and the curly-haired boy. As soon as Eileen stepped outside, she questioned him sharply, "How did you know there were demons here?" The royal hound played it cryptic. "That's a secret." In truth, Julian had his own suspicions. He had sensed a strange impurity while reading Lord Hardy's records. But he could say that out loud. No one here would understand something like a game system. Eileen let the subject drop. "Fine. That can wait. But even you used to look down on the main bloodline. And now you're stepping in to protect them." Julian furrowed his brow. "Look down on them?" The professor chuckled and reminded him. "What, you forgot already? You called me a half-blooded freak from Toshinang." Eileen fell silent, lost in thought. "You said that to me, someone who blindly chased power. And now you're suddenly defending the lesser branch. Odd, isn't it? You're no different from Urian back when he was at the academy." She cast a spell on a few stones while throwing him a look of mild annoyance. Still that same half-baked sense of righteousness. Then, in a more serious tone, she added, "No one dare say it to your face, but your high-handed attitude toward the lesser clans. Toward me. That's been an everyday thing." Julian didn't react much to the criticism. Main branch or offshoot, everyone bleeds the same. He rubbed his chin, his tone softening. "I was wrong to say those things back then." Eileen blushed in surprise, lowering her head. "Wait, did he just apologize, Urian?" "That didn't quite sound like an apology though." Flustered, she muttered, "Still thank you." Julian looked puzzled. "For what?" With cheeks still red, she said shyly, "For helping me deal with what just happened." He glanced at the wall she had just finished repairing. "It's nothing." Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Eileen exhaled in relief. "All done." The royal hound gave a rare compliment. "Nice work." She smiled and shifted the topic. "Now that you've taken care of the demon, let me introduce you to the buyer of the painting." Later, Julian gifted the artwork to Alam. The older man held the painting carefully, examining it with deep reverence, while Julian sat calmly across from him. Alam studied it with quiet awe. "To see this before I die, I can die in peace." Julian took a sip of tea and asked casually, "So, what do you think?" "The final piece by Carusius, the Crimson Vineyard." The vice dean nodded, eyes still scanning the canvas. A wheat field tossed by storm winds beneath a gloomy sky. He paused, as if absorbing every detail. Black crows flying low toward the horizon. Julian, meanwhile, felt nothing. Must be nice to be an art lover. To me, they all look the same. Alum continued, voice low and poetic. And behind the field, endless roads that never seem to end. The vice dean closed his eyes and continued in a quiet, reflective voice. Of course, I don't know where those roads ultimately led. Julian nodded thoughtfully. That's a profound interpretation. Then Alum observed something deeper. This painting carries a deep loneliness. It conveys the artist's sorrow, a message meant for his younger brother. He seemed to merge with the piece as he spoke, as if transported into the world of the canvas. That younger brother, Alum explained, had provided significant financial support to the artist. The painting had been sent to him along with a letter that began with a simple yet heartfelt line. Emotion surged in the vice dean's voice. I poured all my sorrow and soul into this painting. Julian sat in silence, watching closely. Slowly, everything began to connect. When Alum finished speaking, the royal hound lifted his teacup, took a sip, and responded calmly, exactly. Suddenly, a radiant orange glow engulfed Alum's entire body. His piercing gaze locked onto Julian. Julian stared back into his eyes and thought, that color, suspicion. A flicker of unease stirred in his heart. Is he doubting me? A system prompt appeared in his vision. Color of suspicion detected, target is experiencing doubt. Julian tried to keep his composure. What's wrong? Is there something off about the painting? A fleeting image of Eileen crossed his mind. No, judging from Lady Eileen and the vice dean's reactions, it's not that. Alum cracked a sly, almost sinister smile. But at the same time there was certainty in his expression. It's definitely authentic. Julian closed his eyes for a moment, his face visibly tense. Then what exactly is he suspicious of? Anxiously restless, the royal hound found himself unable to sit still. His eyes remained locked on Alum, who was still examining the painting with unnerving intensity. Ulam Corney suddenly spoke up. Lord Urian. Julian was startled but quickly responded, yes? The man scowled, his tone laced with frustration. Do you truly understand this painting? Be honest. I have a feeling you only came to me because you needed money. Chorney's expression was dead serious. I could have just paid a fair price and bought it outright. But I wanted to make this deal with someone who truly understands its value. Hearing that, Julian let out a quiet sigh of relief. So that's what this is about. Then an idea came to him. In that case, even if we do make a deal, I doubt I'll get a high price for it. This painting is described as the artist's final work, isn't it? If that's true, Julian tried to stay calm, lifting his teacup with steady hands. Corusius passed away not long after completing this piece. Ulam Corney sighed deeply, clearly taking in Julian's words. Which means it holds even greater value, doesn't it? Then suddenly, Chorney burst into laughter. He nodded in agreement. You're right. Corusius died at the very location depicted in this painting. It seems you have a true appreciation for art. I clearly misjudged you, Lord Urian. With that, their negotiation began in good spirits. You flatter me, Julian said with a polite smile. Shall we begin discussing the price? Yes, let's. The weight in Julian's chest finally lifted. He's agreed to the deal. Corney went straight to the point. What do you think of this offer? He asked, naming a price. Julian didn't respond right away. 40,000 nar, should I try to negotiate a bit more? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. This piece marked the beginning of the golden era after the artist's death. His words made Chorney pause, lost in thought. I see you truly grasp its value. The royal hound smiled generously. Very well, I'll add another 100,000 nar. The sheer amount left Julian slightly stunned. 500,000 nar. That's far more than I imagined. Doubt suddenly crept into his mind. Wait, 500,000 nar. Not 100,000? He quickly did the math in his head. If nar is equivalent to dollars, that's around 500 million won. This painting is worth that much. Julian's silence made Ulam Corney raise an eyebrow. Lord Urian. Julian snapped out of his thoughts and answered calmly. Now you see its true worth. Excellent. Let's proceed with the transaction. Inwardly, Julian recalled something someone once told him, that the gallery wouldn't be able to afford it even if they sold everything they owned. Now I understand why. At this price, how many people in the world could actually buy it? Meanwhile, back at Bayer Academy, the golden rays of sunset bathed the campus in a gentle, dreamlike light. There was a sudden knock on the door. Eileen, the professor of law, spoke up. Vice Principal Alam, you called for me. Alam Chorny, who had been deeply engrossed in admiring the newly acquired painting, looked up. Miss Aileen. Please have a seat. His tone turned serious as he continued. While we're at it, let's talk about the incident at the old building. Aileen nodded and reported, yes, the matter has been resolved. While conjuring a spell to pour tea, Olam Corney added, I was quite worried. It's good to hear everything's settled now. After placing the teacup down, he asked with genuine concern, did you encounter any difficulties? Aileen chose to conceal the truth in the end. Nothing too troubling. Olam Corney's voice deepened. I see, forgive me for leaving such a messy issue to you. He then shared a confidential thought. What I'm about to say must stay between us, Professor Aileen. There's a strong possibility that the incident was orchestrated by the Dawn Society. Eileen's eyes filled with suspicion. The Dawn Society. Why would they target the Academy? I don't know their motives, Olam admitted. But there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. It seems they took advantage of the weakened resonance stones to carry out their plan. As he spoke, Eileen remained silent, her mind racing. We've decided to keep this quiet, he added, to prevent panic among the students. Her grip on the teacup tightened unconsciously. In her mind, Eileen kept asking herself, the Dawn Society worshippers of demons, why would they attack the Academy? Sensing her tension, Olam tried to reassure her. Either way, please don't worry too much, Aileen. We've strengthened security, and we'll do everything in our power to protect the students. Eileen nodded. Understood. Olam wanted to confirm something. We were able to resolve this thanks to Sir Urian, correct? At the mention of that name, Eileen froze slightly. Sir Urian, as her gaze fell on the painting, she remembered. Come to think of it, have you met him? Olam Chorney's voice was full of gratitude. Yes, thanks to him, I managed to acquire this incredibly valuable painting. Eileen responded with a slightly awkward smile. I wanted to thank him for vanquishing the demon, but it seems he already left. Olam confirmed. Yes, he took off right after receiving the payment. Then he added, I think he went to buy a bunch of gemstones. Moonstones, perhaps? At that moment, Eileen couldn't help but spit out the tea she had just sipped. She stood there in shock, needing to confirm it again. Moonstones? Then, without a moment to spare, Eileen abruptly turned to leave. I have something urgent to attend to. Olam Corney looked up at her quickly retreating figure and sighed. Everyone's always in such a rush these days. As soon as Eileen entered the store, the clerk bowed and apologized. I'm terribly sorry. But Eileen refused to believe it. There should still be some left, I'm sure of it. The clerk, visibly nervous and sweating, explained, Sir Urian purchased far more than I had anticipated. She immediately pressed him. Then when will the next batch arrive? The clerk, clearly flustered by her intensity, stammered, I'm afraid. It might take much longer than usual this time. The news hit her like a thunderclap. It felt as if the sky itself had collapsed. No, I need that stone for my thesis. And just like that, she stood in the middle of the store, wailing helplessly. Urian, meanwhile, on Julian's end, he had just arrived at a forge. So, in essence, the blacksmith eyed the gemstones in Julian's hands and asked for confirmation. You want me to forge a sword using this precious stone? Julian didn't hesitate. That's right. The man known simply as the Blurred Flame. A mysterious blacksmith grinned slyly, as though had already calculated something. Tell me, he said, eyes gleaming. Is it possible to forge a blade that rivals the silver moon? The blacksmith suddenly snapped, shouting, That's not a sword, that's a work of art. Standing tall with his arms crossed and a deadly serious expression, he declared, My pride won't allow me to forge something like that. Julian forced a weak smile and replied, I only want it made for practical combat. But the blacksmith fiercely objected. No, that thing is nothing more than a luxury item. Glancing down at the blueprint laid out before them, he scoffed, You even brought a design. This isn't worthy of being called a weapon. His eyes burned with disapproval as he glared at Julian. If you're looking for fancy trinkets, go somewhere else. He furrowed his brows and continued with conviction. The Black Flame Forge only creates weapons for true knights' masterpieces like the blade once wielded by Hayden Reich, a man I deeply admired, Urian. Julian held back his frustration, forcing a strained response. I want to embed a mana circuit into this sword, Ruger Orland. That only seemed to provoke the blacksmith further. He stormed up to Julian, practically nose to nose, and barked, Even so, embedding a moonstone into the core of the blade is sheer idiocy. No one can fight with a sword that's weaker than regular steel just because it has a pretty gem stuck in it. Julian fell silent, his expression darkening as he thought things over, only to be interrupted by a timid voice. "Sir Urian, forgive us, but—" A young blonde woman stepped forward, her face filled with nervous hesitation. "We only forge weapons that are worthy of bearing the name of our forge." She tried to explain gently, "Every sword we create carries our insignia. If that sword were to break easily," she trailed off, clearly uncomfortable, "then so would the honor of our forge." Julian lowered his head in quiet reflection. This is troublesome, he thought. I really wanted the sword to be made here. This is the very forge that created Hayden Reich's legendary blade. If that's the case, after a moment of silence, he calmly responded, "I understand." He forced a polite smile and added, "In that case, I'll make sure it doesn't break easily." His words caused the blacksmith to flinch in surprise. "You really think you can do that?" Julian nodded without hesitation. "Yes, because I'm Urian. If you don't believe me, then test me." Without waiting for a reply, he casually grabbed a large sack nearby and slung it over his shoulder. Then, with a confident smile, he said, "Just start forging the sword first." The blacksmith and his assistant stood wide-eyed in shock, as Julian placed an enormous bag of money on the table. His calm voice followed, "I've paid more than the usual fee." He walked up to the blacksmith with a pleasant expression and added, "If the sword breaks during testing, I won't ask for a refund or the stone back." Seeing the confident smirk on Julian's face, the blacksmith couldn't help but mutter, "This guy's really that sure of himself." With a deep sigh and a furrowed brow, the blacksmith agreed, "Fine. If it breaks during the test, we'll pretend this never happened." A few days later, after countless hours of forging, the blacksmith finally held up the finished sword and exclaimed in delight, "It's done." He recalled the intense work that went into it, admitting that even the finest smiths had failed many times before they could succeed. Handing the sword over to Julian, he asked in a low voice, "Lord Urian, are you truly going to use this as a real weapon?" Just then, a system notification flashed before Julian's eyes. Perfect swordsmanship activated. Holding the sword in his hand, he grinned with confidence and declared, "Of course. Now then, shall we begin?" Outside, the skies were clear and the sun shone bright. Julian stepped out with the sword in hand, glancing at the crowd with a hint of pride. "Quite the audience, huh?" The blonde assistant nearby hesitated before speaking. "Well, everyone's curious to see it. If you're uncomfortable, I can ask them to leave." He shook his head with a smile, "No need." The blacksmith returned, slamming something onto the table. "Lord Urian," he called, handing over a special piece of armor. "This is a custom suit of armor made just for this test," he explained. "It's not ordinary. This thing is nearly 1 centimeter thick, almost pure steel. If we're testing, we do it properly. Try slicing through this." Julian took it with a smirk. "You sure went all out." Then, with a determined tone, he unsheathed his sword and added, "Of course. Wouldn't be fun if the target was too easy." The blacksmith watched nervously from the side, muttering, "So that's the sword from the rumors, huh?" Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Even with Moonlight Blade activated, there's no way it can cut through that kind of armor." Julian tightened his grip on the sword, thinking to himself that it felt entirely different, like the weapon had found its own path. A blinding light burst from the blade, so bright that Julian instinctively shut his eyes. Then, with a single swing, the blade sliced through the thick armor like it was paper. The blacksmith gasped in disbelief. "No way." Julian stood tall, the sword still in hand, a look of triumph clearly visible on his face. The blonde girl stared in utter shock, her eyes wide. How is that even possible?" Julian stood tall and proud, his sword glowing in hand. He channeled a surge of mana into the blade, causing it to spin and hum with unrelenting power. With a smirk on his face, he held it firmly and let out a satisfied laugh, thinking to himself, "So this is what the true Moonlight Blade feels like." The blonde girl suddenly dropped to her knees, overcome with emotion. Her voice trembled with sorrow as she whispered, "He didn't even need to go all out." She picked up a few shattered pieces of the once mighty armor from the ground and muttered mournfully, "This armor, forged by our own smithy, reduced to fragments." Meanwhile, Julian remained unfazed and full of swagger. He turned to the blacksmith, his tone almost playful. "So then, what do you want to throw at me next?" In another scene, a silver-haired swordsman stood amidst a mysterious, shimmering space, facing a blinding blue glow radiating from the blade. The system chimed in, displaying the current status of the equipment. Trade update incomplete. Moonlight Blade has evolved into Moonlight Blade. Julian grinned in triumph. A new ability had been unlocked. Gazing at the sword, he marveled, "I poured so much spirit energy into it, and yet, not even a scratch." The blade glowed with a radiant blue light, surrounded by a fierce and commanding magical aura. Deep down, Julian felt proud. After all the struggle, This was it, the perfected moonlight blade. He had finally succeeded. The blacksmith's perception began to shift. After reflecting on everything he had seen, he admitted to himself, "Looks like I underestimated him." The sword shimmered, releasing a powerful surge of magical energy. A royal hound, observing from afar, came to a realization: sometimes, actions speak louder than words. The dark-skinned warrior, placing his full trust in Julian, warned him, "But remember this, if that sword breaks, so does my reputation. Swing it with that in mind." Julian nodded firmly in response. "Understood. I'll wield it with honor." Then, the sound of footsteps suddenly stopped near some broken shards. Reich stared down, stunned. This was the custom-forged armor from the Black Flame Forge. And it was sliced through cleanly. He needed confirmation. Was this Urian's doing? There was no more doubt in his mind. So, the kid really did come by here. Lin, still skeptical, asked, "Urian, he was here?" The seasoned hero knelt to examine the shattered armor pieces, trying to sense any lingering spirit energy. "Strange, I can't feel Urian's energy here." Still, Reich acknowledged Julian's potential. He's impressive, a swordsman whose spirit energy is entirely focused on his blade work. The sword saint herself wished she had witnessed the moment firsthand. It would have been amazing to see him slice through that armor. But then, the female swordsman beside her suddenly looked uneasy. What's wrong? A chilling possibility crossed her mind. Could it be Master? Reich turned to Lin and asked, "Aren't you worried about Urian?" The blonde girl hesitated, clearly unsure how to respond. "Well, I mean, Julian's master suddenly remembered something." "Ah, right. You two were just on a mission together, weren't you?" "What was he like?" Reluctantly, Lin admitted, "He's really strong." But she didn't quite understand what Reich was getting at. He pressed further, "More importantly, did you notice anything strange about him?" Lin looked at him, puzzled. "Strange? What do you mean by that?" Reich struggled to explain, his expression turning serious. "I mean, does he seem like someone from the Dawn sect to you?" Julian, standing off to the side, gave a bright smile just as Lin's confusion deepened. "Wait, what? Urian's with the Dawn sect?" Suddenly Julian's figure appeared clearly. He let out a weary sigh. Wearing a black military uniform with gold trim, he rubbed his wrist. Behind him, the faint silhouette of a dark-haired man flickered into view. In truth, Julian wasn't happy at all. "I'm becoming more and more like Urian," only one thought echoed in Julian's mind, "but I must not forget the reason I came here. I have to return to my world." He sighed again, frustrated. "I can't keep living as Urian." Julian had made up his mind from the very beginning. He came here to find a way back to his own world. As a royal hound, he understood his mission clearly. This world must come to an end. In other words, the story needed to reach its conclusion. Hayden must stop the resurrection of the Demon King. Still, Julian felt disoriented in this unfamiliar world. "I can't live forever under the name Urian. I have to stop that from happening." But then he paused. Wait, where are we in the story right now? It seemed like this was the point where the Dawn sect was about to emerge. According to the plot, Julian remembered, a heretical cult would do everything it could to resurrect Demon King Barbatos, the eternal enemy of Hayden Reich and Lin Ronbel. Julian's attention shifted sharply toward the Sword Saint's disciple, especially Lin Ronbel. There was a crucial reason for his concern: her father had been killed by the Dawn sect. Julian tread carefully, analyzing every move and thought. I want to align myself with Hayden Reich's faction, but that's easier said than done. It was bound to be a difficult task without a doubt. He wasn't sure whether he should take a reckless gamble, something Urian would definitely do. Should I infiltrate the Dawn sect to gather intel? Julian realized he was putting himself in a difficult position again. But how would I even get in? Wait, suddenly, a system notification popped up. Trait activated, extraordinary intuition. Julian immediately shifted into a state of alert. Someone's here. As a royal hound, he instinctively scanned his surroundings, but sensed nothing unusual. Was it just my imagination? No, his trait had clearly activated for a reason. Instead of fear, a wide smile spread across Julian's face. I don't know who you are, he thought, but I've already sensed your mana. Come on out. Then came the sound of footsteps. A woman stepped out from the shadows. Julian, ever the optimist, remained calm and collected. The mysterious woman showed no sign of surprise at being discovered. We've met before, she said. Two figures, a man and a woman cloaked in black, stood in silence, eyes fixed on Julian. His mind spun in confusion. I remember now, she's the witch who wields dark magic at an astonishing level, Eleanor de Michael, a bishop of the Dawn sect. He glanced at the man beside her. And I can guess who that is too. A flash of memory surfaced: Eleanor without the cloak, and Reich's stern face beside her. It all lined up. These two were the mortal enemies of Hayden Reich. Putting on a friendly front, Julian greeted them. "It's been a while. Eleanor. You too." Eleanor didn't seem surprised in the slightest. She lowered her hood with a calm motion. "Even dressed like this, you still recognize me?" She offered a graceful bow. As expected of Lord Urian, Julian returned the nod with a warm smile. "I figured I could guess the reason you two are here." Hearing that, Eleanor clapped her hands cheerfully. "If you already know our intentions, then things can proceed a lot faster, can't they? I'd be very grateful if you could give us an answer now." The smile on Julian's face almost slipped. Internally he was panicking. "Truth is, I have no clue. I was just bluffing." Normally Urian would say something now, trying to stall. He replied vaguely, "Well, I'd like a little more time to think things over." Eleanor's expression hardened. "That won't do, Lord Urian." To Julian's shock, she raised her hand toward him. "You're the one who approached the Dawn sect first with a proposal, weren't you?" Calmly she delivered a devastating blow. "You were the one who said you wanted to join the Dawn sect." Julian coughed awkwardly, grumbling inside. "So Urian went that far already? Damn it, cleaning up his messes is becoming a full-time job." He mentally reviewed everything he knew about Urian. That sword, no matter the path, it was always pointed at Urian's throat. In every route, Urian was defeated by Hayden. Bitterness twisted his face. He wasn't satisfied with that fate. He craved more power. Eventually he turned to the Dawn sect. Julian lifted his head. Blood-red eyes gleamed with a twisted smile, an echo of the man he was impersonating. Back in the present, he fought back a headache. How the hell do I handle these two now? But he knew this wasn't the moment to escalate. With a calm breath, he replied, "There's no time limit to joining, is there?" Surrounded by silent architecture and not a soul in sight, Eleanor spoke up. "That may be true, but you should understand we could interpret this differently." Her pink eyes widened as she offered a chilling theory. "What if this is nothing but a trap to lure us out and have us arrested? What if your desire to join us was just a ruse?" She pointed a finger straight at Julian, a pleasant smile on her face as she exposed him. "Because you're the royal hound Urian of the Hidden Eye." Julian's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of panic crossing his face. "Damn it, they're doubting me," he thought. "But I'm not here to investigate the Dawn sect, I truly want to join." He closed his eyes for a moment, and an image of Reich appeared in his mind. If the Empire ever finds out, I'm finished. And the consequences would be catastrophic. He could almost feel Reich's stern gaze piercing through him. If Hayden discovers I joined the Dawn sect, that thought alone made Julian imagine the worst-case scenario: Reich slicing him in half with one swing of his sword. Whether it ended with Reich killing him or the other way around, either outcome would be a disaster. I might never get out of this game world alive. Despite the rising dread inside him, Julian forced a smile and responded, "I didn't expect to be suspected this much." Eleanor crossed her arms and gave him a sharp look. "You know too much. If you're thinking of backing out now," Julian calmly interrupted. "And what if I am?" She smiled again, but before she could speak, the man in the black cloak, silent until now, finally stepped forward and spoke. "Then we won't let you walk out of here unscathed." A terrifying surge of power erupted from him, shattering the stone pavement beneath his feet. In a flash, Julian's thoughts raced. A bishop-level combatant. This guy isn't just above average, he's stronger than most knights. The man clenched his fist under his cloak, then flung it off in one motion. His eyes flared with intensity as he barked, "You better decide quickly. Otherwise, Felkor, the Iron Wall will crush you." He jabbed a finger at the long scar across his own face. "Remember this scar? You gave it to me. It still hurts." Julian's heart sank in exasperation. "You again? Urian, I'm so damn tired of cleaning up your messes." He casually muttered something that left Felkor stunned. "Oh, so we've met before." Felkor's body trembled with rage, but Julian just smiled mockingly and added, "Sorry. I don't make a habit of remembering small fry." Felkor was completely consumed by rage, the veins bulging across his face as he burst into maniacal laughter. Julian forced himself to maintain a calm, mocking smile, though inwardly he knew things were spiraling out of control. Pretending to be Urian was only going to earn him a beating at this rate. In a blink, Felkor's massive figure vanished. Julian barely managed to snap his head around when the man reappeared directly behind him, eyes blazing, fist raised. "Let's see how long you can keep your cool." Just then, a system notification flashed before Julian's eyes. Trait, Natural Swordsman, activated. It all happened in the span of a heartbeat. Julian instinctively drew his sword and blocked Felkor's punch. His face went pale. Damn it, I grabbed the wrong sword. This is just my old iron blade, not the moonlight saber. The brilliantly glowing saber still hung unused at his belt. What a garbage memory I have, he muttered to himself. Now I just have to hold out as long as I can. Felkor's punch, caught by Yulian's blade, exploded with force. Yulian tried to counterattack immediately, but Felkor dodged, shifting to the side with a low scoff. The iron sword in Yulian's hand began to crack like a spider web under pressure. It wouldn't last much longer. He kicked off and retreated some distance, urgently considering his options. This is too dangerous. I need to get out and regroup. But Felkor had likely already sensed his intent. With a wicked grin, the man lunged forward once again, appearing right in front of Yulian before he could react. His hand cocked back in a powerful striking posture. The punch landed squarely, sending Yulian flying. He was slammed against the stone wall behind him. Bits of rubble scattering as pain racked his body and forced a cry from his lips. Slumped against the cracked wall, head drooping, Yulian was in rough shape. Felkor cackled with glee. So, how does it feel to be beaten down by the guy you humiliated, huh, Yulian? All that remained of Yulian's sword was its hilt. With a heavy sigh of frustration, Yulian's body began to ignite with a fiery red aura. Why the hell do I have to suffer for something I didn't even do? The flames rose, burning around his body as he slowly stood back up. I'm so damn tired of paying for other people's mistakes. His resilience shocked both Felkor and Eleanor. Felkor's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You can still move? Eleanor, sensing something off, quickly warned, wait Felkor, something's wrong. A new system message appeared. Your emotions are reaching their peak. Shadow cloaked half of Yulian's face as he pushed himself upright, exhaling slowly. Then he looked up. His eyes glowed with a terrifying red light, cracks spreading around them like fractured glass. With a low, chilling voice, Yulian muttered, "What a damn nuisance. System notification, unique trait, Eye Shift Awakening has been triggered." Julian's entire body seemed to erupt in blazing fury. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath, the cold gleam of steel flashing under the dim light. Each step he took forward carried an overwhelming presence. Seeing the crimson flames flickering along the blade, Felkor's eyes widened. His aura just changed completely. That sword, what in the world is it? When Julian kept advancing without pause, Felkor clenched his teeth and roared, "I will destroy that sword along with you." But before he could say another word, Julian shot forward at terrifying speed. His sword slashed through the air again and again, each strike a blur too fast for the eye to follow. Felkor's eyes widened in horror as he looked down at his trembling arm now covered in dozens of cuts. His voice quivered. My arm. Then came the scream, raw, guttural, filled with agony, but Julian paid no attention to it. His gaze turned wild, consumed by a raging madness. He lunged again, his attacks relentless, unstoppable. Despite the pain tearing through him, Felkor gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and swung a punch straight toward Julian's face, shouting, "You dare." Julian only gave a faint, knowing smile. His eyes glinted cold and sharp as his sword spun once and sliced cleanly across Felkor's chest. The sheer force of the blow sent the massive man staggering backward, his body trembling, his mouth spilling pained groans. Even as the relentless assault continued, Felkor forced himself to stay upright. He roared, "Get away from me, I said get away," and hurled punch after punch toward Julian. But Julian's speed was far beyond his reach. He sidestepped effortlessly, then swept past Felkor, delivering a deep slash to his flank. Felkor's body shuddered violently. One knee hit the ground as he cried out in pain. Clutching his bleeding side, his lips trembled, his eyes wide with both fury and fear. This is Julian's true power, he thought, trembling. He is a monster. Julian remained in his heightened battle state, staring at the spreading pool of blood and Felkor's shocked, pale face. A strange feeling began to stir inside him. The blood. The sound of flesh tearing apart. That pure look of fear. What is this feeling? Why does it excite me so much? A sudden chime echoed in his mind. System notification. Eye awakening can only be used by those with fox eyes. This ability activates when emotions reach their peak, enhancing physical strength and expanding visual perception. By now, Felkor was kneeling fully on the ground, almost incapable of fighting back. His voice shook as he begged, "Stop. Please, stop." System notification, however, Eye awakening also makes the user extremely aggressive. Before the message even faded, Julian raised his sword again, eyes blazing with madness, ready to deliver the final blow. He shouted, "I do not want this," and drove his blade straight through Felcor's chest. The man's eyes bulged as he coughed up blood, his massive body collapsing to the ground. Julian withdrew the sword, his voice low and cold. "Your title of Iron Fist means nothing now." He stepped forward, grabbed a handful of Felcor's hair, and yanked his head up. Felcor's face twisted in sheer terror. "Do not kill me," he whispered. In that moment, Julian looked like a demon, one that devoured everything it touched. But then, a pair of small hands gently pressed against his shoulder from behind. Julian froze. Eleanor had stepped forward, clutching his collar tightly as she said in a firm, steady voice, "That is enough, Julian. Do not you think so?" Her sudden presence broke through the haze. The crimson light in Julian's eyes slowly faded, and the murderous aura around him dissipated. System notification. Eye awakening has expired. Julian froze for a moment, his thoughts spinning. What have I done? Felcor clutched his bleeding chest, groaning in pain. Now fully returned to normal, Julian felt his entire body trembling, not from exhaustion, but from fear. Did I really do that? But what exactly did I do? He remembered that those with fox eyes would experience a drastic personality shift when activating Eye Awakening. His aggression had been amplified to a terrifying degree. That was truly dangerous. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Julian turned to Eleanor and spoke in a low voice. "You people started this first." Eleanor, still holding her weapon pointed straight at his face, gave a faint smile. True. Felcor was rather insolent, was not he? Julian's gaze sharpened. Even knowing that, there is nothing you can do. Eleanor approached him calmly, one hand keeping him in check while the other began channeling healing magic toward Felcor. "I already let you beat him half to death, did not I?" she said coolly. Felcor felt the energy entering his body and realized, magic, I can't move at all. Eleanor leaned in close to Julian's ear and whispered, "After witnessing that fight, I have to admit I am even more impressed with you." Her lips curved into a sly smile as she offered, "Why do not we work together?" System notification. Trait faded allure. Increases the user's likability with others. Julian did not respond right away. His eyes were unreadable as he considered her words. Eleanor continued, "You have got nothing to lose, Julian." He turned slightly, resting a hand on her shoulder. "You are not wrong," he said softly, "but I will need some time to think about it." With that, he turned and began to walk away. Eleanor watched his back disappear into the distance and muttered, "Figures. My trait does not work on him at all." She glanced toward Felcor, who was now standing, still clutching his chest in pain. "Well, Felcor, do you sense anything different about him?" Felcor hesitated before answering, "He is stronger. Much stronger." Eleanor nodded slowly. "Just as I thought. That whole memory loss story was a lie. This stays between us. Do not tell the other bishops." Felcor nodded quickly. "Of course." Eleanor exhaled, her eyes narrowing as she looked toward the direction Julian had gone. "I knew it. My charm trait has no effect on him whatsoever." Meanwhile, Julian had returned home. His body still trembled as he stared at his own hands. Eye awakening. It is what saved me back there. But I can't keep relying on something that unstable. Running a frustrated hand through his hair, he muttered under his breath, "What the hell do I do now? If I side with the Dawn sect, Hai Denze will kill me, and I will never get back to the original world. But if I go against them, one of their zealots will definitely finish me off." Then, slowly, a faint, cunning smile crept across his face. "Maybe joining the Dawn sect is the best option after all. I will gather as much information as I can and stop the resurrection of the demon god myself. That is the only path left if I ever want to return." The scene shifted to the Genmel monastery. Julian walked with calm, steady strides, his presence radiating quiet determination. As he entered the grand courtyard, he thought to himself, the Church of the Sun, largest denomination on the continent, led by Rosenda. And this monastery belongs to them. HMPH, not an ordinary place at all. The moment he set foot inside, murmurs rippled through the gathered clergy and disciples. Some whispered nervously, "The Holy War Prodigy. Why is he here?" Others trembled, their voices laced with fear. "He must be here to get rid of someone." Julian ignored every word. His cold gaze swept across the room as he strode deeper into the monastery. A bishop approached him cautiously and asked, "Lord Julian, what brings you to our humble monastery?" Julian turned his head slightly, offering a faint smile. "I am here to see the abbot." The bishop blinked in surprise. "The abbot," he stammered. Strange, he thought. I was not told about any visit like this. From deeper within the hall, a nun emerged, her sharp eyes fixed on Julian. Please, this way. I will guide you, she said smoothly. Julian observed her quietly. How convenient. They send someone right on cue, he mused. Without another word, he followed the nun deeper into the monastery. As they walked, a faint purple aura began emanating from her body, a mana presence tainted with something sinister. She stopped abruptly and spoke in a low, composed tone. You arrived earlier than I expected. Julian's voice was calm but edged with amusement. Normally, I would refuse such an invitation. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Eleanor. Long time no see. He thought grimly, she dared disguise herself right in front of me. Out loud, he added with a hint of irony, to think the cult would plant its nest right here, beneath one of the Sun Church's grand monasteries. After several turns down dim corridors, they stopped before a massive double door. Eleanor pushed it open and said with measured grace, the Archbishop is waiting for you. Lord Julian, please mind your manners. Julian's lips curved into a faint smirk. I will consider it, he said. She is far more cautious this time, he thought. Of course, because the leader of the Dawn sect is here. As the two entered, the hall erupted in murmurs. It is Julian, he really came. At the center of the great cathedral sat a man upon a throne-like chair. His voice was calm, steady. You must be Julian. Julian glanced up at him, assessing. So this is the man they call their high priest. No hint of divinity or dignity. Just a humble farmer chosen by relics. The man before him was Tenellen, the leader of the Dawn sect. When Julian did not immediately kneel, Eleanor shot him a sharp look and hissed, Julian, kneel before the Archbishop. But instead of complying, Julian smiled faintly and countered, and why should I? Eleanor froze for a moment, taken aback. Then she pressed urgently, did not you agree to join us, show your loyalty? Julian raised his hand, staring at his palm as a quiet laugh escaped him. Ha ha ha. I did not come here to kneel and beg for some fragile faith, he said coolly. I came to establish a partnership. Julian, joining a religion, ridiculous, he thought. Just stay confident and play your part, that is how you survive. His tone hardened as he continued, you seek my power, and I, in turn, desire the divine strength of the God you serve. The bishops surrounding the throne began to murmur indignantly. One hissed, how dare he speak so insolently? Another added, arrogant fool, he knows nothing of reverence. Tenellen sat upon his throne and raised a hand, his deep voice echoing through the chamber. Enough, for the sake of cooperation, yes, then there is no need to treat this man like that anymore. He turned to the assembly. Everyone, except Julian and Eleanor, leave us. The crowd responded in unison. Yes, Your Excellency, a few muttered among themselves. What is he planning to do? Once they had departed, Tenellen broke into a broad grin. Ha ha, just as the rumors said, you have got quite the spirit, Julian. Striding forward, he clapped the young man on the shoulder with a few hearty pats, his tone brimming with excitement. Good, I like you even more now. Then, spinning on his heel, he gestured. Come with me. There is something I want to show you. He led Julian toward a restricted area, his voice lowering. This place is reserved for bishops only. Julian arched a brow. That's serious, huh? Tenellen nodded solemnly. Because sacred relics are kept here. At the word relic, Julian's curiosity sharpened. A sacred relic, you say? Tenellen continued, you might be wondering why I am letting you see this place. It is simple, I do not want to let you go. If I allowed you to leave, it would mean turning you into an enemy. But Julian, you are an ally of the Church of Dawnlight, are not you? Ha ha, does not that make things far more interesting? Julian rubbed his chin, smiling slightly. So you are saying that even if I am just an ally and not a follower, it is fine by you, right? Tenellen inclined his head. Exactly, I will even appoint you as a bishop. That way, you will be able to wield the full power of the Dawnlight Church. The sudden proposal made Eleanor turn in alarm. Your Excellency, that is quite an abrupt promotion, but Tenellen dismissed her concern with a wave of his hand. This is the reward befitting a hero from the Northern Front. Then he fixed her with a cold stare. Eleanor, are you questioning my judgment? Flustered, she lowered her head. Forgive me. Turning back to Julian, Tenellen burst into laughter. Ha ha, so, Julian, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Julian met his gaze and smiled. Yes. Thank you, Your Excellency. They continued deeper inside. At the center of the chamber stood a fountain flowing with crimson liquid. Eleanor glanced at Julian and smiled faintly. Ha ha, good. Since you have come this far, I will let you see something even more impressive. Under Julian's astonished gaze, Tenellen approached the fountain. That golden chalice, is that the relic? Julian asked. Tenellen nodded proudly. Indeed. The great treasure that chose me. Julian studied the chalice, his thoughts racing. So this is the sacred relic. The source of the demon god's power, a vessel capable of materializing the will of the demon king Badath. Raising his hand, Tenellen drew forth a surge of dark crimson liquid from the chalice. It shot upward and coalesced in his palm into a pitch-black object. He turned toward Julian with a glint in his eyes. I feel like I have seen you somewhere before. Julian's gaze flicked to the object. A demon's horn, is not it? Tenellen's voice brimmed with pride. Precisely, through this relic, I can forge demon horns. Remarkable, is not it the very source of their power? Julian thought silently, this is the first time I have seen the process of forging a demon's horn. But I know the true nature of this relic, and what kind of influence the horn carries if I were to use it. Eleanor's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Julian. He smiled calmly. Ah, yes. Fascinating indeed. A demon's horn. Stepping closer, he pointed at it. So, if I use this horn, I will be able to draw on the demon god's power. Tenellen nodded. Exactly right. Julian's expression hardened with resolve. Then it seems I have come to the right place. This horn will become the stepping stone to my dream. Tenellen's face lit up with excitement. If that is how you feel, then take it. From now on, this horn is yours. The sudden gesture startled both Julian and Eleanor. Julian accepted the horn, his face shifting as his eyes glimmered with a cold, murderous light. He is just giving it to me that easily, he thought, suspicion sharpening behind his calm smile. Tenellen continued, it takes the sacrifice of many demons to forge even a single horn. The process requires a tremendous amount of material, but the power gained is well worth the cost. He stepped closer and placed a hand on Julian's shoulder, his tone softening into something both admiring and calculating. I can't help but wonder just how strong it would become in your hands. A sly smile curved his lips, perhaps even strong enough to surpass a holy sword. Julian kept his gaze fixed on the horn, his thoughts running dark and deep. I know exactly what kind of power this thing holds and the kind of human-shaped abominations that can be created from it. Calling it borrowing demonic power is wrong. It is more like becoming part of the demon itself. And I can't even imagine what I would turn into if that happened. His eyes narrowed slightly. Complicated. How do I refuse this without drawing suspicion? Eleanor stepped forward from behind, her voice cutting through the tense air. Your Excellency, if I may. I believe it is still too early to grant him the horn. Tenellen turned his gaze toward her. Too early. She exhaled quietly and explained, yes. He has not formally joined us yet. And that horn is the very root of our organization's strength. If you hand it over so casually, the other members won't take it well. It could cause unrest. Is that so? Tenellen murmured. Julian, standing a few paces back, had caught every word. He spoke up, his tone calm and steady. Then for now, I will return it. I did not come here just to receive a demon horn. Tenellen chuckled approvingly. So you do have more sense than I expected. Still, I think Eleanor needs a bit more convincing. So, could I ask you for a small favor? Julian raised an eyebrow. What kind of favor? Tenellen explained, you probably already know this, the spirit stones, the main material for forging horns, can only be extracted from the hearts of demons with at least 3 horns. They also serve as vessels for the remnants of the demon god's will. Bring some back for me. Of course, I realize that won't be easy for someone, even like you. At that, Julian felt a bead of cold sweat trail down his temple. Hunt 3 horned demons without royal authorization, even for me, that is highly suspicious. Tenellen gave a reassuring laugh. You do not need to worry about that. We will take care of the formalities for you. A few days later, at a train station, Julian sat inside a carriage, gazing out the window as the landscape rolled past. What just happened, he wondered. The archbishop accepted me into the church and even appointed me as a bishop. And right after joining, I am already being sent to hunt 3 horned demons. It seems their influence has already infiltrated the royal family. This organization is not just a secret sect anymore, it is like a nation of its own. This is going to be a real headache. Beside him, Haran's cheerful voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Is not it great that there is now a public transit system connecting the cities? The young man spoke with bright enthusiasm. Julian nodded, replying simply, "Yeah, it is." Then he thought with mild irritation, "I almost forgot this guy was here." He turned to ask, "You're heading to Baradin too, right?" Harand blinked in surprise, then grinned. "That is right, it is where the festival of the sun's ascension is being held. I will be representing the Kriphart family. Once you are done with your mission, you should definitely take some time to enjoy the festival." His tone was polite but awkward, as if trying hard to make conversation. Seeing Harand's awkwardly eager attitude, Julian thought to himself, "Let us just nod and get this over with." He gave a brief nod and said flatly, "Fine. If I have the time, I will stop by." His cold tone and the intimidating look in his eyes made Harand's face go pale. The sight almost amused Julian. "He is still terrified of me," he mused with a faint smirk. From the train's speaker came the announcement, "Next stop, Baradin." When the train came to a halt, the two stepped out together and exchanged farewells. Harand spoke first, "Well then, I will be going." Julian replied, "All right, Harand." But as Harand began to walk away, he turned back suddenly and added, "Just a word of advice, do not pick a fight with Marquis Orinal." Julian only smiled faintly and waved him off. Seeing that Julian did not respond, Harand continued nervously, "He used to be very close to the Highlands family, the one you wiped out. So do not expect him to be friendly." Julian's expression darkened, and he answered in a cold voice, "I know." Then he thought, thanks to Harand, now there is something else to worry about. Still, I am only here to hunt demons. I probably won't even run into that man. When he finally arrived at the designated rendezvous point, a cold voice called out to him, "Please postpone your mission for now." Julian frowned. "Why?" The man explained, "We are currently restricting access to the Perrin Forest. Only members of the Church of the Sun are allowed entry, as we prepare for the Festival of Ascension." Julian countered sharply, "The three-horned demon is inside that forest. The Festival of Ascension will be destroyed if it is not stopped." The man hesitated before replying, "But it has not appeared yet, has it?" Julian's tone turned icy. "Are you planning to defy the royal order?" That made the man pause for a moment, then he answered, "That is exactly why I am asking you to delay. The Festival of Ascension is the pride of this city. We can't risk it being ruined by a demon that has not even shown itself. If the festival is cancelled because of your mission, will you take responsibility for that?" He spoke rapidly, refusing to listen to reason. Julian clenched his jaw, thinking, and what if the demon appears in the middle of the festival? The man went on, "The festival will be held a week from now. Why not wait until after that? Even someone as cold as you should know how to enjoy a festival, should not you?" Julian's eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared straight at the man. But before he could respond, a bright, youthful voice called out from behind the door, "Father." The sudden call drew Julian's attention. He turned his head slightly, and the man in front of him stiffened. Seeing the girl who had just entered, he called out, "Tarina." The young girl hurried over, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Father, who is this man? He is really handsome." Julian looked at her and thought, so this must be Orinil's daughter. The moment she stepped closer to Julian, Orinil's face contorted with panic. He shouted, "Stay away from him." His harsh tone made the girl flinch in fear and scurry back toward her father. Watching the scene unfold, Julian thought to himself, "Do they really think I would go so far as to lay a hand on a child?" He activated his ability, sensing the faint glow of fear emanating from both father and son. At the same moment, Orinil's body trembled uncontrollably. Julian smiled faintly, looked at the two, and said, "Then, let us continue this conversation another day." With that, he turned around and left, leaving the bewildered father and son standing frozen in the room. As soon as he stepped outside, Julian ran a hand across his forehead and sighed. From a distance, two figures approached. The black-haired young man called out, "Julian, how did it go?" Julian looked at them, sighed again, and replied, "He is far too determined. I can't delay this mission any longer." The blue-haired one tilted his head in confusion. "Really?" The black-haired man continued, "Should we summon the Close Eye members back from the forest?" Julian shook his head. "No, let them stay where they are. The festival won't proceed as planned anymore." Both of them froze in shock and exclaimed, "Wait, then that means this place, Baradin, is where most players first encounter a three-horned demon." Picturing the monstrous image of the three-horned demon in his mind, Julian stroked his chin and said quietly, "The festival may turn into a complete season of chaos. The more horns a demon has, the stronger it is and the more unique abilities it possesses. A demon with 3 or more horns is given a name based on its power. One of them is the nightmare Hamelin. Hamelin is a corrosive type of demon that turns whatever ground it roots into its own fortress, a maze whose entrances and exits constantly swap places, or a swamp that poisons anyone who steps in. Even if you escape its fortress, you can still fall victim to Hamelin's mental assaults. Only a handful of people have ever gotten through it. Hamelin is probably close to finishing the corrosion of an area and turning it into a maze. Lord Orinal will come looking for me soon, Julian said, sipping his tea. But before he could take another sip, a servant burst in from outside, shouting, "Lord Julian, Lord Orinal requests your presence at his manor immediately." Julian was a little surprised. That is sooner than I expected, he thought. Noticing Julian's serious expression, the servant hurriedly apologized. "I am sorry, my lord, I did not realize you were dining." Julian waved it off. "It is fine. I half expected something urgent." Cut to Lord Orinal's place. The man was trembling with fear. Julian entered and asked, "You called for me, Lord Orinal?" Still shaking, Orinal stammered, "My daughter, Terina, she has not opened her eyes since last night. Even the city physicians have no explanation. It is not just Terina. Many children in the town have fallen into comas." Julian kept his composure, thinking, "It has begun." He answered, "Is that so?" Orinal pressed, "A healthy child suddenly passes out, does not that strike you as strange?" Julian probed, "What are you suggesting?" Orinal continued, "I am asking because you must know something. This strange phenomenon has to be the work of a demon." Julian pondered briefly and then nodded. "Yes. It is likely the nightmare Hamelin in the Perrin Woods. It plants seeds into living bodies to turn them into its thralls. It does not affect adults as severely, but it is deadly to children. They lose consciousness before they can be turned. It may already be too late." Orinal jumped, grabbed Julian's shoulder, and shouted, "No, no, that can't be, impossible." Then he begged, "Then go kill it now. Forget the damned festival, save my daughter." Julian inwardly smiled. Only yesterday he insisted on otherwise, he thought. He said aloud, "Do you truly want to save your child?" Orinal answered immediately, "I will do anything." Julian's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked coldly, "Anything, even if it means sacrificing Baradin itself?" Orinal froze for a few seconds, trembling all the while. Then he dropped to his knees, crying out, "Yes, yes, I will accept any loss." Julian laughed softly, pleased, and nodded. "Very well. In that case, let us go kill the nightmare Hamelin." With that, he turned and walked toward the door. Overjoyed, Orinal exclaimed, thank you so much, my lord." The scene shifted to the Perrin forest. Countless men were gathered around its outskirts, pouring barrels of oil across the ground and dousing the massive tree roots. When the work was done, one of them stepped forward and said, "Everything's ready, Lord Julian." Then, hesitating, he asked, "But do we really have to go this far? It is such a beautiful place." Julian paused to think for a moment, then nodded. Of course. Ignoring a clear threat would be sheer stupidity. The man muttered, "Still, to burn down the Perrin forest." Julian turned slightly but did not answer out loud. Instead, he thought, that is right. Arson is not about breaching Hamelin's fortress, it is about erasing it completely. In the game, this is the fastest and easiest strategy to defeat Hamelin. Seeing Julian fall silent, the man Arson spoke again, hesitant. "But Lord Orinal will be furious about this." Julian replied calmly, "It is fine. He has already given his permission. We are merely purifying an area corrupted by demonic influence. The safety of Baradin's people comes before the Ascension Festival." Then he smiled faintly, pointed ahead, and said, "Let us begin. Set it ablaze." At his command, every man lifted a torch and hurled it into the forest. Flames erupted instantly, spreading from tree to tree until the entire woodland was engulfed in roaring fire. Deep within, Hamelin felt the surge of heat and let out a furious, ear-splitting scream. One of the men flinched. That voice. Could it be a three-horned demon? The other barked, "Get ready for battle." Just as they were about to charge, Julian raised his hand. "Stand down, I will deal with that demon myself." As he spoke, he drew his sword and dashed forward. The two men looked at each other in shock. "You mean you are going to face a three-horned demon alone?" Julian smirked, "That is right." Then he added coolly, "Anyone else would only get in my way." Julian tightened his grip around his sword and strode deeper into the blazing forest, every step radiating unshakable confidence. Gazing at the inferno before him, He covered his mouth slightly and murmured with a faint smile, "What a horrifying and magnificent sight." Before him loomed the monstrous figure of Hamelin, its grotesque body twisting with rage as it turned its burning gaze toward him. In an instant, the demon swung its massive arm, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the ground where Julian had just been standing. But with his usual agility, he leapt back, landing gracefully. "Pointless, Hamelin," he taunted, his tone laced with mockery. The demon's eyes burned even fiercer in response. Julian raised his blade, the moonlight sword, its edge glowing with a shimmering blue aura. His lips curled into a smile as he tightened his grip and charged. His strike cut through the air, slicing close enough to graze the demon's thick hide. Hamelin flinched for a split second. Julian smirked. "You can't unleash your full power with this fire devouring your den, can you? Then vanish beneath my blade." The moment his words ended, Hamelin's eyes narrowed. Tiny glimmers of light began to swirl around its massive body. Julian's expression darkened as he raised a hand to cover his nose. "So, this is Hamelin's pollen." A system notification flashed before his eyes. "Demon information. Hamelin's pollen forbidden to use as a medium. Causes hallucinations and seizures, attacking the victim's mind." "Damn it," Julian cursed aloud. "I can't believe I forgot about that." Then, a sly grin spread across his face. "But, did you really think that would be enough to stop me?" Another notification appeared. "You have resisted Hamelin's mental assault." Hamelin staggered back, shocked that its attack had failed. A thick, pulsating aura began to surge around Julian's entire body. The system chimed again. Julian's trait, arrogance activated. Julian's trait, dual nature activated. Julian's trait, cold face activated. Julian thought calmly, "Did you truly believe that some lowly demon's mind tricks could affect me?" The demon shrieked in fury, its roar echoing through the burning forest. Julian's smile widened. His eyes gleamed with a blood-red light, feral and terrifying. Gripping his lightning sword tightly, he muttered, "A madman can't lose his mind twice." Then, he lunged forward, his sword flashing like thunder. The impact exploded with a deafening boom, splitting the night apart. Flames roared higher as the shockwave blasted through the trees. When the smoke cleared, Hamelin's massive body had been cleaved clean in two. From within the demon's remains, a crimson mana crystal pulsed faintly. Julian looked down at it, exhaling quietly. "Looks like it is finally over." His subordinates hurried over, their voices trembling. "Lord Julian, are you all right?" Julian shot them a cold glance before softening his expression and replying, "I am fine." The scene shifted back to Orinal. He stood trembling as he gazed upon the inferno that once was the Perrin forest, its sky alight with roaring flames. Julian approached from behind and said evenly, "Thank you for your cooperation in exterminating the demon. The royal family will surely commend your courageous decision, Lord Orinal." He looked up and asked, "Has your daughter regained consciousness yet?" Orinal answered, still trembling, "She is slowly recovering." Julian stepped forward and produced a pendant, smiling as he said, "Good. Please give this to her." Taking the pendant in his hands, Orinal frowned in surprise. "What is this?" Julian answered his question, "A necklace made from fragments of Hamelin." At that, Orinal flinched. "What?" he asked. Julian smiled and continued, "Your daughter was the first to be affected by Hamelin's pollen. Perhaps her life force, her mana, was stronger than that of other children. She has an S-rank aptitude for magic, so I am giving her this magical token made from Hamelin." The unexpected gesture left Orinal puzzled. "Why would you do that? You clearly do not like me." Julian smiled. "The more skilled mages there are, the better, is not that so?" Orinal protested. "No, this is not for that. You must have another motive. What made you do this? Why are you pretending to be kind to me?" Julian replied, "Just a courtesy in return for your cooperation. Nothing more." Orinal repeated, "A courtesy, huh?" Those words sent Orinal's thoughts spiraling. He thought to himself, "He knows I wiped out the Highlands family. He must want something, pretending to be kind so he can use me." When they were done, Julian bowed slightly. "Then I will take my leave, Lord. Thank you again for your help in exterminating the demon." After he left, Orinal continued to stare at the pendant, murmuring, "He did not ask anything, he just left quietly. Could it really be as it seems?" He opened the door to his daughter's room and called, "She looks better." He walked over and handed the pendant to his little girl, smiling. "This is a gift to celebrate your recovery." Seeing the necklace, the girl's cheeks flushed with delight. "It is so pretty," she exclaimed. Orinal stroked her head and asked, "Do you like it?" She nodded, "Yes." Orinal let out a soft sigh. It seems harmless and she is so happy. What a surprise. I should send a letter to the Nobles' Council. He continued thinking, we delayed the demon hunt at the chairman's request to stop Julian, and Tarina my daughter almost died because of that. There will be no more cooperation. Highlands, forgive me for choosing my family's peace over your vengeance that day. After everything was settled, Julian boarded a train back to his organization, carrying a small wooden box in his hands. The heart of the nightmare Hamelin, he thought. I managed to take its mana gem. He opened the box slowly as he thought, and something inside gave off a thick, black aura that made Julian's eyes light up with interest. He smiled, thinking to himself, nothing surprising, but that presence is really unpleasant. Gazing at the glittering mana gem within, he narrowed his eyes and muttered, what should I do next? If I hand this gem to the Dawn Society, I might earn a bit of their trust, but there must be a better option than merely cooperating with them. Just then a crewman called out, this train will stop at Londrian Station. As soon as the announcement ended, Julian glanced toward the door and mumbled, a lot of people are boarding. First I need to get back to the capital and hide the gem somewhere safe. If it is discovered, it will be a huge problem. At that moment, a light footstep approached him from behind. The newcomer was not a stranger Linny. She looked across at him and said, there is a seat. Ah, it is right here. Their eyes met, and both of their expressions instantly tightened. He thought to himself, of all times. Linny Rondbull. He ground his teeth and swore under his breath, and she is aligned with the dark faction, can't let her spot me now. He glanced at her with an awkward smile, thinking, if the mana gem gets exposed now, I am screwed. I have not even decided what to do with it yet. Just carrying around a trophy from a demon is enough to get me branded suspicious. This is risky. For now, he quietly slipped the wooden box back into his bag and turned toward her, saying, what a coincidence running into you here, it feels like fate. Leaning in slightly, he added, it must be you, Lady Linny. Never thought I would run into this annoying woman here. She gave an irritated look and turned her head away with a cold snort. He immediately caught on. You are wondering what I am doing here, are not you? She did not bother denying it and simply nodded. That is right. That is exactly what I was going to say. He smiled in response. I had some business in Baradin. As for you, Lady Linny, you look like you are headed somewhere warm. You did not even notice your clothes sticking out of your bag. Flustered, she snapped, mind your own business. He chuckled. Forgive me if I offended you. But that little diversion worked quite well. Inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good. She is distracted enough not to notice it. If a righteous knight like her saw something tied to a demon lord, I would be in deep trouble. Then she suddenly called out his name, Julian, startling him. He froze for a moment, thinking, did she figure it out? She looked at him suspiciously. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. He asked, what do you mean by that? She narrowed her eyes. Is not it too much of a coincidence? Hey, you are not selling me out, are you? Julian exhaled in quiet relief, then replied cheerfully, unfortunately, this trip was not arranged by me. The royal secretaries handled it. If anyone's following someone, it is probably you following me. That unexpected counter made Linny flustered. What did you just say? He let out a short, amused breath. No need to overreact. His tone made her avert her gaze, cheeks faintly red. Julian muttered inwardly, damn, I thought I was exposed for sure. I need to stash it somewhere safe soon. If I would known it would turn out like this, I would not have taken out the ruby at all. Suddenly, Linny fixed him with a cool stare. That gem box seems quite important to you, does not it? Her words made Julian's heart skip a beat. You have been fiddling with it non-stop, she added. He did not answer right away, thinking she noticed. Then he stammered, that. It is just a normal jewelry box. His hesitant tone only deepened her suspicion. She remarked, you sure live lavishly. I even heard your swords adorned with gemstones too. Seeing that she still had not caught on, Julian silently sighed in relief and smiled. Ha ha, well, you can never have too many jewels, right? As he spoke, he carefully tucked the box back into his suitcase. But then, without warning, the train screeched to a halt, throwing him forward violently. He groaned inwardly, why the emergency brake now, of all times? Moments later, the train's loudspeaker crackled to life. We apologize to all passengers. Due to heavy rainfall, the train must make an emergency stop. Before the announcement had even ended, the jewel box slipped from his hands and hit the floor. As the mana crystal rolled out across the aisle, Julian's mind screamed, this is bad, I am so screwed. Almost instantly, Linny bent down and picked it up. Her gaze turned sharp and cold as she looked at him. Julian immediately spoke up, "Please, return that to me." Inside, panic surged. She must know it is a mana crystal. If she does, what'll happen to me? Linny studied the gem carefully, then remarked, "It is lifeless." A shame, really. For someone so obsessed with jewels, you do not seem to take very good care of them. She calmly placed the gem back into the box and handed it over. Here. Taking it back, Julian exhaled in relief, thinking, so the dark faction does not know about the mana crystals yet. He tucked the box carefully into his case, his hands still trembling. "Feels like I just lost 10 years of my life," he muttered under his breath. In moments like this, keeping a poker face really pays off. When the trip finally ended, he turned to her and said, "The train's more comfortable than a carriage, but sitting for this long does wear you out. There is a reason I am rambling nonsense like this." The torrential rain had stopped as suddenly as it began, leaving his heart still pounding in his chest as he kept talking to fill the silence. Linny replied dryly, "Yeah, this whole ride was so miserable, it felt like being stuck in hell." Julian tilted his head and smiled faintly. "Really, I actually enjoyed having someone to talk to." Then, silently, "I have no idea what the hell I am even saying anymore." Just then, a servant approached from the end of the platform, bowed respectfully, and said, "My lady, the carriage is ready to take you directly to the academy dormitory." She nodded, "Thank you." Julian turned to leave, thinking, time for me to slip away too. He gave her a quick wave. "Then I will be taking my leave, Lady Linny." But as he was about to walk off, her voice called after him, "Ah, please wait a moment, Sir Julian." His tone stiffened immediately. "What is it? Say it quickly." Inside, tension coiled like a spring. "Do not tell me she has figured out the gem's secret." After a pause, she spoke. "I just wanted to thank you for what you did in the slums. It is not gratitude from me personally, but from a fellow swordswoman." Relief flooded through him like cool water. He exhaled deeply and replied, "I see. But we are classmates, are not we?" She shook her head firmly. "No, you have been expelled, remember." Julian gave a half smile and turned away. "Still as cold as ever, I see." As he walked off, Linny watched his back for a moment before turning to her servant. "Let us go." "Yes, my lady," the servant answered with a bow. The scene shifted to the next day at close eye. Ordwin looked up from his desk and asked, "Did you enjoy your time in Baradin?" Julian chuckled dryly. "Ha ha, enjoy is not the word I would use. Not at all. Anyway, what is with this pile of paperwork?" Captain Ordwin was practically tearing her hair out as she stared at two towering stacks of paperwork that reached higher than her head. Julian walked up to the desk and remarked dryly, "Now that is what I call a mountain of documents. Still, you can't say business is not booming. And you are asking if I had fun." He thought to himself, "I sound just like Julian, do not I?" Deciding to go all in with his act of exaggerated madness just to see her reaction, he suddenly shouted, "Hey, do you have any idea why these papers are piled up like this?" Julian grinned and replied cheerfully, "Because of the captain's negligence, right?" "Absolutely not," she snapped, slamming both hands on the table. "It is all because of you, you damned bastard. Why in the world did you set fire to the Perrin forest?" Seeing her fuming, Julian raised his hands in mock surrender. Calm down, calm down. Close eye is allowed to make on-site judgments at our discretion, is not it?" She groaned, pressing a hand to her forehead. "Forget it. I am an idiot for even asking. Most of these are warning letters from the Sun Church. The Perrin forest is sacred to them, you know. Thankfully, the royal seal will smooth things over, but thanks to you, my workload just doubled." Julian's expression stayed perfectly calm as he answered, "Well, that is one way to look at it." His indifference made her explode. "What did you just say?" He thought to himself, "Can't be helped. I get more irritated when dealing with sharp-tongued captains. Sorry about that." Picking up a few letters from the stack, Ordwin continued, "Oh, and there is one addressed directly to you. Looks like an invitation to give a lecture at Bear Academy." Taking the letter, Julian muttered, "A new clause, never seen this one before." Then Ordwin casually mentioned a name that made his blood run cold. The senders from Genmel Monastery. The name triggered a memory his earlier conversation with Tenellen. Julian recalled saying, "Even I am not stupid enough to hunt a three-horned demon without royal approval. Doing that would be suicide." And Tenellen's calm reply echoed in his mind, "Do not worry, Julian. We will take care of everything on our end." Only now did Julian realize when he said, "Take care of it," did he mean that? Ordwin's sharp voice snapped him back. "The Sun Church already sees us as a thorn in their side, and yet you go and hand them a proposal." A chill ran down Julian's spine. She narrowed her eyes, instantly catching his unease. "You are hiding something, are not you, Julian?" He clenched his teeth, thinking, wait, does she mean she is sending it directly to the close eye division? In the midst of the tense, boiling atmosphere, Lazarus suddenly burst through the office doors from outside, shouting, "Lord Julian!" He looked breathless as he blurted out, "The Royal Secretariat wants to know what happened in Baradin." Seeing him barge into her office without permission, the female commander's gaze turned ice cold. In contrast to her rising anger, Julian quietly smiled to himself. "Well, that is convenient, Lazarus." The man stammered nervously, "Sorry, Commander, should I come back later?" She let out a short sigh, then handed him a letter. "No need," she said curtly. Then she turned to Julian. "Go on, Julian, and take this with you." Julian accepted the letter, turned on his heel, and replied with a faint grin, "Until next time, Commander." Inside, though, he was thinking, that was close. I thought I was dead for sure. As the two men walked down the hallway, Lazarus leaned over, practically beaming. "I heard you single-handedly took down the three-horned demon lord. The whole capital's talking about it." Julian's reply was calm and indifferent. "It is nothing worth bragging about." Inwardly, he added, "I nearly died myself." Then he said, "The Dawn sect sent a letter directly to us. Is not that a bit more concerning than a demon lord?" Lazarus, however, remained blissfully cheerful and proud as ever. Julian glanced over at him and said with a small smile, "Lazarus, go wait for me at the Secretariat. I will read this letter first and come after." "Yes, sir," Lazarus nodded before heading off. Julian looked down at the envelope in his hand, muttering, "What did they write this time?" He skimmed through it quickly, then froze, eyes narrowing at the text. Strangely enough, it all looked perfectly ordinary. There was no way the Dawn sect would send a letter just to exchange pleasantries. Then, without warning, a black mist seeped from within the letter as a small serpent made entirely of dark mana slithered out. It hissed softly, "The Archbishop requests Bishop Julian's presence at the cathedral." Julian flinched, muttering to himself, "They even used a sound-hiding spell on it. Looks like Eleanor's handiwork." He gripped the snake in one hand and crushed it into dust. "They must be after the demon core from the three-horned lord in Baradin," he murmured under his breath. "But only the commander and the Secretariat knew exactly when I would return to the capital. So how did the Dawn sect contact me at precisely the right moment?" The more he thought about it, the more unsettling it became. There were clearly too many people who needed watching, and that fact alone irritated him deeply. The scene then shifted to the cathedral. Two figures sat in the dimly lit hall, their eyes shadowed as they glanced toward Julian, who stood silently in a corner of the room, lost in thought. Every time he entered a place like this one that never felt like it belonged to him, he could feel all eyes turn his way. Still holding up. "It is the Dawn sect, after all," one murmured. Moments later, Eleanor emerged from deeper inside the cathedral, placing a hand over her chest. "So, you came after all," she said with a polite smile. Julian returned the gesture with a faint grin. "It has been a while." Under the weight of several curious, judgmental gazes, Eleanor felt uneasy but kept her composure, laughing lightly. "You really know how to make an entrance. I heard the tension's been so thick since you arrived that no one dares come near." Her demeanor shifted as she resumed her usual, composed self. "What you did in Baradin caused quite a stir in the capital. Word of you single-handedly defeating the three-horned demon lord and of the Perrin forest being burned down has spread everywhere." Julian chuckled softly. "Has it, now? I would like to hear the tale of that hero from your own lips," she said, her tone teasing but curious. He waved it off politely. "You give me too much credit, Bishop Eleanor." Then, reaching into his coat, he pulled out a letter and held it out to her. "Next time," he said evenly, "try not to send such obvious letters, will you? It is inconvenient, on a personal level." She asked, curious, "Oh my, what is so awkward about that? With magic, no one else can read the letter, right?" His reply was pointed. "Because there is always the chance something could go wrong. I would rather that not happen again." She pressed on, "So how do you plan to contact them now? Any other options?" He answered simply, "I will go in person, Bishop Eleanor." Her eyes widened. "Me?" He confirmed for the first time, "Yes. I must meet her directly." He thought to himself, "Besides, I do not want anyone tracing this back to the Dawn sect through me." Eleanor snorted softly, then said, "So you already know where I usually am, huh?" He shrugged. "Is that so, huh?" She fell silent for a moment, musing as she bit a fingernail. Is he only trying to see how I will react? He can't possibly know my true identity. I have hidden it well. When their conversation ended, he turned and walked further into the cathedral. The moment he arrived, Tenellen came out beaming. "Bishop Julian is finally here. Do you know how much I have been wanting to see you?" He cut straight to the point. "Now show me what you brought. Surely it is the demon core from the three-horned lord you defeated single-handed." Julian smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth and said, "I did not bring the demon core." Tenellen's expression shifted to confusion. "What?" he demanded. "But you were the one who killed the three-horned lord." Julian nodded. "That is right." Tenellen pressed on. "So there is a demon core?" "There is." "Then where is it?" Julian turned away and replied, "The demon core? I handed it over to the royal secretariat." The announcement ignited Tenellen's fury. He fell silent for a moment, then demanded, "Did you just say that again?" Julian answered calmly, "Yes, Your Grace. I delivered the core recovered from the three-horned lord to the royal secretariat." The bluntness of his words sent the bishops below into an uproar. They trembled with anger and shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" The one above them was livid, seeming about to burst into flames as he ground his teeth and demanded, "Explain yourself." Julian replied, "If I must justify my action, then I will say I stepped back so I could advance 3 steps forward." His words only enraged the bishops further. They shouted, "Your Grace, we do not need to hear any more. This is clearly treason." Julian showed no surprise at their reaction. He turned and said, "But as I predicted, your thinking is far too shallow. If I truly intended to betray you, I would not have come here again. The reason I deliberately handed the core to the Empire was to make use of their intelligence network. The core I gave them is the first officially recovered three-horned lord core. If the Empire discovers its potential and how to use it, they will proactively hunt for more cores. With just one core, we can trace many other locations." Hearing that, Tenellen seemed to grasp something and gradually calmed down. "I see," he said slowly. "Your idea is not bad, but abandoning the demon core for that reason alone, I can't say I agree with you." The moment his words faded, one of the bishops standing behind him drew his sword, while another began channeling magic for an attack. Julian remained composed, his thoughts steady. "Looks like they still do not plan to let me walk away so easily." He continued, "Of course, that is not the only reason. Ever since I defeated the three-horned lord on my own, rumors have spread everywhere, talks about me being the pillar of the close eye division, the next sacred sword, and so on. Every eye is on me now. And among those eyes are our enemies. Is not that right? Among them is someone you know very well. Do not you want to find out who has been plotting against us, Archbishop?" His words were met with hostility rather than understanding. The bishops glared at him and shouted, "He is just stalling with meaningless talk, Your Grace. There is no need to listen any further. Seize him." Julian did not bother to defend himself anymore. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword as he said coldly, "You want to fight me? How amusing. Then come and try." Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Tenellen barked, "Wait, who is interfering in this matter?" But before anyone could answer, one of the bishops below lunged forward, slashing his sword toward Julian. With a swift motion, Julian raised his own blade to parry the strike effortlessly. He turned sharply, cutting through the opponent's sword with a single precise movement, then drove his fist hard into the bishop's abdomen. The man coughed up blood and let out a cry of agony as he collapsed. With one foe down, Julian turned to Tenellen and spoke in a low, cutting tone, "If you really want to know, then I will tell you the one behind all this is my former master, the Holy Sword Hayden Reich. That name should sound very familiar, should not it?" The moment Tenellen heard the name Hayden, his expression twisted in fury. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, though he still tried to restrain his temper. Seeing that reaction, Julian thought silently, so the link between the Dawn Order and the Holy Sword worked even better than I expected to cloud this madman's judgment. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tenellen growled through gritted teeth, "The one who left this scar on my face, it was him." Julian calmly poured oil on the fire. "Yes, he has always been suspicious of me." Outwardly, his tone was composed, but inside, he mused, so the eye patch was not just for show after all. Huh. Then he continued aloud, "After killing the three-horned demon beast without any trophy to prove it, of course I was the first person he wanted to interrogate. Tenellen shot up from his seat, suddenly enlightened. So that is it, now I understand. That cold-blooded bastard, of course he would suspect even his own former disciple. Striding forward, he grabbed Julian's hand and exclaimed, "Julian, now I see why you chose to join the Dawn Order." Julian smiled politely. "Good. I am glad you finally understand my intentions." But inwardly, he chuckled. "Though you have completely misunderstood them, huh?" Back in his office, Julian drummed his fingers lightly against the desk, deep in thought. At least the fire's been put out for now. If I can keep playing both sides, the Dawn Order and the Empire, I will reach the end of this game. But first, there is something else I need to take care of. That suspicious shadow that has been lingering around me. I tried ignoring it at first, but lately it has been leaving traces too deliberate, too calculated. Like a spy. And that shadow is Lazarus. Just then, the door burst open. Lazarus stumbled in, out of breath. "A directive from the Royal Secretariat, sir." Julian looked toward him and said calmly, "You only just managed to place it, did not you?" Lazarus stammered, "Why yes, sir." Something's off today, Julian thought to himself. After setting the letter on the desk, Lazarus scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Then, "If you will excuse me, sir," he said, clearly eager to leave. "He is not as scary as people say," Lazarus mused nervously. "Better slip out before I get dragged into trouble." But as he turned to go, Julian's voice stopped him. "Wait, Lazarus." That unexpected call froze him in place. Julian spoke slowly, his tone measured. "You have been quite busy lately, have not you?" Lazarus rubbed his neck, forcing a laugh. "Ha ha, well, close eye work is always hectic, you know. Even as an apprentice, they have given me plenty to do. I am grateful, really." Julian's gaze sharpened. "And yet, for an apprentice, you seem to be handling some rather important matters. You were the one who reported to the Secretariat the very day I brought back the Soul Stone, were not you?" Lazarus nodded eagerly. "Why yes, that is right. The Soul Stone was such a big deal I could not help but be curious." Julian let out a low, almost amused chuckle. Then his voice turned icy. "An apprentice who knows about the Soul Stone, huh?" The killing intent in Julian's tone made Lazarus' eyes widen. He stammered, What did you just say?" Julian's voice was calm but razor sharp. "I used the term, Soul Stone, for the first time in front of you, and yet you responded as if it were something you already knew. The only people aware of that name are me, the Empire, and unless you are with the Dawn Order there is no possible way you could have known it." Lazarus scrambled to defend himself. "No, I can explain." But Julian cut him off, rising from his seat in one swift motion. "I found it odd from the very beginning. The Secretariat and close eye assigning a matter like that to an apprentice." He stepped closer, resting a firm hand on Lazarus' shoulder, his voice low and sharp as a blade. "That is impossible. Unless the Dawn Order exerted pressure from within the Empire." Lazarus' face turned pale. His thoughts raced. Damn it, he has figured it out already. Just as Lazarus was about to reveal his hand, Julian interrupted again, his tone unexpectedly calm. "Do not worry. I do not plan on doing anything reckless." That caught Lazarus off guard. "What?" Julian continued, "I only want to have a little chat." Hearing that, Lazarus exhaled in relief. "So that is all it is, huh?" But then, from beneath his collar, he pulled out a pendant of violet crystal that pulsed with a dense, sinister aura. He smirked. "In that case, there is no point in hiding anymore." The energy radiating from the pendant made the air heavy. Lazarus rubbed his neck and sighed deeply, his demeanor shifting completely. Julian was not surprised. He would expected as much. "A spell that affects the mind," Julian remarked coolly. "You look like a completely different person." Lazarus ran his hand through his hair, his expression now confident and sharp. "In the royal capital, mental magic is a necessity. Otherwise, no one would survive in a nest full of monsters like this." Julian gave a faint smile. "Bold of you. But I think I prefer seeing your true nature." Lazarus stepped closer, eyes narrowing. "You have not killed me yet. That means you want something." Julian chuckled. "As perceptive as ever. It is simple, really." He leaned back slightly, then proposed, "How about it, would you like to work under me?" The sudden offer stunned Lazarus for a moment. "What did you just say?" Julian answered plainly, "Be my spy." Lazarus' eyes widened. "You mean a double agent?" For once, Julian said with complete composure, "Yes." The audacity of that request left Lazarus reeling. Why make such an offer? Is he acting on his own? His thoughts swirled, and then he blurted out, Do not tell me you are planning to betray the Dawn Order." Julian placed a hand on the desk, his tone smooth and steady. "Such heavy words. I prefer to think of it as making my path a little easier to walk." Lazarus narrowed his eyes. "And you really think I will just go along with that?" Julian replied, "Of course not. I am not stupid enough to make demands without offering something in return." Holding a letter in his hand, he continued, "You have been donating regularly to that orphanage, have not you? Quite a generous amount too, especially for a mere apprentice like you." Then he asked, "That place must mean a lot to you, does not it?" The more Julian spoke, the more Lazarus's body trembled. Julian went on, "What do you think would happen if something unfortunate were to occur there?" At those words, Lazarus could only grit his teeth in anger. Seeing the tension rising, Julian chuckled softly, as if to ease the mood. "Ha ha, I am just kidding. Do not glare at me like that. As long as you lend me a hand, I will send a very generous gift to that orphanage of yours." Lazarus frowned. "A gift?" he asked, suspicious. Julian nodded with a smirk. "That is right. I have recently taken an interest in charity myself." The implication behind his words made Lazarus's eyes narrow with deep distrust. A few days later, inside a carriage, Aiden spoke up, "Lazarus, did you bring what I asked for?" Lazarus handed over a scroll and replied respectfully, "Yes, Bishop. This contains the next destination of the Sword Saint, Hayden, just as you requested." Aiden unfolded the map, glanced at it briefly, and asked, "And one of the elder nobles has filed a petition," Lazarus continued. Aiden interrupted sharply, "Pointless. The important thing," Lazarus added carefully, "is that Hayden has reported his debts to the Archbishop." Aiden nodded slowly. "I see." Then his eyes narrowed. "But tell me, why do you look so uneasy? Your face says there is something you are not telling me." Lazarus stiffened, stammering, "And no, there is nothing wrong." "Strange," Aiden murmured. "You are not acting like your usual self. Has something happened?" The tone sounded casual, but there was an unmistakable undercurrent of threat in his voice. Cold sweat trickled down Lazarus's back. Inside, he was torn. Should I tell him? Or keep it hidden, even though the Dawn Council protected him, his sister? He remembered Julian's words, "I will write a recommendation letter so your sister and the other orphans can enroll at Bear Academy." For orphans, there is no better opportunity. Thinking about that promise, Lazarus clenched his fists tightly, lost in thought for several seconds. Noticing his silence, Aiden called his name, "Lazarus." The young man snapped back to reality, shaking his head frantically. No, there is nothing at all happened." The scene then shifted to Julian, who had just returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, two maids greeted him in unison, "Welcome back, Lord Julian." One of them approached him nervously and said, "Ah, your coat, sir." Julian blinked, startled, then smiled faintly. "Ah, I was just lost in thought for a moment." Inside, though, he muttered to himself, "Am I really all right? The fact that I do not feel anything. That is the real problem." The instant he realized Lazarus was a spy, Julian's instincts had already connected the dots, dissecting every bit of information he could gather to pinpoint a weakness. If Lazarus had been even a little calmer, he thought, he would have noticed the paper I held had nothing to do with the orphanage. I would not have been sharp enough to pull that off before. As one of the maids handed him his coat, she hesitated and said, Lord Julian. There has been a message from your main family today." Julian paused and turned sharply. "The main house, what is it?" he thought. "Could it be from the relatives who despise me?" The maid continued, "Yes, sir. They said Lady Renia Criphart's wedding is approaching and that they would be delighted if you could attend. According to the head of the family." Hearing the name, Julian blinked, vaguely recalling a young woman's face. Renia Criphart, his older sister. This was an official wedding invitation. The maid asked timidly, "How should I respond, sir?" Julian turned away, his tone cool. "Tell them I am too busy to attend." Startled by his cold demeanor, the maid broke into a nervous sweat. "Why, yes, I will deliver the message right away." But Julian immediately changed his mind. "No. Actually, tell them I will attend the wedding." The maid looked confused. Oh yes, of course, Lord Julian. It was not a random decision. Everything was part of his calculated plan. As he turned away, Julian thought to himself, "I almost forgot the Criphart family still has that item." The maid quickly replied, "Then I will go prepare that outfit." Julian frowned. "That outfit?" "Yes," the maid explained, "the pink suit you have always cherished." The very thought of a pink suit made Julian's skin crawl. He immediately protested, "Prepare something more formal, something dignified." The maid looked genuinely puzzled. "But did not you once say that was your favorite and most important outfit?" Julian silently cursed to himself. Damn it. Who the hell put her up to this again? Moments later, at an upscale boutique, rows upon rows of elegant suits and luxurious dresses were on display. Yet the atmosphere among the staff was heavy and tense. One of them greeted him with a nervous stammer, "Welcome to BU, sir." Their shared thought was almost visible. Why on earth is Julian here? Julian walked further inside, scanning the displays with a hint of approval. "These are actually pretty nice," he mused. "If the staff can help me pick something, that should make up for my atrocious fashion sense." Seeing how frightened they all looked, he muttered under his breath, grinding his teeth, "Should I try asking politely this time?" Then he raised his voice, calm but commanding, "Would someone here be able to help me choose an outfit?" Though his tone was soft, the weight behind his words made the air freeze. The employees exchanged uneasy glances. One young woman stammered, "I am terribly sorry, sir." Julian rubbed his temples, exasperated. Even picking a damn suit is this troublesome. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a red-haired woman clasped her hands respectfully and greeted, "Welcome, young lady." Aileen responded politely, "Hello, madam." The red-haired woman smiled warmly. "Still not finished with your research? It has been such a long time since I last saw you." The overly cheerful tone made Eileen's expression harden slightly. She replied coolly, "Well, you know how professors are." Inwardly, she thought, "Someone bought up all the moonlight monostones. My thesis almost went up in flames." Luckily, the Empire just commissioned new research on a substance called Honchik, so now I can produce something even better. I do not know who discovered Honchik, but I owe them thanks. Noticing her momentary silence, the shopkeeper asked, "So, what kind of dress would you like today?" Aileen blinked, returning from her thoughts. "Oh, I am attending a wedding. Normally I would keep it simple, but this time it is for the third daughter of House Kriphart, Renia Kriphart. I suppose I should dress appropriately." The woman gasped softly, "Goodness, that is a very prestigious family. Allow me to show you some of our finest gowns." Aileen nodded graciously. "Thank you. I will trouble you, then." After browsing for a while, she sighed, murmuring, "It has been so long since I took a break from my research." The shop truly had everything one could imagine, but then her gaze froze. Her heart skipped a beat. There he was, Julian. Not wanting to be seen, Aileen immediately turned away and hid behind a rack of dresses, quietly praying he would not notice her. Julian muttered under his breath, "I can sense someone's presence. Is it just my imagination?" Meanwhile, Aileen, hiding behind the rack, thought frantically, "I just ducked down without thinking. He is from one of the Kriphart branch families too. It looks like he is here to buy something for the wedding. So, he is acknowledging himself as a member of the family now, but why on earth is he picking such a plain outfit? He used to dress like a stuffed sausage all the time. Wait. That suit, no way. Do not tell me he is actually planning to wear that one." Julian lifted a suit jacket from the rack and examined it, mumbling, "This should look formal enough, right?" Aileen trembled, biting her nail in panic. He is really about to buy it. No, this is bad. He is going to ruin the entire ceremony. What a disaster. I have to stop him. Her sneaky movements drew the attention of a young boy nearby, who tugged on his mother's sleeve and said, Mom, that lady over there is acting really weird." The woman quickly pressed a finger to her lips to hush him. Gathering her courage, Aileen marched straight toward Julian and exclaimed, "Sir Julian, do not tell me you are actually planning to buy that suit." Julian turned to her, blinking in surprise. "Oh, Lady Aileen. So it was you standing there watching me this whole time. I thought you did not care about fashion, too busy burying yourself in research, as always." As soon as the words left his mouth, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I said that out loud, did not I?" Eileen's eyes narrowed in irritation, her tone turned icy. "Still the same sharp-tongued, insufferable man you have always been, I see." Then she huffed and changed the topic. "Perhaps that explains why you keep dressing so gaudily without the slightest self-awareness." She pointed at the suit. "Do you even understand the significance of this outfit?" Julian frowned, thinking to himself, "Of course I do." As if reading his thoughts, Aileen pressed further. "So you pretend not to know, or is your hatred for House Kriphart so deep that you would choose this outfit deliberately as a statement? Are you planning to use it to announce your desire to erase your branch from the family entirely?" Julian's expression darkened instantly. What the hell is she even talking about? What is so special about this damn suit? Aileen said sharply, maybe it is because you always wear those ridiculous, flashy clothes. Do you seriously not understand what this outfit symbolizes? Julian looked just as confused. Aileen, you suddenly show up and start saying all these strange things. I am just trying to pick something appropriate to wear to a wedding. He sighed inwardly. Good grief, what now? I am talking about the emblem on the back, Aileen clarified as she stepped closer. She pointed at the crest embroidered on the jacket. The Royal House of Febrance. That insignia used to be displayed by knightly families when they executed their enemies. These days, it has lost its original meaning and turned into a fashion trend. But imagine a man as infamous as you showing up to a wedding wearing that. Realization dawned on Julian. How would I even know that? I have never actually lived as Julian before. He rubbed his temples, weary from sorting through endless racks of clothing, all while his instincts kept dragging him toward shades of pink and neon. Maybe I should just ask her for help. With a resigned sigh, he said aloud, well, I guess there is no helping it then. Walking over to an outrageously colorful jacket, he declared, I will buy this one. It is the one I like best. Aileen stared blankly at the garish outfit, her expression hollowing out. That one, she shouted. Julian smirked inwardly. As expected. If I pick something absurd enough, there is no way she will be able to ignore it. He nodded confidently. Yes. And the pants have to match the color perfectly. Aileen pointed furiously at the suit. You are seriously planning to wear that to the wedding? Clenching her fists and grinding her teeth, she snapped. I can't just stand by and let this happen. Then she jabbed her finger toward him and declared, in the name of House Donasian, I will find you the perfect outfit. And just like that, she had taken the bait. Julian smiled pleasantly. Thank you. As expected of the family of artists. He chuckled inwardly. Ha, just as planned. She is too easy to read. Aileen groaned in exasperation, tugging at her hair. I can't believe your taste is this bad. Do not you ever wear anything other than your academy uniform? But soon enough, she had picked out a proper suit for him, one that radiated refinement and grace. Days later, the wedding finally arrived. A servant, trembling slightly, accepted Julian's invitation and stammered, Mr. Julian Kriphart, your invitation has been verified. Julian stood tall in a sleek, elegant suit, his presence commanding the room. So, I got in without issue thanks to the outfit Aileen chose, he thought. Still, this discomfort must be Julian's leftover emotions surfacing. Honestly, I would not have come if not for one reason, the Hansuk that the Kriphart family possesses. He recalled, in the game, there were several ways to obtain Hansuk besides hunting demons. One of them was by speaking directly with the Kriphart patriarch. The thought of that man made Julian's chest tighten. He slowly pushed open the doors to the hall and stepped inside. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere froze. The musicians halted mid-note. Every guest turned away, avoiding his gaze. Julian clenched his jaw, muttering internally, was it really necessary to stop the music like that? So they really did not expect me to come, huh? Their eyes said it all. He exhaled softly. Well, it would be strange if anyone was actually happy to see me. In stark contrast to everyone else's disdainful attitude, a figure from inside the hall suddenly ran toward him with joy, calling his name. It was his older sister, Renia. You came, I am so glad you are here. It has been so long it is hard to even catch a glimpse of you these days, she said, beaming. Looking at his sister, Julian thought, someone this kind to Julian. This is the first time I have seen it since taking over his body. Even if we are from different branches of the family, siblings are still siblings. After regaining her composure, Renia turned to Aileen and said apologetically, sorry about that, I just got a little too excited. Aileen replied with a friendly smile, it is perfectly fine, Lady Renia. As Julian had expected, Aileen was also present at the wedding. Seeing how close the two women seemed, he asked, you two know each other? Renia nodded. We are senior and junior from the academy. Aileen confirmed this with a polite nod from behind her. Julian's expression hardened as irritation flared inside him. Senior and junior, since when? I never knew about this. Renia then looked Julian up and down, smiling. Anyway, Julian, you look quite handsome in that outfit. Usually, you dress more like a clown. Did you pick this one yourself? The sudden comment made Aileen, who was standing beside them, think incredulously, how can she say that with such a sweet smile on her face? Julian, startled, glanced toward Aileen, which made her feel slightly embarrassed. Go on, tell her who actually picked that outfit for you. Do not be shy, she thought. But contrary to her expectation, Julian said calmly, I chose it myself. It is my sister's wedding, after all. What? Aileen yelled, visibly fuming. Renia turned toward her in confusion. Aileen, what is wrong? Aileen quickly waved her hands, flustered. Ah, it is nothing, really. Renia smiled again. In any case, thank you both for coming to celebrate with us. I should probably introduce you to my husband. From behind her, Aileen shot Julian a glare sharp enough to kill, while he simply basked in the moment, thinking with satisfaction, what a pleasant atmosphere. Just then, as the three of them chatted, a voice called from across the hall, Sister Renia. It was Joshua Kriphart. Seeing him, Renia hurried over, saying warmly, You must be busy with your studies. Thank you for coming to celebrate. But instead of responding in kind, Joshua grabbed her wrist roughly, his face twisting with anger. What the hell do you think you are doing? He shouted. Renia froze, utterly taken aback. What is wrong with you? Joshua's tone grew sharper. Why are you talking to those lowly branch family scum at such an important event? Renia's expression hardened immediately. She yanked her wrist free and snapped, I am just happy to see my brother again. It has been a long time since you have seen him too, why do not you say hello? But Joshua only grew more furious, pointing a shaking finger at Julian as he shouted, Who the hell would call that thing my brother? This was not outside Julian's expectations, yet rage still surged through him. He clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, exactly the kind of atmosphere I imagined. Joshua strode up to him, his tone dripping with contempt. Hey, you brat. I do not know how you managed to show up here, but just being here does not make you part of the family. Julian, however, remained composed. In stark contrast to Joshua's rudeness, he calmly reached into his breast pocket, pulled out an envelope, and said evenly, I came because I was invited. Joshua snatched the letter from his hand, tore it to pieces, and let the fragments scatter through the air before the stunned crowd. His voice turned cold and sharp. Then as a member of the family, let me be the one to say it, get the hell out. Julian's expression did not waver. He suppressed the fury boiling inside him and replied icily, and what if I refuse? His defiant words made Joshua's eyes light up with excitement. A murmur rippled through the audience. Joshua sneered, then I will show everyone here exactly what happens next. He drew his sword, the polished blade catching the light, and pointed it straight at Julian's chest. This, he declared, is the fate of a branch family bastard who dares to defy the main bloodline. Introducing Joshua Kriphart, the notorious troublemaker of Bear Academy. He was infamous for stirring up factions, flattering ordinary students to gather followers, and even disrupting lectures held by lower-ranked professors. In class, he would laugh loudly, toss paper around, interrupt lessons, and reduce professors to trembling silence. His arrogance had long exceeded every acceptable limit, but because he bore the Kriphart name, no one dared to lay a hand on him. Joshua laughed, unsheathed his sword, and a sharp gleam flashed across his proud face. Come here, Imperial Dog. Those words sent a shock through the entire hall. Julian stood motionless among the crowd, his eyes cold as ice, his voice low and chilling. Are you truly fearless? Or simply stupid? The atmosphere plummeted, the air tightening until no one dared to breathe. In the blink of an eye, Julian moved. He appeared right in front of Joshua. Joshua's eyes widened as fear crept in. He realized the boy standing before him was nothing like the weaklings he would bullied before. A sharp crack rang out. Julian had materialized directly in front of him, one hand gripping Joshua's sword mid-air. The scraping of metal echoed like a blade dragging across frozen stone. Joshua's jaw dropped in disbelief. Julian tightened his grip, and Joshua's arm began to tremble violently with every spasm. Sweat poured down Joshua's face as he stared at his opponent in growing terror. How is he this strong? Julian still held his wrist, clenching hard enough for the bones to creak. His voice was low, frigid, each word cutting straight into Joshua's inflated pride. You dared grab my little sister's wrist like this. Even your own family would not. Joshua stumbled backward in despair, his sword slipping from his hand and clattering onto the floor with a cold metallic ring. The banquet hall fell dead silent. No one even dared breathe. Julian stepped forward and leaned close to Joshua's ear. His voice was quiet but resounded through the space. You should be ashamed. His breath brushed against Joshua's skin, making him shiver. Joshua's face flushed red, half from rage, half from fear. A voice suddenly called out from behind them, Stop, Julian. Herend emerged from the crowd, his eyes filled with concern as he looked at the two facing off. Julian turned slightly, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Herend. Julian's expression grew sharper, his gaze sliding back to the cowering Joshua. You expect me to stand still when he insults my sister? Herend lowered his voice, attempting to diffuse the tension. I understand. But you can't cause a scene here, everyone is watching. Joshua, trying to regain even a shred of dignity, yanked his arm free and shouted, That is right. Know your place, you low-born brat. Enough, Herend roared. Joshua, you were the one who provoked Renia and Julian first. Joshua froze, eyes wide, unable to muster a single retort. The atmosphere gradually cooled. Julian lowered his hand and adjusted his collar. Meanwhile, Herend continued lecturing his younger brother. I am here today on father's behalf, so stop acting recklessly. Julian touched his chin, deep in thought. On father's behalf. A shadow crept into his mind as a deep voice echoed in his memory. So the head of the Kriphart family did not come. Julian frowned slightly, his thoughts shifting in a heartbeat. He exhaled softly. That'll make it harder to get the Hansuk. Julian's expression grew serious, his sharp gaze cutting through the quiet. He turned to Renia. Are you all right, sister? His voice was calm yet filled with concern. Renia smiled gently, her eyes warm. I am fine, Julian. You did that for me. In a place full of hypocrites, she was the only one so composed that her very calmness made others uneasy, Julian thought silently. Renia gave a small wave. Everything's okay. Do not worry. Julian bowed his head slightly. If you say so. He took a small step back. Then I will take my leave first. His words rang calm and decisive through the banquet hall. The crowd murmured in surprise. What, leaving already? Julian offered a faint, confident smile. I know when to appear, and I know when to disappear. He paused, his gaze shifting to a black-haired woman standing nearby. There was one more thing. Julian stepped closer and bowed slightly. Miss. Thank you. Aileen froze. Huh, thank me. Julian's smile softened, almost imperceptibly. The outfit you chose for me. I truly like it. The white fabric stood out on him, enhancing his refined presence. It shows the discerning eye of a true benefactor. Eileen's face flushed red with embarrassment at his words. A memory stirred. She recalled Julian appearing before her, his praise seeming to hold an entire sky of stars. Truly, a benefactor. Her magic at that moment had been beautiful. Even Aileen, innocent as she was, had been gently moved by this man. Back in the present, recalling that memory made her tug at her hair in embarrassed frustration. Renia, slightly surprised, turned to look at her. Aileen internally screamed, Why am I remembering this now? Renia tried to calm her. Aileen, take it easy. Meanwhile, Julian had already turned and was leaving the room. As he stepped away, a voice called out from a distance. Hearing it, Julian instinctively turned. Surprise crossed his face. Sister Renia. She sank to the ground, panting as she struggled to keep up with him. You moved so fast. I almost did not get this to you in time. It is a keepsake. You came to this wedding to see your father, did not you? She held out a small box. Renia continued, retrieving the item inside a memento from Julian's mother. Julian's curiosity was piqued. Renia's next words struck him even harder. I argued with father about this many times. Only then did he realize there had been conflict in the family. He simply replied, Yes, that is right. A picture of a hard-working woman surfaced in his mind. The keepsake meant that Julian's mother had passed away. Renia smiled brightly. I secretly brought it to return it to you. Hearing that, Julian silently thanked her in his heart. How did I end up with such a warm-hearted sister? Not wanting to refuse, he accepted it and quickly expressed his thanks. He opened the box, and the contents inside made Julian pause in surprise. Inside lay a stone that shimmered with a blue light, a Hansuk. His sweat-drenched face reflected faintly on its surface. It seemed crafted with magic. I do not detect any demonic aura from it, he thought. Thoughts ran through his mind like lightning. This was mother's keepsake. Julian, what kind of person was your mother? Is there some hidden meaning I do not understand? This is troublesome. Very troublesome. I know nothing. He muttered aloud. I did not expect it would be so easy to get. Renia tilted her head, confused. What is it? Realizing he would spoken out of turn, he hurriedly explained, "Nothing. Sister, I was just muttering. Thank you for returning my mother's keepsake." She responded with words that made Julian feel awkward. "I knew it was right to give it to you." Seeing what seemed like a faint smile on his face, she continued, "This is the first time I have ever seen that expression on you." He teased back, "You must have imagined it." She covered her mouth with a soft smile. "Oh really?" After a brief conversation, Julian finally took his leave. Renia waved goodbye from a distance, but did not forget to add a reminder. "Be careful on your way home. And do visit us sometime." He bowed slightly and replied politely, "I will see you soon." At last, he was left alone. Staring intently at the stone before him, he thought silently, the Hansuk that the Kriphart family has safeguarded for so long. It turns out it was Julian's mother's keepsake. A sharp pang shot through his chest. Despite being considered the coldest man in the empire, for some reason, tears welled up in his eyes. He asked quietly to himself, "Julian, do you feel the same way too?" A luxurious carriage rolled along the dirt road, carrying Julian back. He had even shed a single tear, wondering if it was a sign that some part of Julian's humanity still remained. The conflict between his true self and the villainous persona he was forced to play grew ever deeper. Yet Julian quickly pushed aside such weak thoughts and let a self-satisfied smile creep across his face. After all, he had achieved his goal, securing the Hansuk, a sacred relic shaped like a teardrop that contained terrifying power. With a sly grin, Julian admired his newly acquired prize. Back at the mansion, he found himself at a crossroads. What should he do with the Hansuk? Handing it over to the Dawn Society or the Holy Sword faction felt wrong, like voluntarily taking a loss. As he pondered, a sudden thought flashed in Julian's mind, causing one of his eyes to glow with an unusual blue light. He remembered that he, too, possessed a unique ability. A virtual system notification appeared before him, ready to reveal a shocking secret, a singular trait called Demon King's Vessel. This ability allowed him to absorb relics imbued with evil, consuming the residual will of demons to grow stronger. But it was a double-edged sword. This trait would disappear if the Demon King were ever truly reborn. Julian quickly pieced the clues together. This meant he could absorb the Hansuk itself, and by doing so, he could become the Demon King. A vision of temptation appeared. Becoming the ultimate evil deity would drastically increase his chances of survival in this harsh world. Yet the thought of becoming the Demon King sent shivers of fear down his spine. Julian immediately pushed the idea aside. His inner self almost forgot why he had never wanted to play the role of Julian the hypocrite, the master of betrayal. The man's true self rejected this path. He had struggled with an identity crisis before, triggered by another mysterious ability called eye-opening. The tears shed today made him feel that he had lost even more of his humanity than Julian had. "Wake up, Li Siwu," he told himself. He no longer yearned for power and desperation. Now, he only needed to hide the Hansuk. True to his intention, Julian placed the Hansuk into a large box and locked it carefully, temporarily sealing the dangerous object. He returned to his room, but unease lingered. Its mere presence made him restless. He wondered if he should learn a spell to seal the sealing, since sooner or later, the Dawn Society would come looking. Julian collapsed onto a chair. Relax, he thought. There is nothing more to do now. The mansion was usually quiet, but today the silence felt unusually heavy. He could only hope that no trouble would arise for a while. Yet as fate would have it, just when he longed for peace, a surge of purple magical energy suddenly erupted. Instantly, Julian became alert, his body shifting into a heightened state of vigilance. One of his skills, extraordinary intuition, had triggered, signaling danger. He sensed an unfamiliar flow of mana in the air. What is it? What is the purpose? Is it an enemy? Julian sprang to his feet, ready to confront the intruder. He could trace the mana to locate them, but oddly, it carried no lethal intent. Julian carefully refrained from using his own mana recklessly, knowing that doing so would immediately reveal his presence. Moving cautiously, he advanced, feeling a slight relief. No hostile intent emanated from the unknown presence. Fortunately, given Julian's past transgressions, it would not have been surprising if an assassin had come. He moved closer to the source of the mana. It was coming from his own room. And there, he found the intruder, a beautiful woman with striking blue hair. Eleanor was calmly sitting inside his room, sipping tea as if she owned the place. Eleanor seemed to sense Julian's presence. She turned around with a deliberately surprised expression. "Oh, you are back already." Julian froze in place and blurted out soundlessly. Across the room, Eleanor took another relaxed sip and said, "I have been waiting for a while, so I asked one of your servants to bring me tea." She added cheerfully, "It is the least you could do for a guest, is not it?" Hearing that, Julian fell silent, slipping into deep thought. How did she get in? Magic, watching the purple mana radiating from her. He quietly speculated, did she use enchantment magic to manipulate the servants? Snapping out of his thoughts, Julian sat down, exhaled, and asked, "Bishop Eleanor, what brings you to my estate?" The reflection of Eleanor in her teacup answered with a serene expression, "Just a bit of friendly interaction between allies." Julian's face flushed with irritation. She broke in just to interact. Across from him, Eleanor continued, "Of course, I do have another reason. There is something I want to ask you." Julian stiffened slightly. Straight to the point, "I see." Eleanor placed her cup down and asked, "You recently subdued a demon during the slum district mission, did not you?" Julian saw nothing noteworthy about the question and replied, "Yes." After receiving confirmation, Eleanor pressed on, "And that demon had a human form, did not it?" Meeting her gaze, Julian deduced, "I see. She is testing how much I know about humans turning into demons. Then it is best to answer her directly." With a calm confidence, he said, "That is right. A person suddenly transformed into a demon." Eleanor looked intrigued, but Julian's next words caught her off guard. However, the demon's horn was different from the one Tenellan showed us. "What?" Eleanor asked, as if she had not heard him correctly. Julian maintained his expression and explained, "I mean the horn looked like a replica, a model based on the one Tenellan crafted. Is not that what you were trying to ask?" Across from him, Eleanor straightened, suddenly serious. "Exactly how much do you know about demon horns and the demonization phenomenon?" Julian gave a faint, almost dismissive smile. "Not as much as you think." Eleanor rose from her seat, one hand placed elegantly over her chest. "Fine, enough circling around. It seems you already know nearly everything." Seeing this, Julian extended his hand playfully. "So, has your curiosity been satisfied?" Turning away, Eleanor kicked lightly into the air, a gesture of irritation more than aggression. "Then I do not need to test you anymore." As she started toward the door, she added, "You seem to be very well informed about the Dawn Society." Her next words carried a thinly veiled threat, "I trust you will make the wiser choice. Make sure our blades never have to point at each other. I am not someone who is easy to deal with." Hearing that thinly veiled threat made Julian break out in a cold sweat. After a while, he was left alone. He exhaled slowly and thought, so she is basically telling me, either absolute loyalty to the Dawn Society, or get out of her way. And she shows up right when I am holding the Hansuk. Julian decided that this estate was clearly no longer a safe place to keep the Hansuk. Just then, Harand appeared, carrying the box that contained the Hansuk. He asked Julian, "You planning to hand it over to me, sit there?" Julian replied calmly, "Yeah." Harand looked slightly surprised. "I did not expect that. I thought you would bring up punishing Joshua instead." Julian did not bother about Joshua. "I am letting him be. He is not worth my energy." Holding the box, Harand hesitated for a moment before asking, "Really, but what exactly are you giving me?" Without a trace of hesitation, Julian answered calmly, "It is my mother's keepsake." Hearing that, Harand's face went pale with fear. "What?" he stammered before running up to question Julian directly. "Milena's keepsake. Is not that precious to you?" Seeing his reaction, Julian simply advised, "Calm down." Then he added, smiling brightly, "Yes, it is, but you think differently. Harand might be the only one who won't act recklessly with the Hansuk. He probably does not even know what it really is, and he is not the type to try to resurrect a demon god. I can trust him with it." Harand lifted the box again, seeking confirmation. "Are you really sure you want to hand something so important to me?" With his familiar smile and eyes narrowed slightly, Julian replied, "I can't keep it with me right now, so I am leaving it in your care." Images of a young Julian being held by his mother flashed through Harand's mind, followed by a cascade of thoughts. He can't hold Milena's keepsake. Julian, even someone notorious like him, becomes gentle as a lamb before Milena. She is the last symbol of his remaining humanity. By entrusting her keepsake to someone else, is not he basically declaring he will live entirely as the Empire's hunting dog, a monster with no way back? Looking at Julian with a horrified expression, Heron thought, how can he be so ruthless? Seeing this reaction, Julian immediately realized another misunderstanding had occurred. Alright, leaving the Hansuk with him should be fine. The scene shifts to Joshua Kriphart sitting on his bed, his face twisted with rage, his teeth grinding so hard it was almost audible. Anger burned across his features. A close-up revealed bruises blooming across his wrist, and he pressed a white cloth against the injury. A maid with short black hair entered the room, announcing that she had come to change the bandage. Joshua looked up at her with pure irritation. Then he suddenly exploded. Joshua unleashed his fury on the maid, shouting so loudly she trembled in fear. His eyes burned with madness. He would not accept that he, a direct heir of the Kriphart family, had been injured by someone from such a lowly branch line. A vivid image of Julian's mocking, provocative grin flashed through his mind. Just thinking about that bastard made Joshua feel like he was losing his sanity. He clenched his fists, seething, convinced Julian was the most insufferably arrogant worm alive. He recalled the moment Julian struck him, how everything happened too fast to comprehend. Joshua had not even felt the blow, only the crushing pressure radiating from Julian's body. He had known instantly that he had lost. He could not understand how someone as insignificant as Julian had suddenly become exceptional, favored by their superiors. In a burst of enraged frustration, Joshua knocked over the basin of water. It crashed to the floor, sending water splashing everywhere. The maid turned pale, horrified by her master's fury. She dropped to her knees in terror, begging for forgiveness. Joshua sat on the bed, looking down at the trembling girl with cold disdain. The entire room seemed to thicken with a suffocating tension. Suddenly, Joshua stood up, his anger far from spent. His face was contorted, ready to erupt again at the slightest provocation. With his teeth clenched, he growled out a name: Alphys. Moments later, a tall black-haired man with a calm expression appeared. It was Alphys, Joshua's personal bodyguard and the former vice-captain of the Blue Lion Corps. Joshua waved the terrified maid away. She scrambled out, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death. Now alone, Joshua beckoned Alphys closer and pointed at his bruised wrist. Alphys calmly replied that he could see the injury, but that only enraged Joshua further. Joshua barked at him, demanding to know where he had been when this happened. When Alphys began explaining that he had been following the Lord's orders, Joshua cut him off with a shout, insisting that was not what he wanted to hear. Joshua reminded him that his sole duty was to protect the direct Kriphart bloodline. He demanded to know what could possibly be more important than his safety. Joshua continued berating him, spitting reminders of Alphys's disgraceful past and insisting that everything Alphys had was thanks to him. Alphys silently endured the verbal assault. Before he could apologize, Joshua sneered, accusing him of being useless, a coward who would probably freeze to death at the slightest threat. His displeasure radiated off him. Joshua grabbed a soaked towel from the bucket, gripping it hard enough for water to squeeze out, then hurled it straight into Alphys's face. Alphys did not move. He could only accept it. Joshua snarled that what he wanted was not Alphys's apology, it was Julian's. Only Julian's. Not some worthless trash like Alphys. After a tense beat of silence, Alphys finally spoke. He asked Joshua directly whether he wanted revenge on Julian. The unexpected question left Joshua stunned for a moment. Alphys continued, unwavering, declaring that he would help Joshua take his revenge no matter the cost, and by any means necessary. Joshua snapped back, demanding Alphys tell him if there was any way. Alphys began analyzing the situation, acknowledging that Julian was incredibly strong at the moment. He could channel mana into every single movement effortlessly, and the sheer amount of mana far surpassed that of ordinary knights. Julian's Moonblade, infused with his mana, was as terrifying as his very personality. Alphys continued, admiration lacing his tone, it is a sword that can regulate its own aura, a weapon any knight would dream to wield. Joshua's patience wore thin. He could not stand Alphys seemingly praising his enemy and shouted at him to get to the point. Alphys's expression shifted as he proposed a bold idea. What if we create an environment where he can't use his aura? The suggestion stunned Joshua. Before Joshua could fully react, Alphys pulled something from his coat. He revealed a resonant stone defective. Joshua felt a shiver of unease. How did Alphys even possess such an item? Alphys explained that a normal resonant stone suppresses the demonic energy within a demon to prevent it from accessing its power. But this defective stone worked differently. It emitted a strange purple energy. As the stone drew near, Joshua felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, forcing him to buckle slightly. Alphys clarified that instead of restraining demonic energy, this defective stone suppressed the mana within humans. All that was needed was to form a barrier with it and apply it to Julian. Joshua immediately realized the problem. He yelled at Alphys that if he used it, even he would not be able to use his own aura within the barrier. Alphys calmly replied that Joshua would not need his aura. Then he revealed something else that shocked Joshua even further. As Joshua sat frozen on the floor, Alphys produced a demonic horn radiating dark energy. Joshua's eyes widened as he recognized it, a horn. The scene then shifts elsewhere. Julian sat leisurely tending to a pot of orchids in the sunlight, a satisfied smile on his face. He thought quietly that the recent peaceful life caring for orchids made living inside Julian's body not so bad after all. But the tranquility was short-lived. Lazarus, Julian's assistant, came running in a panic, reporting that some members of the Dawn Society were planning an ambush. Julian thought to himself, "I need to take back what I said earlier." He looked annoyed, gripping an orchid leaf tightly, irritated that Lazarus' panic might damage his precious plants. He told Lazarus that next time, his reports should not be filled with hysteria. "At this rate, someone might discover my secret." Lazarus nodded, trying to calm himself. Julian asked about the ambush, specifically if any bishops were involved. When Lazarus replied no, Julian smirked. The plan seemed laughably pathetic to him. Lazarus remained worried and suggested preparing countermeasures, but Julian dismissed it, saying that since they had not acted yet, he would wait and see. Lazarus could not believe his ears. He was baffled, unable to understand how Julian could ignore a potential ambush so casually. Julian noticed the doubt lingering on Lazarus' face. He guessed that it was probably due to a broken orchid branch. He murmured to himself, different expectations, same outcome. Deciding to reassure Lazarus, Julian asked if the assistant knew a small trick, which left Lazarus both confused and anxious. Holding the orchid pot, Julian explained a vital tip for orchid care: the leaves of a healthy orchid won't wrinkle unless there is an issue with the roots. To demonstrate, he carefully removed the plant from its pot, revealing the root system. Julian smiled self-satisfied and said, as he suspected, the roots were rotting, but fortunately, only the outer roots were affected. Julian went on to explain that the orchid had devised its own brilliant strategy. The outer roots acted as bait, preventing the rot from spreading to the entire plant. The metaphor of bait made Lazarus shiver as he tried to decipher Julian's meaning. Julian brushed aside the topic of orchids and asked Lazarus if there was any other news. Lazarus reported that the Academy's secretariat was requesting personnel for an upcoming victory commemoration mission, a task Julian himself would also be involved in as the Bear Academy's swordsmanship instructor. Julian calculated quickly, if it was a victory celebration, the Holy Sword Hayden would undoubtedly attend. He did not want to meet the sharp-eyed knight, who had previously questioned him about the Hansuk. Lazarus asked if Julian would accept the victory commemoration mission. Julian declined, saying this time he wanted something simpler and would instead take on a task related to the Academy. Lazarus froze. Julian, the man obsessed with success, was refusing a prestigious assignment. Suddenly, Lazarus realized that Julian was using himself as bait to lure the Dawn Society. His thoughts raced. At the victory celebration, the Academy's guards would be sent to the palace. If Julian remained at the Academy, spies from the Dawn Society would see it as a perfect opportunity to strike. And Julian, already aware of the ambush, could easily wipe them out. At last, Lazarus understood everything. The earlier strange story about bait had been a hint toward this plan. Julian was turning himself into the lure, transforming the enemy's ambush into a stage of his own design. Lazarus shivered, concluding that a bloodstorm was about to sweep through the Academy. Meanwhile, Julian continued to smile serenely, unaware that he had become a true strategist. The next day, Julian went straight to meet the principal. The moment the man saw him, his face immediately drained of color, leaving him with nothing but a trembling, awkward ha-ha and no words. Julian, however, maintained his usual expression, an almost imperceptible smile, eyes narrowed shut. The principal wiped a few beads of sweat from his forehead and turned to Julian, speaking carefully. "I never expected you, Julian, to come here in person." Julian replied nonchalantly. Is that so? The principal continued, trying to steady his voice. With the upcoming victory celebration, I assumed you would not have the time to drop by. Seeing Julian looking at him, he quickly clarified. I am very glad you came. Julian smiled faintly. Ha ha, that is good. Watching the man's nervous demeanor, Julian thought to himself, he is so scared he is practically shaking. The principal pressed on. And I am certain the students are looking forward to your special lecture as well. Julian raised an eyebrow. A special lecture? He explained. Yes, it is for the students about to take their practical exams. Do not tell me you did not know. In truth, Julian had no idea. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment before replying smoothly. Of course I know, I was just asking because I am looking forward to it. Outwardly he sounded casual, but inwardly he groaned. I can't believe I have to lecture the students. Hearing that, the principal let out a relieved sigh. Phew. Thank you. The scene shifted to Bear Academy, the main lecture hall. Students began moving to their seats. One girl turned to Renee. You are here already, the guest lecturer has not arrived yet. Renee slumped her head onto the desk, letting out a weary sigh. Good. I almost ended up being late. She did not enjoy theoretical classes. Closing her eyes, Renee thought, I am a little exhausted. Maybe I overdid it today. I pushed myself harder than usual, thinking we would get a break thanks to the guest lecturer. Seeing her expression, the friend next to her asked worriedly. You really look tired. Renee responded with a hint of resignation. Yeah, a bit. Luckily, today it is only the guest lecturer. Her friend nodded. That is true, we just have to listen. I heard they usually invite someone from close eye. Renee said. Then it must be an ordinary person. An ordinary person teaching, times really have changed, her friend added. Just then, the principal entered the lecture hall, followed by Julian. The principal stepped up to the podium and announced. Everyone, attention, the guest lecturer has arrived. Please stand and greet the instructor. The students' faces immediately paled, and whispers rippled through the hall. What? Wait. Is not that? From close eye. Renee lifted her head, her eyes widening. Oh my God. Julian's calm voice cut through the murmurs as he approached the podium. I am Julian Kriphart, from Close Eye. It is a pleasure to serve as today's guest lecturer. The moment he finished speaking, Renee jumped in surprise. Him. Seeing the students sitting in stunned silence, the atmosphere tense and heavy, Julian offered a reassuring smile. Do not be so tense. I am just here to give a short lesson, from the perspective of someone who has taken the practical exams. What I will teach today is not anything particularly special. The students still looked dumbfounded. Julian continued, trying to ease the tension. You all seem confused. Then let me ask a simple question. Why do you practice swordsmanship? No one dared raise a hand. Julian chuckled wryly. Is that question too difficult? I only meant to use it as an icebreaker. Then, a thought struck him. Julian called out. Then I will ask you, Renee. Suddenly called on, Renee stammered. Me? Why me? She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, thinking, I almost answered normally. Even if it is Julian, he is still the guest lecturer. I need to show proper respect. Clearing her throat, Renee answered politely. I think everyone would rather hear your answer than mine. She countered with a question. Then why do you practice swordsmanship daily? Julian let out a small "oh" at her quick thinking, then answered confidently. Of course, for fame and status. Renee blinked, surprised. What, she thought, he should have said for the royal family. Even if just for appearances in front of the students. After replying, Julian turned the question back to her. Now it is your turn. Renee, why do you practice swordsmanship? Renee answered straightforwardly. To train my mind and body, and to achieve my goals. She thought privately, actually, it is for revenge. But my answer is not false either. Julian nodded appreciatively. A thoughtful answer. The reason I asked was not just to break the ice. No matter how I teach swordsmanship, it can't surpass the foundation you have already built. In this short time, I can't significantly improve your skills. So, instead of focusing on sword techniques today, we will talk about spirit. As he spoke, his hand tightened around his sword. The moment the words left his mouth, the students erupted in shocked whispers. No way, Julian's going to teach about sword spirit. Julian extended his sword forward and explained. Every person has a flow of mana. Using it to enhance the body or your weapon is the common way to wield spirit. And spirit, chi, is the clearest measure of actual strength differences. The sword in his hand began to radiate ethereal streams of energy. Excited murmurs rose from the students below. It is beautiful. Look at that. Wow, amazing. Julian asked. Can everyone see the color of my spirit? Renee smiled faintly, thinking to herself, the value he places on aura reflects the gap in real strength. One student raised a hand. It is gray. Almost like moonlight. Is it silver? Renee chimed in. Silver. And there is also a pale blue. She explained further. He is using 2 types of spirit, silver along the blade, and pale blue at his hand. Julian nodded with approval. Very perceptive. Renee continued her thoughts. Silently, the level of understanding someone else's spirit reveals the gap in real power. Ever since I saw the traces he left in the forge, I have been trying my hardest to close that gap. Now, the distance between him and me is not that great anymore. Julian continued. And there is one more thing. A third type of spirit that no student can see. As he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly erupted with a massive surge of aura. Renee gasped silently to herself, since when did he have the capacity to emit such a vast amount of spirit?